Bang! Alright, hopefully that will be putting the Twitch stream up. I see the Twitch stream up. I didn't change the title on the Twitch stream. Whoopsies. There we go. Alright, Twitch stream up. Is my YouTube stream up? Yes, we are. Alright, and we're looking good. Hello, gang. While people get in here, I'm gonna just be playing a little bit of a quick play to see it, or just to make sure that like the audio is good, visuals are good, there's no like lag on the stream before we actually get into our Kiriko ranked lessons. But how y'all doing? I'm really excited for stream today. I'm thinking that it'll be really fun, especially I'm really excited for our the randomizer Nuzlocke that's going to be happening a little bit later today. I've been planning it for a while, and I have a lot of ranked sort of like challenges that I want to be partaking in and making videos about. It's kind of where my passion wants to lead me, or my passion for the game and content leads me. I'm super excited to see how like the actual like stream goes. You ready for the streamly bit? What up, Syed? Sayed? What up, X10? How you doing? Butter dog, dog with a butter on it. Butter dog. I'm just warming up, making sure that like stream audio is good, the visuals. We're just in quick play for now, but we're going to be getting into our Kiriko ranked lessons in just a little bit. I'm pretty excited for most of the stuff that we have planned for this stream today. With Kiriko ranked lessons, there's just so much to talk about in terms of like how much you can actually do on the hero, because she has so much to her kit and so many different ways in which she can find value. Identifying it can be a really fun task and really fun to talk about in an educational sense. There's a little bit of like a... It's been raining out like a bunch where I am. I'm in the Midwest right now, and there's a storm going on. And I think that my mouse pad is a little more humid than I'm used to, so I'm trying to see if I can like... I'm trying to see if I can like get it a little bit better for today's stream, even if my mouse pad is a little bit more moist than usual. It's like kind of no big deal. It's really interesting, like a lot of the like top players like need their mouse pads in a specific way, or at least like aimers. You'll notice it's it's kind of funny. Courts, the one of the hit scan that got first place in the World Championship of Overwatch last year, and then got second in this year's. They have 2 water bottles on their desk, actually. One of them is to drink, and then the other one is to put like splash water on their mouse pad. Since they play in like a really humid environment, they want their mouse pad like really like they just coat it with water. They literally just like dump a bunch of water on their mouse pad so they can aim in a way that they're used to. Ivy, have I seen the new Heroes kit? Yeah, no, I have not. I saw like I like glanced at like the little page, but I did not see the gameplay trailer yet. That might be one of the things that we look at while on break, whenever we need to take like a break or something, like probably in between the ranked lessons, and as we start gearing up for the viewer coaching today, I'll take a look and sort of theorycraft about the Heroes kit and what sort of functions they might fulfill and how good they might be in like the grand scheme of things. Since, I mean, overall, like, usually almost all heroes on release are gonna be pretty solid, because from a marketing standpoint, you want your new heroes to be pretty good. But I mean, there are different like fundamental levels of like heroes. There are some heroes that like their kits are just gonna have more applicable metas than others. Like Zenyatta is going to be like kind of rough in 5v5, but if they get put into 6v6, they're going to be really good because there's another buffer, and then Discord Orb is just insanely strong. What up, Icicle and Polly D? But I'll take a look at the new Heroes kit. I'll give you all my first reaction. Their video on the jobs of Kiriko. I was wondering what the jobs are of a tank, and how does viewer coaching work? Viewer coaching works. There is a link to the Discord server, or the community Discord server, in the About Me of both the Twitch and the... Oh, I didn't update my artist panel. Oh, well. I'll do that after this game. There is a link in the About Me of the YouTube channel as well as the Twitch channel to the Discord server. In the Discord server, there's a channel in which you can submit a replay code. Give me just your general goals for the game. It don't gotta be like anything specific. You can just be like I want to reach like X rank, or I just want to have like fun with my coworkers or something. I want to be like the carry for my school team, whatever. It doesn't have to be specific. It doesn't have to be like, you don't have to be crazy ambitious. I just like to... How I do my coaching is I cater my recommendations and like my knowledge to each specific individual. So understanding one's goals is like, I really value, so that I'm able to direct my coaching to be as effective as possible for each individual. But as for the jobs of a tank, the jobs of a tank depends greatly on what's kind of going on. Tank is going to be one of the roles that has the most sort of fluctuating jobs per role. So in this game, with our Zenyatta and our team comp generally being good at just shooting their guns, our job, or one of the best ways in which we could get value, it would be sort of forcing out the enemy Winston. Since we're gonna have a really good job, like look at how much damage we do. Being able to do that much damage to the Winston with their big hitbox and us having a shotgun will make it so that the main threat of the enemy team in this specific game is not going to be able to dive onto our Zenyatta or our Juno or our Sojourn or our Sierra, and all of them are going to be able to continue pumping out damage over the course of a game. However, if we were on the reverse side of this, so if we were the Winston for the enemy team, we would want to be diving on the backline. We would want to try to skip the hazard. Our job would be to be zone out the shooters on the enemy team, or shooters, as much as we possibly could, and make space, enabling our team to really walk up. Primarily, tank is going to be the role, or the general job of a tank is going to be just taking the right attention. Knowing what attention you need to take to help your team find success is the hard part, and it's going to just come with a lot of time and game knowledge, and as well as like coaching helps. But that's going to be the general job of a tank, is to take attention or find kills through your advantage duel. Since you are a threat on the map, you're going to be one of the biggest threats on the map with the biggest HP pool, as well as one of the highest damage outputs. Who you demand to look at you is going to be your primary like sort of job as a tank, and or the question that you need to solve. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Mara. Oh wait, Mara, how you doing? Yo, thank you so much for the sub, Rick Spartan. Oh, Rick Arc Spartan, thank you so much, bro. Umbra Colorform, thank you for the follow. Wow. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, bro. I hope you're doing well. To tank, you shall overextend and blame your teammates for not following you. Type shit? Yep, that's exactly what I do. No, if I ever overextend on tank, it's like always me. Even if I like could have gotten healed, it's always me. At least the heroes that I play are always like really self-sufficient. Wrecking Ball. Like I usually lean towards like Wrecking Ball, Winston, like Junker Queen in ranked, or like if I play them right, I like low-key never need healing. Where can I find the viewer coaching channel? Let me run through this really quickly, since this will be later in the stream. This is going to be like a few hours from now. But bang. Okay, so this is the community Discord server. The link to it is in the Twitch and YouTube channel About Me. So you're going to be greeted with like a readme, rules, whatnot. I forgot, that's on my to-do list. I'm going to redo the rules pretty soon. But afterwards, after you've sort of completed everything, you fill out whatever you need to join the server, then where you would want to go from there is to the Stream VOD Codes channel. So for the stream VOD codes, you can just be putting your, what are the guidelines? Just put your in-game name so I know who to look at when I look at the codes. The actual replay code of a game that you would want me to take a look at, as well as your general goals. Your general goals for the game. Those are the most specific. Just tell me what your battle tag is in the game. Like what name am I looking at? What are your goals in the game, and the replay code are like the big three. Really, like those are the things I really want. You don't need like you can put your rank and how long you've been playing Overwatch. How long you've been playing Overwatch actually does help me quite a bit with catering my VODs. But just fill out whatever you want to fill out, basically. And I will be first prioing the codes of people that I did not get to on our last coaching stream. And then I will be taking a look a little bit at the new ones submitted. Probably through random, probably prioritizing Twitch subs for now. Bro, YouTube stuff is like... Bro, I don't know. I'll run it by my mods. But we'll be this is where you submit the codes, and there will be I'll be spinning a wheel probably on what codes we look at. So with that said, let me do one thing really quickly. I've been working with an amazing artist, so you guys can see love your videos on YouTube. Thanks for your great content. Oh, awesome. I'm glad you've been enjoying them. And I've started doing educational content a few months ago, 3 months ago, probably. Yeah, I've been uploading daily educational content on YouTube for a few months now. So it's still very noob. I'm an insanely noob content creator. I'm learning fast. This is later today. This is going to be one of my big projects that I'm working on, and I'm really excited to make into a video. But the sort of, what's it called? The randomizer Nuzlocke is something I've been thinking about for quite some time. I made a Nuzlocke a while ago, quite a bit ago, and it actually went really well, and it was super fun to play. However, I was never quite able to make it into a video, and then somebody else had the same idea first, or a different Overwatch content creator had the idea, and then made it into a video quicker than me. So I kind of got discouraged from ever uploading it. But nobody's done a randomizer Nuzlocke yet, and as well as I think it'll be really fun considering bans in the game and whatnot. And I just have so many ideas. I've been building up like a bunch of like songs I want to use and how I want to sort of frame it, tell a story while keeping it educational. I'm really excited. Yo, thank you so much for the sub, 3 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Yeah, like an Overwatch Nuzlocke. Nuzlocke is today. Nuzlocke is going to be the last thing that we do today. So we're going to go through our Kiriko ranked lessons, and then we are going to, depending on the time and the weather, ironically, there's a storm out right now, so I would want to prioritize some stuff later. We're going to go through our Kiriko ranked lessons, hopefully getting our support up to champ, as we're getting pretty close there. Yeah, okay. We go through our Kiriko ranked lessons, and then if we have time, then we're going to do one other ranked lessons for today. Then we'll do some viewer coaching, and then we will get into our randomizer Nuzlocke, in which I will talk about the rules of the randomizer Nuzlocke when that time comes. You actually subbed 2 weeks ago, but you want to see what the notification looked like? Oh, well, thank you so much still. When's the Lucio lessons? Ooh, I can do that. Maybe not today. But that Lucio is my favorite hero in the game, or one of my favorite heroes in the game, so that I'm sure will be coming up somewhat soon. Let me just make sure I have the file space so that my editor is able to put up the Kiriko ranked lessons for the video today. Oh, right. And last thing that I need to do, I'm just going to update the Twitch page just a smidge bit, just a little bit, to make sure that my artist is properly credited. Most emotes. Okay, bang. So in the sort of stream about me, there is a link to the artist for the emotes that we have been getting. The artist named Tally, been working with. They've been amazing to work with. I've been having a lot of fun sort of talking to them, but they've made some awesome stuff. I just want to make sure that they were credited for most emotes, not just the one. But with, can I do Doom ranked lessons? Ooh, I could do that. I like Doomfist. I think with that out of the way, let me check my to-do list before I get into the ranked lessons. Sync counter rates. Yeah, I'll figure that out later. Alright, yep, and we're good. Let's start our Kiriko ranked lessons. Which do you prefer on, or to play, or play against out of Brawl, Dive, Poke? I think it depends specifically on the heroes. I love like a good like Queen Brawl or a Reinhardt Brawl or like a Risa. But I hate Ram. But like I hate like Ram, Maga's whatever, Zarya's whatever. I think it depends specifically on the heroes being played, or like sort of like being played like with each type, but I love playing each type. Poke is probably my least favorite, as well. I like Poke if I'm on Wrecking Ball, and I like Poke if I'm on Widowmaker, but I don't like playing Sigma. Yeah, I think it's just a little bit more hero based for me rather than like the general archetypes. I really enjoy just playing a lot of different versions, or like sort of like strategies in the game, and I love theory crafting. I got the green light to stream most of my scrims coming up here, and our roster, or my team roster, is finalized. So I'm going to be streaming and making videos about our grind up to OWCS. And it will be, I've been having a lot of fun with my team. I think that we're making a really good environment. We're having a lot of fun, as well as we're a pretty unconventional team. You're not going to be able to, I think you might be able to see like some innovative comps and approaches to Overwatch. Did I check out the hero trailer yet? How do you know if our replay was reviewed? I don't know yet. But I did not check out the hero trailer. I saw like I glanced at the sheet of the abilities, but I've not seen the hero trailer yet. That's probably going to be one of the things that we like cover in like a transition, or probably like to start off like after our ranked lessons and going into viewer coaching. I'll take a look at the trailer. Maybe I'll have like a quick snack or something, and I'll babble a little bit about how good the hero could be fundamentally, and then we'll get into like viewer coaching. And how will we know if our replay was reviewed? I will, in the Discord server, every time that we take a look, if there was a stream VOD code submitted and we are able to take a look at it on stream, it will be, I will put these little like eyes emojis on it. So I'll be able to like, if your code was looked at on stream, then it'll have these little eyes emojis. And that way, I'll also know if your code wasn't looked at, and I'll be prioritizing getting through the codes that I can for the next time. And if any of you in chat are currently, like if you have a new replay code you would rather me look at, but you submitted one previously, feel free to reply to your original message and with your new code that you would rather look at. I would still prefer, like I'm still going to prioritize it since I wasn't able to get to any codes that we didn't get to last time. But just reply to your message, I think, and I'll be able to still prio, but with the new code. Alright. Well, actually, we're not locking in yet. Widow ranked lessons? No, we have not played Widow ranked lessons yet. I would love to play Widow ranked lessons, though. It's a lot of codes, counted like 12. Yeah, there's quite a bit. I won't be able to get through them all. I do spend, like, I really want to make sure, whenever I do coaching, I want to make sure I do it right. I want to make sure that every player that I coach or I look at their codes and whatnot, that they walk away feeling like, yeah, I know what to do to improve now. I can tell I really, really, really hate the common approach of coaches, or especially content coaches, of just kind of telling you how to win in the moment. My coaching is prioritized on making sure that the player improves and is able to continue growing in the long term. Okay, but with that out of the way, I won't be looking at chat too much here, and locking into our first game here for the extended Kiriko ranked lessons, we are going to be on Suravasa with the bands of Reaper, Diva, and Hazard. I have with the team composition of Juno, Winston, Symmetra, which I think is going to be really, really good for us. Kiriko is going to be able to fit into almost every comp that you can imagine in the game. There are going to be some things that might be a little bit difficult to play against as Kiriko, though. I personally don't like playing against like a Zarya or heroes that are able to force out my abilities easily, like a Genji or a Tracer or a Wrecking Ball, too much on Kiriko. So I would be leaning into very high mobility and dangerous threats like Wrecking Ball, like Tracer, like Genji, if I'm going to be playing Kiriko. But with that in mind, the Wrecking Ball is going to be looking for a hit onto us, and my job right now, I think, is just going to be primarily keeping up my team as much as possible. With the Wrecking Ball just pressuring me off of the high ground, I'm going to be a little bit late to care for my Winston. But as I see our Winston going in, I'm going to be looking to TP back and care them a little bit more. Noticing that my Sojourn is split and alone, I'm not going to be able to care them as my Juno also gets fairly low, but finding a kill onto the Tracer will enable us to walk forward really aggressively. Wrecking Ball is looking at me, which I think is going to be okay because I have multiple TP targets, but as both of my Juno and my Sojourn get low, I'm going to TP to them, care them, but I want to be taking other space on the map as we sort of walk. I want to make sure, like, as you can see, I'm basically primarily heal botting here, since I'm going to be the only hero on our team that is able to keep up with the sort of like fluid fights and mobility on the map from the enemy team as well as our team, and output healing. Since our Sojourn can't heal, our Tracer can't heal as much as they want to try to. Unfortunately, it is just not possible with their kit. So I want to make sure that I'm being very fluid and dynamic with my positioning to make sure that their divers or the enemy team has as hard of a time as possible forcing me out, as well as my team has as many options for places they can fight and can stay in as long as they want, as I'm walking around the map. I see their Tracer right side, or left side, so I'm going to be taking this right side. Bubble coming out onto the Cassidy, and the Kitsune Rush on the point will be making it so I want to be really matching this sort of aggression. Primal Rage is being used. My Winston's trying to find the kill onto the Wu Yang. I'll throw a couple shots to see if I'm able to help out with it. But as their Tracer's on me, I'm going to focus on healing to utilize my Medic passive as much as I can to heal myself as I heal my Winston, since the sub-role of Kiriko's Medic is going to heal Kiriko for 40% of whatever they heal their team for. So while shooting the Tracer is going to be really good if I had a little bit of extra HP to take that fight and potentially force out the threat entirely, since I wasn't able to deal with the threat super well and we had a bubble to play around, I was just going to try to heal myself up to give myself a little bit longer to potentially find opportunities later. Unfortunately, as we go down, we will be heading to our second point. And Wrecking Ball going behind us, looking for their quick little cycles. I can chase this Tracer a little bit as they do not have their recall. But with my Winston walking to the point, I'm just going to be throwing my Suzu at them, carrying them as much as I can. Wrecking Ball gets very, very low, but we will be going down. I think maybe potentially I'm playing a little bit too passively. So I might be trying to get a bit more aggressive and play a bit more to deal damage, as healing my team is effective, but I think there might be too many threats active for us to really heal through, and it might not be enough value for us to win this game. But if I'm able to hit like if I'm able to take a duel against like a Tracer or something and like force them out early, we would be basically effectively giving our Juno way more HP in the fight, as the Tracer would not have the option to get onto our Juno or our Cassidy later. Unfortunately, I will lose that first duel. I didn't know that they had the melee perk already. So I was expecting to have a little bit more time to pop my Suzu before or while they reloaded, but that'll be okay. That's one of the micro aspects of Overwatch that really just comes with time and intuition. So Wrecking Ball goes in, we're going to be popping our Ray, so I'll be walking along with our Juno here. And with the Wrecking Ball getting very, very, very low, I could potentially be trying to help that out quite a bit. So Cassidy on this main area, I can just be jiggle peeking. It's actually impossible for Cassidy to... that's the wrong perk. It's actually impossible for Cassidy to pull their high noon fast enough if you're just really quickly jiggle peeking. And barely exposing yourself. So you're able to use any sort of projectile-based weapon or sort of clicking-based weapon to slowly pressure out a high noon. While they will build the skull on you, and as soon as you're sort of out in the open for more than like half a second, they will be able to find the kill onto you. As long as you're keeping it sort of below that little bit of time, you're going to be a-okay to just continue shooting out the Cassidy. But I do want to continue trying to fight a little bit more, potentially stacking on my Tracer a bit to control the space aggressively. Wrecking Ball going in, I'm not too... Wow, never mind, I should be concerned. I figured that my Tracer would be able to sort of like help me in this, or in that sort of left room, but as the Wrecking Ball and Tracer just blink past, we are going to be going down. A huge kill onto the Wu Yang though. While we are down 2, it's still very, very winnable. I want to make sure that I path towards my Juno as quickly as I can, since if my Juno goes down, the game is about to get a lot harder. Put my Kitsune Rush on the point to heal up my team, as well as see if I'm able to take anyone down, or any of the enemies down. With my Rush getting us onto the point, despite their mines being used, I think we're going to be in a pretty decent spot. Our Winston steps forward a little bit. Now I could be looking to chase with my Winston, but as I hear their Kiriko behind, I'm just going to be trying to mark out any sort of dangers or ways that my team could lose. As I know this Tracer is still lurking behind us, I want to just be backing up instead of helping my front line, because the enemy team is forced to touch the objective, and if they're able to find a kill on the objective or use their pulse bomb to take someone down, it would make the game a lot harder for us very, very quickly. So instead of helping my front line, who are going for a really aggressive play, I just want to make sure that nobody could die behind me and hope that my Winston would be able to get back a bit later into the fight, since as long as we held the point, we'd be winning the game. Going into this next fight though, I believe that they have quite a few ultimates at the ready, with our Cassie falling pretty low, but their ball also gets fairly low. We're going to be in a pretty decent spot. We hear our Juno Ray use, but as their Kiriko goes down, Tracer ends up behind us, and that's going to be something that we want to pay attention to. If I stay within TP range of my team, I can be looking to pressure out this Tracer a little bit. I want to just take a little bit of scouting, make sure that I can see or find them early if I can. As my team pings them on right, I'm going to just be walking forward as I know there's no threat behind us anymore. And we can just be looking to spam out this main area. See Tracer on right once more. I could be throwing some kunais, making sure that I keep glancing back towards my team though. But as their Tracer fights ours on this right side, I want to just be helping out my team the best I can. Unfortunately, their team is going to be really, really aggressive. I figured that we would have a lot more sort of time until we just all fell over. Maybe my Winston got forced and I didn't see it, but that's definitely an awareness issue on my end. I was not quite ready in time to help our Cassidy with my Suzu, despite me checking around frequently. It will result in us losing that fight. I know this Tracer's still around this right side, so I'm going to be taking an angle and using my self-survivability and mobility to force her out or clear the space for my Winston. As they jump in to the Junker Queen and use their Primal Rage, I'm going to be looking for my rush on the point here to see if I'm able to take the space. Hopefully finding the kill onto the Kiri, but as my Juno gets low, I'm going to be shifting just to kind of pocket them. I really don't want to be going down, as I will be our only healer. I'm going to be prioritizing just making sure that I heal as much as I possibly can, doing a little bit of extra damage to the Junker Queen because I have my Miner perk, which will allow me to weave in some kunais much more aggressively and still heal up my team. We're going to be able to take them down before they get the kill onto our Winston. With that in mind, I think the Tracer might have a touch still. No, they will not. So we're going to be going up 2-1 in this point and being one away from winning. I think that we've been adjusting well, and us trying to take a little bit more aggressive space on the map and controlling the threats in an aggressive fashion is enabling our team to actually survive much longer in these fights rather than when we were just pure heal botting. With my Winston getting fairly low, I'm going to see if I can keep them alive. I know that they might have their Tracer Pulse Bomb soon, which is something I want to be careful of, so I might not be as aggressive early to see if I'm able to save my Suzu, since like you've probably seen quite a few times now of me playing in more aggressive positions. I get my Suzu forced rather early, frequently, but as their Queen finds a good axe onto my Cassidy, I want to be using it to make sure that they stay alive. As my Winston gets fairly low, I'm just going to be TPing over here and then holding this high ground. Very careful, or at least noticing their overclock, because that's going to be one of the things that has a bunch of range, and if they get into line of sight of me on that high ground, I would just be going down instantly. So as you, I'm just continuing to manage the threats around the map as well as update my job, and I don't think I ever put it in clear terms yet, but how I sort of identified my job now, while initially my job is to keep people alive. My job is to make sure that my team stays alive through this sort of game. My team, and in the ways that I decided was best, I tried to heal bot for a while at the first point, which was resulting in not enough sort of like, I didn't have enough healing to keep everybody up, so then I pivoted to marking out threats a little bit more aggressively and playing a bit more for my damage and mobility parts of my kit on Kiriko to allow us to actually start winning more frequently. As my team is forward, I could use my rush on the card to stop. My Juno has a similar idea, and I think I am going to pop my rush. Unfortunately, not quite able to get the kill onto, or not quite able to keep my Juno alive, but with Primal Rage being used, Queen Ult being used right after that, we are going to be winning our first game here on Kiriko. Ending that 15-4, 6,000 damage and 11,000 healing. We still definitely were prioritizing our healing throughout that game, but making sure that we're forcing out threats and playing aggressively, trying to get some of our damage value to make our healing more impactful in the long run, was going to be this shift that caused us to start winning that game after the rough start. So, with that said, let's see what our next game looks like. I think we continue our winning trend. Yes, we do. Hopefully we're going to be able to get up to champ, but let's see if we can do that. Bang. And then like editor right there is going to cut it and it's going to be freaking awesome. Aside from crosshair placement and Vaxa, do you have any other tips to consistently land headshots on Kiriko? Yeah. Those are the two most important things, I think, that will allow you to succeed with headshotting on Kiri, your aim with Kiriko. But general mouse movement is also something that's really important for you to sort of implement. So having decent mouse control can come from a lot of different ways, and it'll naturally improve as you play the game. But Vaxa, Kovacs, aim trainers are a very good way to sort of showcase or build up your raw mouse control, which will allow you, because Vaxa, what I taught, or what I sort of preach a lot about landing headshots consistently on Kiriko, is just go into this game mode Vaxa in custom game, and then line your headshot, or line your crosshair up at head level, and then sort of like get a good feel for the sort of fire rate and speed of your projectiles. Since if you get a good feel for the speed of your projectiles, and you have decent crosshair placement to allow enough room for your projectile to sort of fly towards the enemy, you're going to be able to find headshots really consistently. But the main issue that I think a lot of players will run into still, while it will improve over time, is actually getting your mouse to the spot in that you see that the projectile can land at, but you still need to like put your mouse there. I recommend Aim Labs or Kovacs to just build that actual raw like mouse control and mouse movement. Those are both games on Steam. Kovacs costs money, Aim Labs is free though. Either one does the trick. I prefer Kovacs because the scenarios, or it gives you a little bit more freedom with how you can craft scenarios, which allows for more intricate aiming tools, but they both do the same job. But if you're struggling, even if you can like sort of see the projectile, even if you can see like where you need to put the projectile, those are going to be the two things I like super recommend on actually like improving your mouse movement and mouse control. Did I check out the hero trailer yet? Oh wait, that was a while. Let's get you finally caught another live. Awesome, glad to have you here. Let's go, Kronos. And I'm a support main with like 1,200 hours in the game, and I still absolutely can't get a hold on Kiri's kit. She just feels so flimsy. Yeah, she is really strange, in which she's kind of like a jack of all trades, where you can do a lot of different things, but some heroes are just going to be doing your job like better. Like Baptiste is going to be able to output more damage and more healing, but Kiriko has the utility of Suzu as well as the mobility of wall climb and teleport to allow for like a lot more options in plays that you can actually make. While Baptiste is going to have fewer options in the plays that they can make, they're going to be doing their plays a little bit stronger. Any tips on playing with or against Zen as Kiri, because I find it hard to know when to Suzu Discord orb. Interesting. General tip, against Zenyatta is going to be the strongest sort of front to back support in the game. And what I mean by that is if you all like you stack in a line and the enemy team stacks in a line and you guys just shoot each other, the Zenyatta is going to be winning that raw numbers exchange, because Discord Orb is fundamentally insane. You instantly do 30% of an HP bar. Putting that on armor is insane. Like a tank with like a lot of HP, that's like essentially like 170 damage just by hitting E, or more, with like considering how it affects armor. So you're never going to be able to win like the raw numbers trade against Zenyatta. So his weakness is angles. Take space around the map to make it hard for them to actually pump numbers in. So as Kiriko against Zenyatta, you want to just be flanking, try to bait the Discord Orb onto you and then teleport to like a safe spot, or just shoot them or help your teammates shoot them from other space or angles by utilizing your mobility. I'll be reading chat more soon, but for now, let's lock into our second game here, which is going to be on Runasapi with the bands of D.Va, Zarya, and Reaper. D.Va is going to be a very fun band. I just like banning D.Va on most heroes, I'm not going to lie, because D.Va is really not fun to play against. But Defense Matrix can also be a very big issue when it comes to healing up our teammates in difficult situations, or trying to get value out of our Suzu. Really good D.Va players are going to be looking to eat your Suzu or your cleanse on things very frequently, and it can make it very hard to find value out of your kit. But looks like the enemy team is going to be on Hazard, Cassidy, Wing, and Ana. So with the Ana and Wu Yang, main thing that I want to be considering is just sort of the space that I can control on the map once more, since they're going to have a very numbers-based comp, and the utility of Ana is going to be something that I need to be considering for to cleanse if they get like a good nade onto my Hazard or my Lifeweaver, and either of them are within damage range of the enemy team. We're going to be in a pretty rough spot pretty quickly. As my Lifeweaver takes that space, or takes the control of the cart, I'm going to be standing right side with my Tracer to see if I can help them find their way onto one of the supports like the Ana or the Wu Yang, which will give us massive value and take away a lot of the damage that could potentially stop our team from winning. But with our Tracer clearing a bunch of space, we're going to be in a pretty good spot. Unfortunately, not quite able to find the kill on the 1 HP target, but as we opened up a lot of that space, the enemy team was forced to fight all the way back there, like on that high ground area, which allowed our Lifeweaver to literally just AFK on the cart and let us start winning the game through the objective really hard. So that will be getting us the early checkpoint by going and helping our Tracer on the angle. Since the enemy team does not have the mobility to really match us with the Tracer and the Kiriko, they're going to have to commit more to forcing us out or fighting us than we have to commit to fighting them, because we just have the mobility options to really get out if things start to get a little bit hairy for us. Like you saw when I was on that high ground, I could just pop my Suzu and teleport back to my core, but that pulled the attention and the space away from the objective, which allowed us to get the checkpoint. With my Tracer going down, I'm still going to be holding this lane a little bit, quite more passively, but I do want to just sort of force them to not walk down main as quickly as they want. Nano Boost comes out, Visor comes out. We are going to be popping trees, so I'm going to be using my Suzu there. Unfortunately, I'm very low HP, but as the enemy team uses quite a few ultimates, we're going to be going down. Hazard walled in with our Lifeweaver and Hazard, but it will not be enough to really take them down quite yet, and we will be slowly losing. The spike's coming out, making it really a little bit scary for us, because we just committed 3 ultimates to that lost fight while we have the lead. So every time on push, I get almost all of my videos, I always say, or I have like a little catchphrase for push. Push, the actual game mode only starts at the last 2 minutes. But unfortunately, with our team sort of slowly walking forward, the Hazard is going to get an opportunity to hit a good spikes onto me and the soldier when we won't have our abilities to really counteract it and go down. So the enemy team is going to be able to push the cart significantly. But with my Lifeweaver picking me up, I have my Kitsune Rush. I'm going to be looking to help my Tracer on that angle soon. With their Hazard on that backside, and we know that they just killed our Tracer, I'm going to be popping my Kitsune Rush to slow down or help out our Hazards as they were taking a bunch of damage, while we take the cart right back. Headshot onto the Mizuki will be enabling my Hazard to clean them up, and I want to continue pumping in some damage to this Hazard, but as their Emray pops their ultimate, we're going to be falling fairly low. There's a lot of noise going on. I couldn't hear the Cassie walking up towards me, but that will be a-okay as we use our Kitsune Rush, they use their Emray ult, and we are going to be still maintaining the lead and getting hopefully a decent fight here before the enemy team gets a checkpoint. A massive pulse bomb coming out from our Tracer will be helping us take control back of the cart. Our Hazard's going right side, my soldier's on the left side. I might actually go help our soldier a bit. I do think that they have a lot of ultimates on the front line, so maybe if I'm able to take this space, I can make it harder for them to use them effectively. Fortunately, Nano Boost gets used as well as the Mizuki ult. Our Lifeweaver gets into a bit of a sticky situation, but they're going to be living very well. Just barely late to help out our soldier, but with their Emray falling very low from that duel, we're going to be able to take them down. Enemy team is controlling quite a bit of space, so I'm going to be walking within TP range and trying to pressure out the Ana, but unfortunately they're going to get the jump on me on that corner, and I will be slept and then one shot shortly afterwards. Really good play from the enemy Ana. I was hoping to just be able to throw a few shots, bait the sleep dart or the nade, and then TP back to my team, so we'd be able to win the frontline exchange after we killed one of their main damage sources. But unfortunately, I failed on the execution of that idea, and we will be going back to the spawn room, but we still maintain lead off of that big exchange ults that we just had. I know that they have their hazard ult fairly soon, so I'm actually going to be playing stacked a little bit more towards my team to see if I need to help with or help cleanse anyone. As their hazard finds their way onto my Life Weaver, we're going to be in a bit more of a difficult spot, but as soon as we see their hazard looking for another slash onto me, we're just going to be slowly backing up, baiting them into our space, and we will be continuing our lead. Spike's trade is going to be amazing for us, but we see that the enemy team just swapped off Wu Yang. Something significant to notice is it might make it so that we have less options when it comes to utilizing our mobility. Emery finding some good damage onto us. Gonna make it so I want to be chilling. Visor in the backline going to take down their Cassie and their Ana. Kiriko uses their TP, but we hit the headshot onto them, which will enable us to clean up that kill a little bit later. We have our Kitsune Rush heading into this last fight. Because push is such a volatile game mode in which even if you are at a crazy sort of like deficit in terms of like meters you've pushed the cart, if you get one good ult cycle off, you can immediately turn everything around. That's why I say that push only starts in the last 2 minutes, is because the last 2 minutes are going to be kind of like the one big ult cycle in the game, or the really important ult cycle that you'll have in the game. So with the 2-minute 30-second mark passing, our team slowly bleeding out to the enemy hazard, it's looking like we are going to be entering the most important aspects of the game here. So I have two options. I could use my Kitsune Rush really aggressively right now, and hopefully if we win that fight, or force out a lot of ultimates from the enemy team, we have the chance of building up our second Kitsune Rush at the very end. But I want to be somewhat safe about that. Using my spikes to dodge, I am going to be committing to this one big ult trade, as the enemy team uses quite a lot of their own ultimates. I want to make sure that we're winning this fight to see if we are able to build up our second Kitsune Rush later, and we are successful in winning that. We did use 4 of our own ultimates, but I believe that the enemy team used just about that many. I know that I think they use High Noon, they use Spikes, they use their Emre, and I think their Valkyrie. So if their Kitsune Rush is something fairly scary, but because we won that fight, we have the chance to force out the Kitsune Rush in a bad spot, just like that. So now we have the option of just sort of running away, stabilizing, kiting. We have the checkpoint, so we're going to be able to get the close respawn, and them using Valkyrie and Kitsune Rush there is going to be a huge bonus for us, because those are the two big tools that they had to take the lead back. So now the only chance that they have of winning is finding miracle kills onto our team through individual plays, kind of like that, or building up ultimates in a really quick way to make it, or give themselves another ultimate chance to capture the objective. As they get the checkpoint, they are going to have quite a bit more opportunities, and their Emre gets set up. Our Tracer goes in, our Soldier goes behind. I'm not going to be TPing to them, as I see the entire team turning for our Soldier, but the Visor is going to be making quite a bit of space and pulling a lot of attention, which will allow our team to start fragging out quite a bit. So I want to be pushing up. I'm going to be playing aggressive this fight to see if I can build my Kitsune Rush as much as I possibly can. If I am able to build my Kitsune Rush for this last little choke, even if I die here by playing super aggressive, it'll be okay, because it'll be okay if we die on the cart here, since we will be able to have another fight later. We just want to be giving ourselves the best chance to win the most important fight possible. As our Soldier goes down, I go down. Hazard and High Noon are both used, so we're going to have a big ult advantage coming into this next fight. They're only going to have their Emre and potentially their Kitsune Rush if they farmed it really fast. But we have our Life Fever tree, we have our Hazard Spikes, and our Kitsune Rush coming into this last segment of the game. So since we had the lead at the beginning and we identified what sort of plan we want to be playing for, we have a very clear win con here of just putting more ultimates on the cart than the enemy team can. Hazard gets very, very low. Suzu is used, and with their Emre ult being used, I'm going to be matching with my Kitsune Rush. I go down as well as our Life Weaver, but with the tree and the Kitsune Rush, our team is going to have enough healing and enough damage to take everybody else out of the game, and we will be winning this game, going 2-0 in our Kiriku's for now, maintaining our advantage the best way possible, and utilizing our ultimate abilities to make sure that we are able to win the push map. As I always say in these sort of push videos, like the last 2 minutes are kind of the only part that really matters, because of that exact example there, where they almost won. The enemy team almost won. If they didn't commit the 2 ultimates that they did in that sort of like neutral fight, they probably had a very good chance of winning. But we wanted to try to give them as few options as possible for winning that game by holding on to our win condition of our Kitsune Rush, or building it to have it in the best moment possible. But continuing our winning trend on support, we are going to be 1 game off of champion now, climbing up all the way from silver, I believe, on this account through the series. Yeah, we've been going on kind of a bit of a tear lately. So, with that in mind, let's see what our next game looks like. Bang! And then, like, our editor is going to cut right there. It's going to be freaking awesome. And then we're going to go into our champ game. Yo, thank you so much for the sub, Celerity. Yo, thank you. That's awesome. Heard half of aiming in Overwatch is matching movement. Would you? Yes. Movement is really, really important in Overwatch. Like, insanely so. It's going to be one of the next theory videos that I put onto my channel, because I don't think a lot of even really high ranked players understand the value of movement. But building up your movement is going to be one of the major things that is important for climbing or executing literally any ideas. If your movement sucks, you will not, the game will feel really bad. But if your movement's good, you have so many options always. You're going to hit more shots, you're going to live longer, you're going to get to places faster. Everything just relies on your movement in the game, and I don't think a lot of people actually know how to properly hone it. So I'm going to be making an entire video about that in the very near future. Yo, thank you so much for the sub, Shrayan. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me catch up on chat. Have I checked out the new hero trailer yet? No, I have not checked out the new hero trailer yet, but after our ranked lessons for today, I'm going to be taking a quick break. I'm going to look at the new hero trailer, and I'll be babbling a little bit about how I theorize how fundamentally good they are. Because let's be completely honest, every new hero, the devs are going to try to make good. Because it's from a marketing standpoint, you want your new hero to be good. You want the hero that is bringing in players to the game to feel good to play. So you're gonna buff the shit out of the numbers until they're in a really good spot. But each kit has kind of fundamental applications, or how good heroes are fundamentally is different. Winston is fundamentally a very strong hero, but their numbers are kind of lacking right now. Similar with I don't know, Mei, but then there are times where a hero might not be amazing in theory or applicable in a lot of different places, but once their numbers get a little bit too high, they're just dominant throughout the meta. So I'll talk, I can't predict how good they'll be on release until I see the actual numbers of the damage that they do and their health and whatnot, but I can say how prevalent I think they would be in the meta. I'll babble about that when I watch the hero trailer. But I don't know, I barely know anything about the hero yet. Just call you Shrey? Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Shrey. Welcome in. Most new heroes are strong out of the gate. It took forever to get brave and the nerfs. Yeah. Yeah, oh, I remember. Yeah, oh, I watched the trailer. I watched the actual, like, cinematic. It was really cool. I really liked it. I thought it was sick. I have not watched the gameplay trailer yet. Have I talked about, just want to thank you for your guide on social. Awesome, I'm glad. I hope that it was helpful. Have I talked about Kiri major perks? If not, would you mind sharing your opinions on them? Kiriko major perks, I actually have a bit of a controversial opinion. I feel very strongly that one of the major perks is significantly better than the other in almost or most scenarios. I believe that the attack rate or the fire rate on your teleport perk is better in probably like 90% of games than the speed Suzu perk. While the speed Suzu perk is helpful in a lot of instances where you are having such a strong utility tied to other strong utilities, where like Suzu is going to cleanse, make you intangible for a second, and is going to provide a big burst of healing. Combining that with a speed boost might sound good in sort of like in concept, but if you really think about where do you want to be providing a big burst of healing, making somebody intangible, and like giving them a second of invulnerability, you want to be using it a little bit more defensively to stabilize. And adding speed boost to that will allow for easier disengages, but as Suzu being used as kind of like an instant stable for a hero means that it's very rare that you're going to be wanting to use it to give them speed boost as well. As along top of that, Ready Step with a 40% increased attack speed and reload for 3 seconds is insane. It is really, really, really strong. You're going to be TPing very frequently, and it ties into Kiriko's base kit super well. And 40%, this is not just for your attack speed, this is not just for your kunais, this is also for your healing. So you're going to be doing basically 40% more healing and damage after your TP. You make yourself far more lethal after you use your main movement ability, which is going to provide a lot more options for you to keep yourself and others alive. But locking into our third game here, we are going to be on New Junk City with the bands of Reaper, Mauga, Diva, and Tracer. I like those Tracer Diva bands a lot, but with our team of Hazard, Symmetra, Mizuki, my first initial assessment of the job that we have here is I'm going to be kind of the anchor for our team. I'm going to be the sort of core and the main healer, and I'm going to be doing a lot of healing as our team is going to be taking a lot of their own sort of space and angles and aggression. So I want to make sure that I keep it as easy as possible for our team to live while they need to do or get the value that they need to get. So as I see our Cassidy walking forward, unfortunately they're going to go down to the Sierra, a nice tracking dart from them. So I'm just going to be backing up under this. If I go on that high ground, it's going to be a little bit easier for the enemy team to chase me. So I want to be taking the path that is hardest for the enemy team to follow and one that they're less likely to be holding. As my Hazard and Symmetra get onto the point, I'm just going to be taking this angle, keep an eye on my main. If they walk at anyone here, I'm going to be shifting my attention. And as I see them walking a little bit towards my Cassidy, I'm going to be helping them out a little bit and then pushing forward as my Hazard takes more attention. Since I'm going to be the anchor in the core of this sort of like team composition and my job is to keep people alive, I want to make sure that I am basically never getting my stuff forced early. If I'm getting my Suzu forced early or my teleport, it's going to be far more difficult for me to do my job later. See, if I didn't have like my teleport there or my Suzu because I went for an aggressive play, we were going to be in a much more difficult spot. But because my team has so much damage and so much playmaking potential on their own, my main job being healing is going to still allow us the most amount of like kind of win cons possible in a fight. Despite me not actively like going for frags like how I was in this first game. So with their beat step, I'm going to be trying to do my best to live. Popping my Kitsune Rush, trying to build up my healing somewhat quickly. Unfortunately, I'm not able to get a good LOS on my Hazard yet, but as my Hazard is able to slash away, we are going to be able to wrap around this Ramatra and then take them down, and we will be getting this first point. I think really, really good play, and as you can see, it's reflected in my stats. I'm doing way more healing than I am with damage, while I'm still getting damage in whenever I can. My main priority is just staying alive. I'm not going for any aggressive plays. I just want to make sure that my team stays alive. Kiriko's job is very flexible in what she can do, and there's a lot of different value sources, as well as it will differ a little bit for the player on how they want to be approaching getting value on Kiriko. So don't feel like super obligated to stick within logic. If it feels like you can perform better on a different idea, try it, experiment, do what feels right to you, since in the end, being a player is all about honing your intuition. If you cannot hone your intuition properly because you're limiting yourself from sticking to common sense, or like sticking to quote unquote proven ideas, or whatever like coaches or people on the internet tell you, you're going to be overall limiting yourself and your approach to the game. You should be taking a lot of what people say or advice that you're given as just that, advice. You can ignore it if you want to, but just because I have a gazillion hours and things might work for me doesn't mean they'll always work for you. That's why in my coaching I always try to cater my VOD reviews to specific individuals rather than just sort of giving you like a textbook on what is good in Overwatch, because it's not always right for everyone. But with that in mind, we have our second perk online very quickly. I have my Kitsune Rush. I don't really, wow, that's a lot of people. With their team walking forward, my Hazard looking for an aggressive spike, so I'm just going to be sitting back here for the most part and maintaining this angle. Because this allows me to be safe, it allows me to still pump in healing to my team as well as damage onto the enemy team and force them to look somewhere else if they wanted to find us, or if they wanted to try to find kills. They would need to look at us on the angle instead of just being able to swing the corner and have everybody on our team inside the line of sight. If I was stacking my team there, I was able to perform all of my job and make it harder for the enemy team by holding that slight off angle on the right side of the choke rather than just being on the left and a little bit closer to my team and helping them out. Sometimes distance is going to be not an issue whatsoever from your team. Sometimes you're going to want to play really close and stacked on your team, and other times you just want to be really far away and just healing and throwing your papers like across the map basically. Seems like the enemy team is kind of exploding a little bit or arguing with each other, so it's going to be definitely like sucks for them, but really good for us to see, because that will be hopefully making the game a little bit easier. Important not to get sort of like overconfident though, since overconfidence is going to be one of the easiest ways to just kill your win rates in ranked. That goes with like on a game to game basis. That goes with it goes on a game-to-game basis. That goes like overall. If you're loading into a lobby and you're thinking, oh, well, the rank on the left, like the lowest rank in this lobby is like 2 ranks below me. This lobby is so easy, and then you start losing. It's really, really easy to get into your head with that mentality. The game is going to give you a set of random events in ranked. You're going to have random teammates, you're going to have random maps, you're going to have random heroes banned. You're going to be thrown through a lot of different scenarios and sort of factors that you can never predict. And it's your job as a player to showcase your knowledge and your skill to find the victory screen despite all of those factors. So if you're prioritizing, or you're really focusing on one of them, or saying like, oh, well, it's going to be super easy because they're doing blank, and then you start losing, it's just going to feel really, really terrible. And it's really easy to get tilted through that. As my Hazard gets low, I'm just going to try to like help them out a little bit, but I think that will be the end of that game. We didn't have to do too much. It was a little bit rough at... Oh, drives are up, huh? It was a little bit hard at the start of the game, but we were able to stick with our job and try to execute as much as possible, primarily heal botting through that entire game. And that will be resulting in our victory screen, potentially in a rank up, but we'll see in just a moment. So as soon as it lets me leave the game, we are going to be climbing up to champion. So we finally get our support up to champion. I think kind of fitting that it's on Kiriko. Not quite up to diamond yet with our Kiriko SR. Really sucks that we just barely missed it, but that'll be okay. But I am going to play probably one more. I never want this series to be entirely focused on rank, because I use the same thought process literally in every single rank. I use the thought process of sort of identifying my job, how I want to, and like thinking about how I want to execute my job in bronze, in champion, diamond, masters, literally everywhere. I use the same thought process in almost every role, in every game. The only thing that changes through rank is execution, which is going to be something that you as a player and each individual player needs to hone on their own, though I can help guide and sort of like get prompt ideas for how you could be developing your micro and your execution of any ideas that you form. But with that said, I do like not emphasizing rank in this series too much, so it is nice to see. We only have our DPS left to climb up, but hopefully we're going to be able to get a little bit further into champ for these Curie ranked lessons. So let's see what our next game look like. And bang, cut right there. It's going to be freaking awesome. Let me catch up with chat a little bit. Thought the attack speed perk being better was common thought. No, at least in, for context, I have been competing in this game for a very long time, and I've kind of been ingrained in the community, or like the champ / like top 500 community for years and years and years. Among like GMs and champ players, a lot of them still pick the speed boost perk because previously this perk used to give you cooldown reduction as well, which when it had cooldown reduction, by far the better perk. It was basically you TP, you Suzy yourself, and then you have another TP in literally like 1 second. It was insane. But after the cooldown reduction got nerfed, I believe that Ready Step is significantly better in most scenarios because you just do more numbers. You just have more numbers that you're able to really do. The only thing that's really amazing about the Foxtrot perk for Kiriko is you're able to take wider swings without committing your teleport, because if you swing wide on a corner and then Suzy yourself as you take damage, you're going to be able to get behind cover a lot better or a lot quicker. A lot quicker because you're just faster. Also, thank you so much for the sub, the Lambers. I really appreciate it, as well as thank you for the follow, lovely Lucy. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Let me see here. I'm scrolling up in Twitch. Thank you for the follow, Hope. One of the differentiators between Masters and GM DPS I noticed has been how much better GM movement is. Yes, movement is so strong. Can you give a tip for Kitsune Rush, how to get the most value from it? If you remember one thing about Kitsune Rush, and this applies for a lot of sort of like area control ultimates, or you get some sort of big buff, or the enemy gets some big nerf in a specific area of the map. If you remember one thing, remember this. It is almost always amazing to use on the objective. If you are able to greed and then come up with ideas and make plays to allow you to get your Kitsune Rush on the point, that will be how you get the most value out of it fairly consistently. Sometimes you are going to be forced to use it to break through a choke if there's no other option to get to the objective and the enemy team is like defending in a really strong way. Sometimes you're going to be forced, but you want to avoid that as much as you can. Ideally, you want to be using it as a closer, like kind of like the finishing blow once you get to the objective or once you're trying to control the objective. So that if there's one thing that you want to be like sort of focusing on to get value out of Kitsune Rush, use it on the point, because it's the strongest brawl ultimate in the game. It makes your team harder to hit. It lets you do so much more healing, more damage. It gives all of your team more cooldowns. It's literally the most effective area control tool in the game. It is insane how strong it is. It maybe you could say male like Blizzard would be a little bit better sometimes, but for the most part, Kitsune Rush is just the strongest like area denial tool for an enemy team. If you don't have Rush to match, and you don't have like basically two other ultimates to match a Rush, and you get like the enemy Curie puts Rush on point, you just can't win. You just can't. It's really, really hard to win. Did I see Xian's kit was revealed? Yes, I'm going to be looking at the gameplay trailer later, but I do not know much about her. I don't know much about Xian's kit yet. I have not seen the gameplay trailer. I took a quick glance at like the little like summary, or like the little page that detailed like the abilities and whatnot, but I've not seen them in action. I don't know what they look like. I don't really know what they do. So I'm going to be looking after our ranked lessons. I'm going to be watching the trailers. I probably eat a little bit of food, and then I'll be babbling about how good the hero, or what I predict the hero to be like value wise fundamentally, not numbers wise, because they're probably going to be pretty good on release. You're going to want to make like every new hero that you release, you're going to want them to be pretty good. So they're going to be pretty good on release, but I can talk about how prevalent they'll be in like metas, because there are some heroes that are fundamentally or like concept wise going to be more effective in more areas than others. But for the most part, like you're gonna have like your new heroes are gonna be pretty damn good. Is healing the best or quickest way to build ult? Usually yes. Or damage, technically doing damage is the fastest way to build ult, but you run risks with that. Healing is the most consistent way to build your ultimate quickly. Ideally, you get a mix of both, but like either is fine. Damage is technically the fastest way to build ult, but healing is more than fine. Doesn't healing the tank give less ult now? Maybe. I'm not actually sure. That would make... I think I do remember seeing that somewhere, though. I think I do remember seeing that. But I'm not super confident. How's one go about submitting or requesting a VOD review? There is a Discord server linked to the channel about me, and in there's a category called Stream VOD Codes, and you submit that. Tell me like generally what your goal is about Overwatch, and then I'll be rolling a wheel later to see what codes we look at on stream. But with that said, we will be locking into our last game on Kiriko here with the band, or on Esperanza with the bands of Cat, Torbjorn, Cassidy, and Mercy. Our team composition being Dominant, Tracer, Ashe, and Wu Yang. So as soon as I see this comp, I'm thinking I need to be, me and my Tracer are like this. You can't see it, but I'm holding my fingers and like across, like together. Why this is because my team has very, very good sort of like shooters. My team is going to be outputting a lot of damage from longer ranges, which will be really important for me to help control map space. Since my team is going to be able to put out a lot of damage over the course of time, our main weakness is if the enemy team gets a lot of angles around us to make it harder for our team to actually do the damage numbers that they really want to be doing. Unfortunately, I will be playing a little bit too aggressively on lane there as my Tracer goes to the left side, and then I will be dying as soon as I TP to the left to help out my Tracer. But that will be a-okay as our team is respawning. I hear the Doomfist on this right. Our job is very hard here. it could be more beneficial, and it might be more beneficial to just stack and heal up our team. But for now, it's going to be somewhat okay to... it's going to be somewhat okay to look to help fight on angles and lanes. The Tracer is doing a very good job of sort of chasing us as soon as we use our teleport. I'm going to be maybe trying to just start. Adjustment I'm going to make is I'm going to be just walking with my Tracer a little bit earlier, and instead of like TPing to them, I'm going to be TPing directly onto my Wu Yang to potentially get healed and care if I am forced to use my TP after taking some aggressive space around our core. So I see my Tracer get their recall used, and with their Tracer getting behind us, that's going to be a chance for me to just be living. I see Doomfist somewhat around my Ashe. I want to make sure that I'm keeping people alive. Now that we have an advantage, we are up a member. I'm just going to be trying to do my best to somewhat live here. I knew that I could feel their Emery's eyes sort of looking at me, so I'm going to be popping my Suzu to deny that shot from hitting us. Big bubble from my Wu Yang. Unfortunately, I'm going to be taking too much damage as their Lucio and Doomfist are able to collapse on me within Emery LOS. Amazing kill onto the Lucio coming out from my Wu Yang, and we're going to be a pretty decent spot. I am dying very frequently because their team has a bunch of mobility, and it's like I was talking about with our bans earlier. Heroes that have a lot of mobility are going to be harder for Kiriko to deal with because they have more options to chase us down after our teleport. They're going to be able to continuously sort of like pressure us throughout the entire game. And it's just going to make things very, very hard. As you saw with other games though, when the team had a bit less mobility, they didn't have like a Doomfist or a Tracer or a Lucio or a Kiriko to chase us down. We had way more options and we're way more free to make plays ourselves. But now things are getting quite difficult. As their Lucio and Tracer collapse onto us, we're going to be in a bit of a difficult situation as their Doomfist gets more or closer and closer. I'm going to be trying to keep my Wu Yang up, but unfortunately I will not be successful in doing so, and we will be going down. But like I mentioned in our game before that one on Rinsapi, only the last 2 minutes of push are the ones that really matter. So as long as we're able to sort of keep our head up and play to try to build as much of a lead as we can initially, we're still gonna always have like our win con no matter how things are shaping up. Especially once we get some really dedicated ult fights going, we're gonna have a lot of options with this composition. Fortunately, the Doomfist is able to find an early kill on my Tracer, but I'm going to try to stay a little bit stacked on my team here since, I think I am going to pop rush here. They do end up +1ing, so as soon as they use an ultimate, like Beat to help a Kitsune Rush match, it's going to make the game a lot harder for us because now the advantage that we just got from our Kitsune Rush is negated for a little bit, as their beat health is going to allow them to ignore the extra damage that we do. So they're able to step a lot more freely and find the kill onto our Kite. But that is going to be one of the instances of important ult fights that really need to be thought about frequently. With the Emery finding some damage onto us, I'm going to be ready to teleport back to my team. And I'm just waiting for my team to sort of walk forward. I'm pulling this left side angle to see if I'm able to jump back to them as well as pressure out the enemy team as they sort of walk forward. As our wing gets fairly low, I'm going to be peeling back, hopefully able to find the kill into the Tracer. Pulse Bomb being used on our Domina, but they're going to have a little bit too much HP. I have a little bit too much HP for the Pulse Bomb to really do too much. But with that Doomfist using their punch, we can just continue trying to pump in some healing to our Domina. I do think I hear somebody left side trying to creep up onto us. But with their Doomfist having punch, I'm not going to be able to take any space that easily. Might make sure I sort of scout where our comp is or where our team wants to be playing. Tracer falls fairly low. Our Domina gets quite low as well. I'm going to be switching my attention to carrying them. Unfortunately, I don't know how that Suzu didn't hit, but our Domino will be going down. We shortly find a trade onto the Lucio, which will be making it, making a much more possible win con for our team. I don't really want to be TPing my wing there, as they're going to be within Emre LOS, and they have Doomfist and Tracer both watching. I've been seeing some sort of like negative messages about how I've been playing in chat, but it's important not to get down by them, because how I treat ranked is it is basically kind of like a solo game. If you are letting other people infringe on your mindset or your approach to the game, while they can spark ideas on how you can change and ideas that you can play for that could be different, if you are basically letting other people control the ideas that you play for, then the process in which you want to form ideas, execute them to the best of the ability, and then reflect later to see if there was anything that you could have done better about the idea or the execution. That entire process, which is kind of the fundamentals of improving in Overwatch, or in a lot of things, but in Overwatch specifically, is going to be way worse, because now you're playing to other people's ideas. You're not going to have the intuitive thoughts of how you want to be playing, and you're going to have way less knowledge over time if you keep bending your ideals for your teammates. What they say literally does not matter. My Domina is projecting their sort of woes onto me, and that is okay. That's going to happen in ranked. They can cope all they want, but as long as you are focused on your own gameplay, you will be finding a lot of success and improvement in your ranked games. So they can think whatever they want, and that is okay, because we have been maintaining a very positive win rate across all of our heroes for a very good reason. But with their Doomfist going fairly low, we are going to be able to push this cart back, and we have passed the threshold in which the game is really important. So we have all of our ultimates coming up. If we're able to use this ult cycle properly, we're going to be in a really, really good spot. A slight adjustment that I made a little bit subconsciously is I ended up stacking on my team a little bit more, instead of helping maintain space around us and just helping us sustain. Our Domino walks forward a little bit too far, and as their beat gets used, we are going to be going down. Very okay. I think that we just pushed up a little bit too far with our composition wanting to be very far back, and we want to be doing a lot of damage over the course of time. Us playing upwards ended up getting all of the abilities that we really need to sustain forced early, and it was going to create a very slow or a very short amount of time for us to be able to react with our Suzu to try to keep our Domina up. Note the little passive aggressive, considering they've been sort of flaming me in the chat this game, but I do get combative because I have faith in what I do and how I play the game. And nobody likes being flamed. It's just best to ignore it if possible, though. Most of the time, I just turn off chat whenever I'm solo queuing, but for this series, I've just had it on in case that we run into any viewers while we play. But with our Domina on the cart, we have one more chance to really win this game. We don't want to get too split from our Domina, because that is going to be our main win con right now. Is if our Domina gets forced off the cart right now, we are going to be a very dangerous spot. I'm scared of our team starting in a rough spot, so I want to see if I can get a teleport onto our Domina. Unfortunately, not able to, as they walk forward a little bit too far, and the Kitsune Rush is able to cut us off in the backline, and we will probably be losing our last game on Kiriko here. Very unfortunate, but we had a very dominant win streak for quite some time on Kiri, and that will be a-okay. Teammates have some final words for us, but that'll be super fine, as we will outscale them in the long run, and I'll be way higher rank because our process is what we want to focus on. Unfortunate finish to our session today, but we still end in champ, and with that all said and done, thank you guys thank you for my YouTube video audience for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Bang. And then like editor is gonna like end it right there, and that's gonna be the video uploaded today, and it's gonna be freaking awesome. Kind of sucks that like literally they're just projecting. I'm gonna be so for real, like they are coping. They're coping their brains out. But that's fine. As long as you're keeping like your ideas like and playing to how you want to play, you're going to be improving. If you kind of like do what other people tell you to do in ranked, you literally are inhibiting your own improvement over time, because you're never going to truly understand why you want to be doing what you do. Yeah, the toxicity never ever goes away. It will always be around in competitive games. Like Overwatch community actually I think is one of the better sort of communities out there in terms of competitive games, but when you have like a number that people care about, when you have like a SR or a skill rating that you want to continue to climb and continue to grow, people are going to get very hostile over that sort of naturally. But it happens. That's okay. I'm taking a quick little break here while I decide sort of what to do next. What time is it? 3 p.m. Yeah, let's do another one. Okay. Yeah, I almost always turn chat off. Like, very, very frequently whenever I'm like solo queuing and not trying to make like content or anything, I just have chat off, basically. Completely. And I like almost never join VC. Because it's literally not conductive to improvement. I know how to comm, and I can comm really well in like a team environment and whatnot. I just straight up don't think it's actually that valuable. It can be fun. I join VCs whenever I'm like having like a few drinks with friends and we're just trying to like catch a few dubs. Like I join VC. I try to make some friends on the ranked ladder. But in terms of actually winning, I don't know how valuable it is. Not familiar with toxicity in other competitive games, so you're saying Overwatch is better in that regard, then you don't want to see the other games. I mean, I haven't played like an insane amount of games. I competed in Valorant, I competed in Fortnite, I compete in Overwatch. A lot of like the big sort of like mainstream esport games are going to be just fairly toxic inherently. Yes, League from League. League is rough. Dota 2 is even rougher. Oh my god, Dota's insane. Think your vids have really improved your mental and thought of the game. Awesome. I hope they help. Yeah, I mean that's going to be like the main thing that like a player really needs to get down. Because if you don't have like the right mindset of thinking about the game, or if you aren't able to like sort of like approach with real purpose or direction to accomplish your goal about the game, then it's just going to be like insane, like way harder, like way harder. Okay. So while I take a short little break here, in both the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat, if you guys want, I'm going to be doing one more ranked lesson session. So any hero that you would want to be played that I haven't done before, put it in the chat. I'm probably going to be going with the hero that's most suggested between the chats. And I probably am going to be avoiding heroes that I have a video on, because I don't want to like sort of double up, at least until I get through like most people's like, or like a lot of like big heroes. Maybe like some niche ones I can start to like do multiple videos on like the really like popular heroes, but for the most part I'm going to be trying to avoid heroes that I've already made videos on. Sombra? Moira? Uh-oh. Reaper. I did see a lot of comments about Reaper on YouTube. A lot of people wanted Reaper. What role? Any role. Any role is fine. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people ask for Reaper, and I could definitely do that. I'm really excited for our Nuzlocke later. Wouldn't mind seeing Widow. Would love a video on Hazard. I also have seen a few Hazard. I've seen a few Hazard comments or people asking for Hazard on the YouTube videos. I'm gonna just take like probably 3 more minutes ish. While I just drink some. I just hydrate a little bit. Echo? Ooh! I did say that we would have an Echo video soon. I said in our Tracer video that we could do Echo. That Tracer video was a lot of fun to make. I just like Tracer. Tracer's just one of my favorite heroes in the game. Okay, really quickly. This has been like a thought in my head for a while. I'm gonna do this just like really quickly. Bang. I'm gonna do my like fun heroes. These are my fun. Make a poll. Friend recommended your channel. Have you done Juno lessons video? Ooh, have I? Wait, have I? I've made a lot of videos like covering Juno. I've made a lot of videos covering Juno, but I don't know if I've done a specific Juno focused video. No, I haven't. Ooh, oh my. Oh my, that'll be quite fun. I really like Juno. This has a really good Juno game. I believe... Yeah, that was Curie focused. I'm pretty sure this has a good Juno game as well. This one, oh, wait. Was this the one? This might be like the best Juno game, or like low-key one of the best educational games that I've had. Yes. This video, the key to carrying with heals, made it a month ago. The last game here is Juno focus, and I think that's a really, really good one. That I think I was able to convey some really important topics of actually like making. I was able to convey a lot of important topics of carrying on Juno and what kind of values that she could get. And then I wanted to see the movement. There's one other. Juno video, or video that has Juno in it, where I talk about movement, like basically like throughout the entire duration. And I forced Juno in like a really rough spot. And it was like really, that's not it. It was on stream. What the? Huh. I must have been spitting there. I only put in like stream talks in between if I feel like it's like really important to people's improvements. Oh well, at least the King's Row video on this one is really, really good for Juno, but I will be making a Juno video in the near future. I'm already Tracer, bro. I'm already Tracer. Briggy didn't. That should be next hero. Taking comp more seriously for the first time. You're stuck in plat diamonds. You're trying to learn how to climb higher. Yeah, that should help a lot. I think especially for that specific rank, that'll be awesome. Hazard Echo. So I think main things or main suggestions right now that I've been seeing is Hazard, Reaper, and Echo has been on my mind for a little bit now since I've been thinking, since I said that I would do Echo somewhere in this Tracer video. Watching your tank ranked playlist, and you have a lot of information presented during the map selection. I was wondering if you thought about making videos that collate that information in one place. What tanks or heroes in general perform well in certain maps? Maybe just a Google Doc instead of a video, if that sounds like it would make for an interesting video. Yeah, that'd be a good theory. Yeah, I think that could be a good video. I'll add that to Theory Thursday list. I have a list of like sort of theory topics that I am going to be like sort of like slowly working through. I prioritize the theories or the ideas that I think is the most like the most applicable for people to learn and do them first. That way I'm able to sort of come back later and redo them if needed. But I want to get the information out there so people can start improving at the most important concepts as fast as they can. If there's going to be any video on, if you want to be improving Overwatch, and I can recommend any video of my own for you to watch, this one. This is the video that I feel strongest about that will help people to like truly genuinely improve in the game. It's not like a ranked lessons, it is a theory video, so the gameplay is just kind of like background gameplay. It's mainly just kind of like audio, like podcast type beat. But it's this is the core idea of like how to improve at Overwatch. Generally a lot of video games, but I'm talking about I talk about specifically Overwatch for now on this channel. Tracer's the best mythic skin in the game. Yeah. Alright, I'm doing this really quickly. Actually, no. I think I'll wait until I do like a fun tier list, since I'm feeling a good bit better now. What's this tier list? I was gonna do like a hero fun tier list, like how much fun I have playing each hero, but I think that'll be safe for later. Reaper, Echo, Hazard. I am going to be avoiding Moira, and I'm going to be avoiding Moira, Mercy, and Venture for now. I apologize, chat. I just want to make sure that I want to make sure that things stay educational as much as possible. And I literally just like haven't touched these heroes in a very long time. So I'd want to like just sort of like feel out their kits a little bit and like at least spark some ideas I could talk about. Because especially now that we are in like champ, I don't want to make it like I could figure out how to play these heroes in champ. But I don't want to make like a video that's just like dying off cooldown perma while I figure things out. So I'm gonna do things. I'm gonna do a little bit of a like experimenting before I make an educational video about them. Widowmaker. I think I'm gonna do potentially Echo. I think. Because I think this is going to be a quicker ranked lessons. I'm going to be going with Echo for today's video, but I'll be trying to stream very, very frequently in the near future. But I keep saying that, and I ran into like some health problems this past week or so. That's why I wasn't able to be around nearly like as much, and some of the videos were a little bit shorter for the last week or so. But I'm feeling a lot better now. Vendetta one day? Yeah, I'll do Vendetta. But for today, or for this ranked lesson specifically, I'm going to be focusing on Echo, just because I kind of, I said that they would be coming up very soon when in the Tracer video. Hello, good day. What up, Slime Bars? Echo's a really fun hero to work with. They can be doing like so much. Unironically, like I haven't played like crazy amounts of Echo, but they are one of the heroes I've been thinking about just like super one-tricking. Like I would want like a series where I like would want to just try to become like one of the best Echo players, because I think that there's a lot of kind of like untapped potential of this hero. As well as like, because my hero pool, like I play all of the heroes in the game. I'm able to get like up to champ on almost every hero in the game. At least I can get every hero up to Grandmaster very consistently, and then almost every hero up to champion. I would love Echo, and I'd love experimenting with what kind of value I could find with dupe, because dupe is such an interesting ability, and for somebody, and like for like me, I kind of drool at the thought, because I love playing every hero. I really love kind of like feeling out what each hero does, how they want to play, and so duplication is like a really exciting ability or thought to me to get like really good at. As well as Echo's kit is just super fun. There's a lot of ways in which you can be playing Echo. You can be playing her, I think, in a fairly like a very pokey based way. You can play her kind of like as an assassin to just like blow people up, be very sneaky because he doesn't have footsteps for some reason. There's so many ways in which you can play Echo, and I'm curious to explore it. I know generally like the proven methods of playing Echo, but I do think there's a lot of untapped potential of this hero when it comes to higher ranked players playing her, since most of the time you would just like people kind of like figured out what they like in high ranks. People like Genji, people like Tracer, and then people like Hitscan. There's not too much experimentation like kind of ever going on, at least in NA, which I will be making a video about soon, because I know a lot of people, or it's like a question on a lot of people's minds whenever they watch like pro gameplay of like, damn, why does NA suck so much? And I have very strong opinions, and I think I know the answer, and I'm gonna make a video about it someday. How's Vaxa different compared to Kovacs/Aim Labs? Vaxa is different from Kovacs and Aim Labs because Kovacs and Aim Labs focuses specifically only on aiming in general, not specifically Overwatch based. So, to showcase it really quickly, I'm gonna use VPN to play on EU and Asia servers. Yeah, that could be a fun video idea. I'd like doing that. So to bring up Kovacs really quickly, there's a lot of ways. There's a lot of doohickeys and bells and whistles for Kovacs. This is just the one that I'm most comfortable with. You have a lot of different modes of Kovacs. Generally, you are going to be wanting to be using the either benchmarks or the sandbox modes if you are just trying to get better aim to perform in like Overwatch. But ideally, you just find like a good like benchmark. I think I'd recommend finding a good benchmark that you like. I recommend personally the Viscose benchmarks to start with, because it tells you exactly what sort of parts of your aim and what muscles exactly are getting trained through each scenario. So actually playing a scenario looks something like this, where it's very bare bones, is literally just aim. You move the mouse, you have a little like dot, you can customize like the background, the textures, your sensitivity, your crosshair. You can customize a lot of things, but in terms of like what it actually does, this is different from Vaxa, because this hones your actual mouse movement and your control of your mouse. It's a very useful tool. It's literally how I always describe it to anyone first getting into aim training. It is going to the gym for video games. Like playing aim trainers is going to the gym for video games. It feels the exact same. That like you're gonna hit like, it gives you a score. You're gonna hit like PBs. You're gonna like have bad days, it's gonna suck, but you will continuously like be able to improve, and like it's a very, very similar mindset to just going to the gym straight up. There's a ton of like things about aiming to really talk about, and the intricacies of it are really interesting, but I won't get into that here. I will probably make a video on it somewhat soon. That is a very important part about Overwatch and executing ideas, just having good aim. But that'll be somewhat in the future. For now, I'm just going to be focusing on this specific game, in which... Let me stretch off. Okay, locking into our first game here for our Echo video, we are going to be on Suravasa with the bands of Mauga, Roadhog, Cassidy. So, with Echo, the bands that I usually like to take is basically, it's just Tracer. I want Tracer gone, eradicated, out of the game. Tracer is going to be really scary to play against as Echo because she's going to be very difficult to land projectiles on. Even if you do land something like stickies onto the Tracer, she's going to be able to have mobility options to either grab health packs or her recall to just basically cleanse the stickies entirely. She's going to be difficult to aim at with your tracking beam and hit your shots with, and she's going to be able to kill you very, very easily. Other heroes I really like to take out of the game whenever I'm playing Echo are hit scans. Hit scans are very, very good to take out whenever you're playing Echo because there's a lot of opportunities for Echo to be flying up towards the air or into the air, which if they have a good hit scan player, as you can see probably demonstrated by my Pharah, it can go really south really fast, as they're going to be able to do instant damage to you no matter how high up you are. Actually going higher up makes it easier to do damage. So as their Doomfist gets fairly low, I'm going to be looking to chase that down with my stickies. I threw my stickies above them and not onto the Doomfist because waking them up could have made it a lot harder to guarantee the kill, and I wanted to get all the explosion damage kind of at once. But stabilizing here, we are going to be in a pretty okay spot. Their Doomfist wants to find some sort of punch in, but as their Echo or their Emre looks to swing, I'm going to be waiting for my Wrecking Ball to go in and then get active with my plays. So the main thing about Echo specifically is she's going to be very squishy, but she's going to be hitting very hard. She's going to be filling that sort of like glass cannon role of DPS, where as soon as like people start to look at you on Echo, it's going to be really hard to be finding a lot of value. But as soon as you're not looked at or somebody else is taking attention, you're going to have a lot of opportunities to just really frag out. But with our Wrecking Ball taking all of the attention in the world, we're going to have a chance to walk forward without being shot by the Doomfist or the Emre or the Mizuki. And we're going to be pretty solid. Reaper's on top of us, and I will be going down to that unfortunately, as I was not able to live long enough to get some care, but that will be okay. Just kind of overextension. I definitely could have kited back to point instead of straight up with my fly, but movement is going to be one of the big parts of Echo for that reason. There are going to be times that threats are able to get onto you, but how you're actually able to navigate them and live through them is going to be really important. Our beam is also an amazing tool. If we're able to live and get active in the late fight when our teammates are taking a lot of attention, not only will it allow us to get active with our raw damage and finding stickies and our M1s, but it also will be giving us a lot higher chances of taking down targets with our focused beam. Since our focused beam does significantly more damage after somebody's below half HP or after a target's below half HP, we are going to be able to use that in the mid fights very frequently to confirm a lot of kills that we could want. As their Doomfist backs up, they're not going to have a very easy touch on the point, in which we will be winning that first point. Doomfist does have their punch, and I want to see if I can stop it, but as their Emre is in a pretty decent spot to take us down, I'm going to be chilling a bit. Unfortunately, I give their Doomfist punch yet again because I'm just feeling so generous. I looked at my calendar and I thought it said Christmas, but it's actually June 6th. Or 11th now, what the hell? I'll be giving their Doomfist an early punch, which does make him fairly lethal. So as their Emre takes his high ground, I might actually go for one of my dupe plays here. Finding an early kill onto the Emre allows me to maybe potentially hold it, but as their Doomfist finds one, I think that I'm just going to be duping our Emre here to just pump in a bunch of damage and try to build up my ultimate ability. Doomfist is able to take... Wow, that was a crazy punch. Doomfist is able to take down our duplication with help from their Reaper. But as the Reaper gets fairly low, I'm going to be able to use my Focus Beam to force out their Wraith. Cat is very low HP, but unfortunately with their Emre controlling this main area, I don't want to be walking through all of that open space. And instead, I'm just going to be taking this left side. My Wrecking Ball goes in, which will be allowing us to walk forward, finding the Focus Beam onto the Mizuki. Basically, what I'm looking for constantly as I play Echo is I'm looking at what my team is doing and who is low, who is taking a lot of damage. Because if somebody on my team is taking a lot of damage, that means that people from the enemy team are looking at them and won't be looking at me if I try to do something and get active. So that's what we call vision aggro most of the time, and I talk about a lot in our Tracer video. But as I hear the Reaper on this right side, I don't want to be really fighting with that. But our Wrecking Ball takes a lot of amazing attention. Doomfist goes in once more, but as they start to walk up a bit more and take more space on the map, I'm going to be a little bit more careful. Doomfist quite low. I'm going to see if I'm able to take them down, and we are successful in doing so. Reaper behind on the left side. I'm turning around to clear our space and try to see if I can keep our supports alive. Unfortunately, I turned a little bit too late to keep our Brigitte alive, but as our Mizuki gets very, very low, we can be looking to chase quite a bit here. Emre is one of the last people remaining, but I don't want to be greeting for that kill. Since we have the objective, it's better for me to make sure that I live rather than going for that kill. And with our specific comp, I'm actually going to be... I usually take the extra sticky bombs, but I am going to be using my Focus Beam perk here. And I think I'm going to be duping Brigitte. The idea behind duping Brig is if I can farm my rally, we're going to be in actually a really good spot to potentially win a brawl on the point. Unfortunately, I took quite a bit to actually farm my rally, or I take a very long time to do so, which does make our idea quite a bit worse, but that's one of the reasons why I was talking about before on stream, is I think it'd be really cool to explore the intricacies of what value dupe could get. I think the safe answer for dupe is basically always just dupe a tank. As they're going to have a lot of staying power in fights, they're going to have a lot of options to find a lot of kills, as well as force out enemy team, or keep your own team alive. Duping tanks is always a very safe bet, but I wanted to try to experiment with the Brigitte dupe there a little bit, see if I could farm the rally, but since it just took me a little bit too long to farm it, we will not be getting the value we really need out of it. Tracer on that left side, I was trying to see if I could catch her off guard a little bit before, I was just going to see if I could try to catch her off guard to potentially force her before we walk up, but an amazing pulse bomb from her will be resulting in us heading back to the spawn room and us losing that point. Definitely okay. Not ideal, but with their team walking forward a little bit, I could potentially be trying to live. Our Ana is in a really good spot to help us out, but as our Wrecking Ball goes down, I'm just going to be stacking on my supports a bit to see if I can try and keep them alive. And I see the Doomfist main, I see the rest of their team sort of walking to this right side. Sticky bombs onto the Tracer, but that will not be enough to take them down. Like I was mentioning earlier, Tracer is actually a very, very hard matchup for Echo to deal with because she's able to have more mobility than us and force out a lot of our, like the things that we want to do are difficult when Tracer is around. The Reaper gets 1 HP. I want to see if I can take them down with my Focusing Beam. But as they use their Fade, we're going to be in a bit of a rougher spot. I have my Death Blossom at the ready, but I'm going to be capturing the objective here. Popping my Death Blossom before I go down. Doomfist finds a very early punch onto me though, as soon as the duplication ends, which will be taking us down. We do get the flip though, so as our team has the objective, we're going to be in a really good spot and then buy time for our Emray to utilize their ultimate and forcing the enemy team into a good spot for our Emray to get damage off onto them. Since our Emray knows that they're forced to be in that specific location, they're able to just direct all of their shots onto it, and we will be finding all of the kills that we could need and flipping the point back in our favor. So now thinking about how I want to be approaching this here, I'm going to be looking for early stickies and early cycle, but I want to be saving my HP and cooldowns a bit for late fight. As their Doomfist uses their block, maybe I could be pressuring early, but with them having a lot stacked on that sort of main area, maybe I could be a little bit more careful. Reaper's 1 HP. If I'm able to hit some shots on them, I could maybe try to take them down, but unfortunately, they're going to be a little bit too deadly for us. Tracer gets fairly low, but I cannot quite finish them. Doomfist 1 HP. We are able to find the kill on them through our sticky nades, but as the Reaper starts to look at us a bit more, I'm just going to be trying to lurk up towards these high grounds and glide on the walls to see if we can live. As their Doomfist starts to chase me a bit though, I'm going to do my best to live. An amazing punch, actually insane punch, and finding some stickies onto the cap, but unfortunately we will be going down. If they weren't able to hit that punch, we would be safe and sound and be able to have time to build up our duplication, but especially as we push high into GM2 here, and into these sort of like potential champ lobbies, there are going to be some really mechanical, amazing mechanical players. Unfortunately, using my duplication, we will be going down there. I was hoping that I could buy some time and potentially get onto the point myself after forcing out the enemy team, but we will be falling a little bit short of that idea. I think I might be playing a little bit too much on my own, so I'm going to be trying to shift a little bit and stack on my backline a bit more, rather than trying to go for my own solo plays, as I've not been able to find many opportunities where the enemy team is busy looking at someone else and not looking at me. So I'm going to be trying to start a little bit more towards my Brig and my Ana, and see if that will help us out at all. As our Doomfist goes down though, we're going to be in a bit of a difficult situation when it comes to actually how we can be playing this fight. Without a tank, it does make it a little bit harder since the rest of our team is somewhat squishy, our Brig being the one with the most self-sustain. And I don't want to be walking through that sort of closed space area, as that's going to be a very easy punch for the Doomfist. As the enemy team walks forward, our Brig uses a rally, so I want to be trying to catch that later, but Tracer on the angle is just going to make it so difficult for us to really follow up on any play. Like I was saying a little bit earlier, Tracer is going to be one of the main heroes that Echo loves to ban, since if they're able to control space on their own just like that in these sort of mid fights, it's going to make it super hard to accomplish much. I see their cat walking up and I could potentially be looking to fight it, but unfortunately they're just going to blow us up. I need to hit one more shot before using my focusing beam there, since the per healing was going to keep them above half HP. We weren't able to get most of our DPS in at once. I was just taking bad 1v1s in a lot of those instances, when I definitely could probably be playing a lot safer through the course of that game, which will be resulting in us losing that first game on Echo here. Definitely sucks. I think that I could have played it a lot better, but I know how to shift to allow us to find more value on Echo a little bit later, especially against those sort of more mobile matchups. So let's see how our next game looks as we apply these ideas to our next game. Bang. And now I catch up with Tap. Echo is so hard. Really fun, amazing. She's super fun. But she is definitely quite hard. I mean, she's just squishy. She's like Zenyatta, where she can be really good. Like, really good. But, like, once somebody gets onto an Echo, oh my god. Like, it can be really hard. But her mechanical, like, Her mechanical ability is really cool. Like, if you're hitting, like, all of your shots as Echo, like, it's insane what you can do. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to just kind of one-trick her. Yeah, she gets punished really, really easily. Yeah, Assassin Echo is really awesome. There are a lot of ways in which you can be sort of, like, playing her as well. I think the better your mechanics are, the more options you have in which, like, you can play her. I think I'm going to be, for me right now, though, I'm going to be lurking a little bit more and playing a bit more pokey and just trying to play cleanup. Alright, but locking into our second game here, we have Antarctic Peninsula with the bands of Tracer, D.Va, Reaper, and Cat. I'm actually a big fan of almost all of these bands. Tracer and D.Va being gone means that we as Echo have a lot of chances and opportunities to start taking a little bit more aggressive angles without the fear of a Tracer or a Cat or a D.Va sort of being able to chase us down. D.Va especially going to be one of the best bands I think that you can probably have as Echo. I think like the top three are probably just going to be D.Va, Tracer, and Cassidy, as Cassidy is going to be a really, really big threat in most of the spots that you would want to be playing for your effective range. But with that said, the bans are set. We will be able to TP out of spawn room here and start our game. With our composition, I'm going to be trying to play a little bit slower. Ideally, I want to be poking out this Winston early and then chilling afterwards. If I can force Bubble out, we're going to be in really, really good positions. As the Moira walks forward, I'm going to be looking for a beam onto her, but unfortunately we're not quite able to find that kill. Venture is behind us, as they don't have their drill dash yet. I'm going to be looking to walk and take them down with my supports, but my Sigma falls fairly low as we look to do that. And Moira wants to be chasing us a bit longer, so I'm going to be taking this Mega and then looking to put some pressure onto the point as the enemy team starts to walk. Bubble gets used. Echo is going to be one of the biggest damage dealers to a Bubble kind of like in the game, since there's no fall off damage on these sort of projectiles. You're able to just shoot out a Bubble very, very quickly from any spot you can on the map, as long as you can see it. With their Venture behind us, I'm going to be chilling a little bit, finding some nice stickies onto the Moira. We'll be taking her down, and that will be opening up space for us to continue walking. I could have been fighting that Venture, but as they were very close to us, it's going to be very hard for us to actually win that 1v1. So I would rather just try to fight a better fight elsewhere, which was walking forward, cleaning up the low HP Winston, rather than trying to deal with the full HP Venture behind us. Especially since our team has a lot of mobility and self-survivability. We can be using... we can be letting the Venture cook a little bit, not too much. We can want to put some attention into the enemy Venture, but we don't have to. We shouldn't feel pressured to really like get crazy active. As I'm thinking about my dupe here, I have a little bit of bias, but I'm tempted to just duplicate Winston to see if I'm able to build my Primal Rage, as Primal is going to be an amazing ult if we do get it off. As our team sort of walks forward, I'm going to be playing fairly aggressive here. Awesome thing about duplication is even if we do get forced out, even if we do get forced out of our dupe, we will still have our basically second life to live as we respawn at least half HP on Echo. If you duplicate before or below half HP, then you're going to come out of it at half. But with their Winston walking in, I'm going to be in a pretty difficult situation here, so I'm going to see if I am able to live. And turret setup. Foregrown turret's actually going to be one of the harder things for us to deal with, but we can just, most of the time, we're going to be able to spam out the turret before we go for any huge plays, but it does add like a second or two before we're able to follow up on a lot of opportunities that our team will present for us. Since we only have 225 HP on Echo, it's going to be much harder to really walk forward if there's a turret shooting at us. But taking this right side area, I think I see the Sojourn and Ana in a bit of a vulnerable position. Unfortunately missing my stickies, but I am just going to continue to spam out this left side area. They match our beat with their overclock, which was very difficult for them to find value out of, but good for us. Torbjorn's very, very, very low HP. I don't have too much ability to super step yet, but some spikes coming out will be forcing the Moira's fade. Fortunately, not quite able to find the kill onto the Ana or the Moira in a super fast manner, but our Hazard's able to take down the Ana. Cassidy is main now. They are swapping slowly more and more to be countering us and making our job a bit harder. So to consider that, I'm going to be stacking a little bit more towards my team because it will allow more opportunities for our soldier to actually play the game. I'm starting with this back left area instead of poking up because I'm scared of getting forced early, especially being so close to duplicate, which is going to be a very big opportunity for us to potentially win this important fight. I want to just make sure that I stay alive for quite a while here. If I can dupe their Winston and then farm Primal to get their Ana out of the fight potentially, we'd be looking in a pretty good spot. 97, I'm making sure that I just don't greed, I wait. Even if we have to give the flip, that's okay, because now I have my duplication ready. I'm gonna look for stickies onto their team, bubble off their Winston on the point, but I will get popped before my duplication or my ult charge actually comes out. I was hoping that my team would be able to set, but the coalescence from the enemy Moira is going to be an amazing play that will shut down our aggressive step early for our dupe. So I think that's been a consistent issue with our duplications. I've been either going in too passively, so I'm not able to build my ult charge, or I've been going in too aggressively. So if I'm able to find the nice little middle spot or the sweet spot, I think we're going to be really good. But when it comes to improvement, if you have an idea, or if you notice a problem and you try to fix it through an idea of shifting the problem, overcorrection is always better than undercorrection, because now you can fine tune it once you've seen the sort of extremities of the plays that you can make. But despite that mishap at the end, we are able to win that first round, doing quite a bit of damage to their team. I think that we can maybe be playing a little bit more aggressively, and I think that I'm going to try to play potentially a bit more of like an assassin-based style or stacked on my team, rather than kind of like a frontline shooter as much. We'll see how it goes, or how this map goes. Since this is going to be a bit more of an enclosed space map, we might end up playing a bit more of a shooter role anyways, which will be okay, but I'm curious to see how maybe I could utilize that right side area. As I see their team walking forward, I'm just going to be trying to take an angle on this point side, see if I can poke out their Winston at all. If I can chunk their armor before they go for any big play, it would be a pretty big benefit to our team. And as bubble gets used, we can find stickies onto them, and I'm going to actually be developing this angle a little bit further, I think. As our hazard goes in, they will get bubbled off, and it's going to be our time to really look for a play. We are able to find the kill onto the soldier to trade out our hazard, but as their Winston starts to look at us a little bit more, I'm going to be waiting until I have some HP back before I go for any big play. Like I talk about a little bit in the last Series Thursday episode that we did, anytime your team is in like a really big disadvantage, say, it's really good, especially as a DPS player, to get in the habit of just trying to make things even. Going for some sort of aggressive play to win the game or take the fight back into your favor. But as our Winston goes down, we want to be doing the opposite and sort of maintaining our advantage rather than going for any crazy aggressive play, because even if we get the kill, or even if we get a kill onto their team, if we kind of go in and immediately int our brains out to trade, then we're going to be in a pretty rough spot from there. I like this right side area a lot, and they don't have too many tools to deal with it. So I'm going to be just kind of poking from here whenever I can. As I hear their Winston jump on this left side, I'm going to be stacking a little bit more towards our space. Our Kiriko gets low. If they go down, I'm going to be looking for an aggressive play. And we are able to find the kill onto the soldier, but that will be hard for us to actually survive as our team is still stabilizing on the point. Ideally, I wanted to try to copy the Ana, which would give us a little more leeway of the nade. But another thing that I'm sort of noticing, I'm going to be trying to adjust my duplications to fly in and use dupe instead. So even if I get popped instantly, I'll still have my fly to get out. I think their Cassidy is fairly close. I'm going to be pushing that Moira in a pretty safe way, but with their Winston walking forward, I can chase that a bit. Still scared of their double hit scan overlooking the point, so I'm going to be somewhat AFK with that in mind. Winston's very, very, very low. I want to be playing outside of the enemy hit scans LOS, since if they get good sight lines onto me, it's going to make things very rough very quickly. But we are able to find some good stickies onto the Cassidy and then try to find the kill onto the Moira. Unfortunately, not quite able to find the damage that we really needed to take them down when we needed to. But beat coming out from our Lucio's, visor coming out from the enemy soldier, or Hazard gets onto the soldier, will be falling low and then going down shortly afterwards. Unfortunately, not quite able to confirm that kill with the beat step. But we are trading out quite a bit. Winston gets very, very, very low. Unfortunately, not quite able to take them down either, and we will all be sent back to the spawn room. Difficult fight. If I was able to sort of stay alive a little bit longer or find the kill onto the Moira in that mid fight, we would have been in a pretty good spot. Unfortunately, I did not quite have the mechanics to make that happen. As there's soldiers on this right side, my team is starting to take it, which I might actually come help with. I see their Moira and their soldier on this sort of right lane area. And now I get an angle onto this Winston. I don't want to be the one to touch too much, but it looks like I might have to be. So I'm going to be jumping. I'm going to be duplicating Winston and then trying to pressure this back line as much as I possibly can. So finding the kill onto the soldier. I'm going to be using my extra HP that I gained as I gained in my primal raids to get out of their DPS's LOS before my duplication ends, and we'll be winning that fight. Only using one ultimate to confirm that is going to be pretty good for us. As I see their soldier top right, I'm going to be helping out our Hazard a little bit here, potentially taking this space. We do force their soldier to play very far back, but I think that might actually be a little bit rough for us because their team is able to walk forward with an ultimate advantage. Now I need to make something happen here. I'm trying to figure out where I want to make that happen. Unfortunately, as their Cassidy is across the map from us, we're not going to have too many options of places that we can play. Maybe if I wanted to live a little bit longer, instead of forcing out of that window, we would have been in a better spot. I think if I went right side or left side, our team probably had a few touches before giving things up. Our Kiriko gets one extra touch. TP is out, so I'm going to be getting this last one. Probably one more. Oh, but the tick goes faster, and I'm not able to get the extra touch that we need, and we will be losing that round, going 1-1 on this Koth. Very okay. I think that we've adjusted fairly well, and we were able to do a lot at the beginning of that, but as we force plays a bit too much towards the end, I think that we're going to start to struggle after their hit scans get set up. But I think that'll be very, very, very okay, especially on this next point. It's going to be a bit harder for us as Echo. I'm going to be leaning a lot towards this right side area, since the left side being a lot of open space and not having too much cover for us to play around is going to be a bit of a death sentence anytime their hit scans or their other DPS get into a spot where they can sort of like pressure us on that left. But this right side is going to have a lot of closed space, and it's going to be very difficult for them to get good peeks onto us and potentially allow us to actually just play the game how we want. Ramatra walking forward super aggressively. Maybe we're able to find the kill. I really didn't think that I would die there. I thought that my dash would take me like super far out of range of the Ramatra, but unfortunately we will be going down there and sent back to the spawn room. As on this right side, we know that their team is walking up. We see the Ramatra using form fairly early, which is going to be a pretty big trigger for us. As our Hazard walks up that left side, I'm going to be playing a little bit safe on this left and just looking maybe for a bit more of a passive playstyle and just kind of like poke in burst sort of rotation. So when I have my stickies and I have my fly, I could be looking to aggress a bit more. but it's not. We don't want to be playing too much constant pressure. I don't think that's the idea that I wanted to see if I can adapt into my gameplay. And it seems like we're actually finding a decent bit of value. But as our Cassie walks up a little bit, as our team walks forward, we are going to be going down there. Echo's a hard hero. Echo's really, really hard. There are so many ways that you can just die instantly. But with that said, maybe I can try to lean a little bit towards left, but I really don't think that'd be the play. I think this right side is the play and playing a bit more towards burst, but I'm just kind of getting too greedy on a lot of my steps. Because I'm not like a tracer, I don't have the mobility to really get out of positions easily. So I'm just going to be waiting for my team to take a lot of attention and space, potentially. As I hear their Cassie on this right, I can help my Hazard walk. So as their Cassie backs up, we're going to be a much better spot. I almost have my duplication, so I can be playing a bit more aggressively, but as their team swings through main area, I'm not going to get the chance to use it, but that's going to be okay because my team is going down as well. Enemy team does not have too many movement-based heroes. But that will be fine as we have... I think we still are able to get the touch. We just need to make sure that we dupe a little bit early. We are able to get the duplication onto our Matra. I know that the enemy team is holding that left side. So I'm just going to be chilling on the point area here. See if I'm able to farm up my Annihilation, but we will not quite be able to get it off in time. But that will be okay. Huge beat coming out from my Lucio, trying to counteract the Coalescence. But as we see this Ana taking a very good angle on left, I want to be trying to stuff it as much as possible. But unfortunately, we will not be able to find the kill without dying, and we will be losing that game. Definitely sucks, and I think that I'm underperforming when it comes to the lobby skill range on Echo. But we can still progress onwards with the hero, and we're going to hopefully be able to win this last game here. So let's see how it goes. Bang. She's so hard, bro. She's really, like, I see the potential. I see everything. It's just the execution that I'm messing up, I think. The ideas, I think, are good. But it's just so easy to get, like, punished for, like, every, like, tiny little, like, greedy play. Because she just doesn't have the survivability of, like, a Tracer or a Reaper or Genji or other flex DPS heroes. And you're not going to be able to win, like, in a raw, like, sort of front-to-back shooting contest against, like, a Soldier or a Cassie or Emre, because they just are hit scan and their damage is going to be far more consistent than a slower projectile like Echoes in, like, open space. So you need to be playing a little bit more towards angles, but you're just so punishable on angles. It's really hard to execute good ideas. Yo, thank you so much for the for the sub. TC I don't know how to pronounce it. I actually have no clue how to pronounce that. Chorin, thank you so much, bro. Like corn. Ugh. Like corn. Heard. Chorn. Awesome. Hey V. Doing God's work with daily uploads. Actually, my nighttime video before you sleep. Great tips. You've learned so much. Good luck and live well. Thank you. I'm glad that they've been enjoyable for you. Is it flow safe for 200 jewels? Thank you for the jewels. I don't know. I still don't really know what jewels are. But thank you, bro. I'll figure out what jewels are one day. I tried figuring it out last time we streamed. I couldn't figure it out. But thank you so much. Okay, I'm winning this game. Yeah, I'm gonna make an Echo one-trick account. She's really fun. Alright, but locking into our last game here, we have King's Row with the ban of Hazard and Diva. I think those are both very fine bans. I'd like to see a hit scan ban, something like an Emre, Cassidy. Tracer would also be very, very helpful. But especially with the King's Row being our map, we have a lot of options to actually be playing around the high ground. This is going to be sort of like one of the areas in which Echo excels with the vertical mobility options that we haven't really been able to utilize too much in our past 2 games. We are going to actually be able to play a lot more aggressive angles because we have the option of stabilizing on these high grounds that's difficult for most of the cast to actually get up to quickly. So these sort of vertical or high ground based maps are going to be ones that Echo really thrives on. So we'll see if we are able to convert that sort of advantage to a win. As I have a Mauga Zenyatta, I'm going to be leaning a little bit more towards my core here. And then stabilizing on this high ground, trying to spam out their backline as they walk. I don't necessarily need to do all that much here, but with my projectile, and them having a bunch of damage, I don't need to necessarily be super aggressive on their backline, but I need to make it hard for them to walk. If their Mauga pins in without the rest of their team, we want to be in a position to make it difficult to actually follow up on whatever their tank is doing. So there I see the Sojourn in the room, but if I'm spamming out that little like corridor or that corner, it'll be way harder for them to do anything or like shoot their gun like whatsoever. As the Reinhardt stages below us a little bit, I'm going to be leaning back and helping my Zarya as much as I can by spamming out this front line. If I do get the space to walk up, it's going to be something that we want to be looking for, but we don't want to be forcing it too much, as we just want to make sure that we are putting damage pressure in the best spot that we can to make it as hard for the enemy team to play the game as possible. The Sojourn dropping low ground, the huge Graviton Surge coming out. Fortunately, I'm not quite able to win yet. I'm scared of the Sojourn sliding up to me, but as I hear that OC end, I'm going to be looking for a play on their backline, but unfortunately we will be going down very close to our duplication, but we needed to make something happen as they were using a bunch of ults on the point. Our backline was already fighting. I was hoping that the attention that our backline would have been able to peel or take from the enemy was going to give us enough sort of wiggle room to go for a big play onto their Emre or their Sojourn. But as we are not able to quite find that kill, we will be losing that point and then holding on second. I'm going to be playing fairly aggressive on this Emre right side potentially, especially as they get low. They use their gun to get out quickly. But with my Moira Orb, I'm going to have a lot of healing potential to actually kind of win this point. And the Zenyatta's close. I don't want to die. I was thinking about duplicating there, but I was hoping that I could just swing around the corner quickly. But as the Reinhardt is forcing out our backline, our Ramattra is going to be going down. An amazing play from the Reinhardt, and actually not too many people know how to find that value out of Reinhardt in NA at least. I'm very impressed. But we have our duplication online. Their Emre went back to the spawn room, but we do not have a tank at the ready yet. Our Mei is sort of acting as a pseudo tank, but with our Moira fading onto the cart side of the enemy team's LOS, it's going to be a little bit hard, but they do get their fade back in time. Right now, I'm thinking that I just want to wait for my team to take some attention, and then follow up a bit later. As the enemy team sort of walks forwards though with their ultimate abilities, I'm going to be just popping my duplication, trying to live the best that I can, and finding the kill onto the Zenyatta, and then shortly after the Emre. With Sojourn still lurking on this left side, I'm going to be looking to try to take them down and fighting that duel fairly aggressively, and the Reinhardt will be coming back as that happens. I'll throw stickies into them, but I really want to just try to make it as hard as possible for the enemy team to follow up on the plays that the Reinhardt wants to make. Still very scared of that Zenyatta swinging on that left side, so I'm just going to try to continue spamming out, making it as hard as possible, which will take their Zenyatta out of the fight completely for a while and enable my Ramattra to walk forward very, very, very aggressively without fear of Discord Orb or damage from that Zenyatta in the game. With our Nano Boost used and our Ramattra ult being built, I think we're going to be in a pretty decent spot. I'm going for a bit of a greedy play, but as I fat finger my beam, I'm no longer going to. It's really good as Echo to be spamming the spawn door, especially on a map like Kings. To try and see if you can find any extra damage or force any CDs, but unfortunately, I was not able to think of it in time because I heard there's Zen on left side and I want to see if I go for an early play. But we will be going down shortly after going for those sort of aggressive plays. We do have our duplication online, and that is a-okay because we only have 1:30 left that we need to hold. And we have ultimates that we're able to cycle well. I think I'm going to be duplicating either their Reinhardt or their Emre potentially to see if I'm able to build up an ultimate. I'm scared of Earth Shatter here as I know that they have it pretty soon. Emre swinging wide. I will be duping Reinhardt, I think, to see if I can block Shatter. With their Reinhardt pinning into our backline, I'm going to be looking to step onto theirs. And I am able to find the Shatter onto their Reinhardt, but unfortunately, as their Emre is high ground, we are going to be in a bit of a dangerous situation. An amazing sleep will be making it easier for us to stay in this fight. Duplication, or Nano Boost coming out onto me. Unfortunately, I'm not able to use it to get anyone low HP because they have their Transcendence up. But I am able to find the kill onto... Wow, I thought I was behind the wall. I was able to find the kill onto the Zenyatta shortly afterwards, but I think due to a little bit of a mechanical failure from my end, not able to hit the shots I really needed to, we will be losing that point. Very okay, I think that they use quite a bit of ultimates there, and as we walk forward to this next section of the map, we're going to be in a decent spot. Stickies onto their Emre will be finding that kill, and I just want to make sure that I am safe and chill, not floating into the abyss, since that would not be optimal. Sojourn slides out, my Ramatra walks forward. I'm just going to be waiting for my next dupe. As they all walk, or not dupe, my next fly cycle. But as they all walk forward onto my Ramatra, I'm going for an aggressive play onto their backline. Even though I int with that, there's Zenyatta not being present in the fight for a while, since they don't have any mobility options, is going to make our retake much easier. As well as I caught the wave of my Ramatra to allow for us to walk forward much quicker later. Jericho going down, their Zenyatta does get back into this fight, but I'm just going to take this space and shoot out their Reinhardt. And then potentially their Sojourn. I think I'm going to be just duplicating Sojourn here to see if I can confirm that kill, and we are successful in doing so. And now I just want to see if I can farm my overclock. Not quite able to get any specific kills with our overclock, but with their Kitsune Rush used, we're going to be able to just sort of chill. I'm looking for one little sticky cycle, and then backing up as quick as I can here. With overclock and Transcendence used, there's literally nothing I can do, and there's only a big threat for me to peek. So I'm just going to be hiding behind that little wall there. See if I can get their Emre low, as there's a lot of stuff happening on this main area. If I found any shots onto their Emre, I could potentially go for a bit of a beam play, but I do think that they have Earth Shatter coming up pretty soon here. But with their Reinhardt going down, I could be looking for a play onto their Emre, making sure that they have no other way of finding kills onto our team, and we will be holding on third for King's Row. I think we're adjusting very well, and these high grounds are giving us a lot more options when it comes to actually how we want to be playing the game. We have so many more opportunities to stabilize and peek out when the enemy team is going to have to commit big cooldowns to chase us up on the high grounds, rather than the other two maps where we're forced to play a little bit more on flat based maps. But with that said, we are going into our attack now, and I think that we're going to actually find a lot of opportunities to be getting really active and aggressive as Echo on our attack. Because Echo is going to be one of the biggest burst heroes in the game, we're going to be able to find a lot of miracle kills, and we could potentially get away with playing fairly aggressive, even if it results in us having high deaths. If we're able to open up our team of a Mei Ramatra to just get onto the point, we're going to be sitting pretty because Mei and Ramattra are going to be two heroes that like are really hard to take off the point once they're on there. So if we're able to just sort of open up opportunities for them to get into that location, I think we're going to be in a pretty good spot. Even if it doesn't reflect it in our stats too much, I think that's potential value that Echo could have here. Though also, you could open up space through just shooting and slowly poking out the enemy team. It really depends on the situation, but that's the part that you really need to hone as a player, is just building your intuition to know what's right, what do you want to be playing for across those different scenarios. With their Reinhardt close, I'm going to be looking to sort of poke them out, see if I can chunk out their armor at all and make sure that that threat is not available for the team. But since I see both or most of their team is actually on the high ground, I'm not that pressured to really like go for much. So Cassie is on this bottom right, which I'm going to utilize as a chance to maybe get some stickies onto the high ground. But as the Reinhardt looks for some pins, Sojourn wants to be swinging us. Reinhardt walks forward. I'm going to be looking to stabilize, and I think the Reinhardt wants to drop on me fairly soon. If the Reinhardt ever drops off this high ground, I'm going to be able to take it kind of for myself. But with their Cassie swinging wide, I'm just going to be super safe and super careful. Reinhardt pinning on the back area. I can maybe walk forward and look for an aggressive play. If there's anyone on this high ground, I could look to fight them. But as it looks like most of their team is in that bottom area. Unfortunately, I did miss the Sojourn up there. I didn't hear them whatsoever. We are going to be losing that fight. If I was able to hear the Sojourn and then fight them on the high ground rather than developing my angle further to try to collapse or pinch on Hotel, I think we would have been in a very good spot. But sometimes, though, your ears won't work as well as they need to be some days. Cassie in the hotel room is not something I really want to mess with too much, so I'm just going to be stabilizing. I use my fly to get across and give myself a bit of cover with this statue. But as their Cassie is walking forward, that's going to be an opportunity for us. And Yada is playing pretty far back. I don't want to be caught out with orbs. As I hear them charging them up, I'm going to wait until I hear them release before I actually take more space. No! But with their entire team backing for me, that's going to be probably the opening that we really want for our team. An amazing kill onto the Cassidy, who gets split as the entire team tries to peel for the Zenyatta, and our team is able to sit on the point very pretty. Our Macha uses a form, our Moira uses a coalescence. Earthshatter comes out, hitting our Moira and our Ramatra. I don't want the Zenyatta to be doing what they're doing, so I'm going to be looking to take this duel with my beam, making sure that they aren't able to get the Discord onto my Ramatra. And now I'm looking for a quick sort of sticky cycle. As I get headshot by the Kiriko, though, I'm just going to be chilling to this left side, making it still hard for the enemy team to touch. They don't have anyone who I really know can help or contest this high ground, so I'm not too worried about them going that top left area, at least for now. And we're going to be able to win that point. Our Venture's going in, our Matra's taking space, so maybe I can try to take space on this right side area if our Matra continues to develop on main. But as they use an ultimate on the right lane, I don't really want to be doing all that. And our team will be going down shortly afterwards. I don't really want to be lurking in their walls, but maybe it's a play. But as they have Lucio now, things are going to be a lot harder for us to just go for a lot of sneaky plays, as they have the mobility to really catch up to us or come peel us if we go for any huge sort of burst plays or try to live in spaces around them. But that'll be okay. With our Venture popping their ultimate on the right side, we can maybe be looking for an aggressive step here soon. But I really wanted to see the I want to see our Ramatra taking more attention until I go for anything, because like how we said at the first at the very start, Echo is not going to be someone with a lot of survivability, and they're not going to be able to take too much attention because they're very squishy and frail. But if you're able to exploit it or the opportunities when somebody else is taking a bunch of attention, that's going to be when you can find the most carry potential as Echo. So with our mantra getting pretty low, I'm going to be maybe looking to duplicate Reinhardt here. See if I can follow up with Earth Shatter soon, but as the enemy team is playing very, very safe, I'm going to be looking to get my Earth Shatter off, and we are able to find it onto most of their team. B coming out to react, but we get the kill onto the Cassidy in time. Reinhardt very, very, very low, and we find the kill shortly. Kiriko and Sojourn still remaining on the enemy team. Overclock scared me a lot. I'm popping my beam to make sure that they go down in time. With their Cassidy's chilling on main, I can look for an early sticky cycle. As none of them connect, I'm not getting too much more aggressive. And instead, just looking to maybe go for another sticky cycle or spam out backline. But with the next sticky cycle, we are able to find that stagger we really wanted. And then we can stabilize on the high ground to continue poking out the enemy team. Swap to Mauga is something to know. It's going to be harder for us as Echo, especially as they're on Mauga and Baptiste now. Both heroes very good at sort of just shooting us, but as our Venture maybe might be peeling some attention, I can look for another sticky cycle. And it will be opening up an opportunity for us to take this top left high ground, which is going to be a pretty big issue for the enemy team if they let us stay up here. But as their Baptiste knows that, they are going to jump up and try to force us out. Kitsune Rush on the point means that their Mauga is not going to be in too much danger of dying because they are able to get their shout very quickly, and they have Kitsune Rush Kiriko healing, so their Bap can take that fight against us fairly safe. But as our team continues to live, we're going to be in a pretty good spot to use our duplication here. I might actually just duplicate Bap here. With duplicating Bap, we're going to be able to farm our window very, very quickly, and I can just keep pumping in damage. Kind of awesome that their Mei actually walls us up above the the cage shield, so we're able to continue firing onto their Mauga, and we will be winning that game. And at 26-9, I think that we finally found our groove on Echo here, and I think that we maybe can play one more. What time is it? 4:10. Okay, I would like actually to get into coaching. So that will be our last game for today's Echo video. So for my YouTube video audience, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And then bang. Our editor cuts right there. Is the interference on? It's on my mic, I believe. I know what it is. I can try to fix it in a moment. Apologies. Is it like really bad? Also, thank you for the follow, Anchi Games. Oh, Anchi Tagams. Thank you. What do you think about the new DPS? I've not seen her yet, so I'm actually going to be taking a quick little break here. I'm going to be taking a quick break, I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to grab a quick little snack. And then I will be watching the reveal trailer, or the gameplay trailer of the new hero. And then I'll be babbling a little bit or talking about my thoughts on her for a while. So let me put on like this for now. Just happens occasionally? Okay. Yeah, I'll try to fix it fairly soon. I'm going to be putting on one of my ranked lessons, or previous ranked lessons, just for a second, while I go to the bathroom. But I will be right back, and then we will be getting into I'll be giving my impressions or my thoughts on the new hero, and then we will be getting into our viewer coaching. So I will be right back, gang. And then bang. Yeah, so we got actually the Junkertown Thief duo going on here. And as I hear somebody left side or bottom left, I'm ready to lean back But unfortunately, I think that that's going to be a really scary swing for me to take if I walk up with my Orisa. So I'm going to be taking this right side instead and trying to get angle. This way I'm able to get a lot more damage, but Jesus Christ. An insane hook coming out from their Roadhog is going to take us down. But I think that my mistake there was I was too passive at the start, and I needed to take that right side angle much sooner instead of trying to wait for them to walk into my LOS. While I do think it would be wonderful if we could bait, or if we could let the enemy team walk into our LOS, if our team wants to fight in a specific location, I want to be doing what I can to support that, and actually trying to find whatever value given the situations I end up in. I know that Genji is close to deflect again, so I'm actually going to be backing off of that fight a little bit as their Junkrat goes down, or as I'm going to be backing up and trying to find more space on the map. Our backline is very squishy, in which it's difficult to find a lot of consistent healing, so most of the damage that we take is going to take a little bit to actually get back up. As this Genji is able to control a lot of angles, it's hard to find areas and space to get good value. As their Genji is main, I'm going to be looking for a rail early onto them, pushing them into my Junk LOS, or push them into my Zen LOS, but unfortunately as their Junkrat is there, we're going to be going down a very difficult point because I wasn't able to find good space on the map. Most of the sort of side space that we want to take is controlled by their Genji. So how I'm going to try to adjust here is I'm going to try to note where the Junkrat is and then rotate away from it to find angles to shoot their team. Ideally, if I get my LOS on their Junkrat from a long range, if I get long range line of sight against anyone on their team, we're going to be in a very good position. With their Junkrat on that left side and their Baptiste, I'm going to be taking this right side to see if I am able to find any kill here. So we are able to get the kill onto the Baptiste, but unfortunately we will be going down to that Roadhog and Genji following up on us. It just took us a little bit too long to find that kill. But that will be a-okay. This definitely is another harder game. But I think especially as we do and use our ultimates on main, we're going to have a lot of open space on the side lane because they are directing all of their attention towards our team on that left. So I'm going to be popping my overclock. Thought I heard the Baptiste main, so I'm going to be looking to try to catch that. And as our team cleans up the point, we're going to be getting that objective pulled towards our favor. Looking for an early, or a bit of early poke here, but as their Roadhog starts to walk, I'm just going to be looking to back up here. Their Hog is looking for another hook. I just want to be poking up early so that I can give myself as many chances to find early kills as possible. I'm scared of the flex, so I'm just kind of saving my shot until I know that their Genji is not able to throw it right back at me, since if I go down early we're going to be not having much impact on the fights from the spawn room. But I'm trying to find a good LOS onto their Zenyatta, but as our team walks forward, I'm going to be taking this space aggressively and seeing if I can get a good pinch on their backline. We are fortunately able to find the kill onto their Mizuki, but as their Genji and their Junkrat start to turn for me, I'm going to be backing up because if they try to 2v1 me, there's not going to be too much that I can do there without my rail ready. So we will be living and then winning that second point. With their Junkrat and Genji here, I'm going to note where my team is, and since I don't want to be looking for those kills, I'm just going to be immediately backing up. I'm taking a little bit of safer pathing just because I was scared of their Junkrat or Genji walking through main to try to catch me, but with our Wu Ying ready to heal on our rotation to the point, I think we're going to be looking pretty good. I know that they have quite a few ultimates, especially Blade is something that I want to be careful about, and Tire. If I suspect that their Junkrat is setting up for... oh, hello. If I suspect that their Junkrat is setting up for a Tire, I might actually end up holding one of my rail shots to see if I'd be able to do anything about it. I don't like this back right area, but unfortunately as their team takes the entire map, I don't think that I'm going to have too much that I'm able to do But as our tank goes down, it's time to get active. It's time for me to look for a play. Yeah. Very close. If I was able to hit the last shot onto the Genji, we definitely would have been able to maybe win that fight, but unfortunately, I won't have the mechanical skill to quite clutch that up. Like I mentioned a little bit before though, when you're on hits on these sort of more hit scan roles, especially, you need to be ready to be a striker. If you see an opportunity that you think or an idea in these sort of like intense situations that you think might work and might be able to turn the point into your favor, or the fight into your favor, you need to be ready to take it whenever you can. As I heard the tire, like I was talking about earlier, we're gonna be able to we're gonna be able to turn around and blow up that tire pretty early. And then their Genji is looking for an aggressive blaze, so we're able to take that down too. Unfortunately, I'm not quite hitting that last little shot that I need to win these fights or on that point. But that will be a-okay, since I think that we're doing the right plays most of the time. If I'm able to calm down a little bit and focus on my aim a bit more, I think we're going to be looking pretty good for the rest of the game here. Genji uses their deflect fairly early. I know that their Roadhog is walking from this right side area, but as the point is back there, I think we're going to have a lot of time. I'm not using my slides here because I think that their Genji is lurking around. I don't want to be caught out in a difficult situation, but I don't want to be playing in that small room as a Junkrat spams. And yep, as we can see there, the Genji was lurking. Unfortunately, I was not able to get to a good spot in time, but as I'm pretty close to my rail, I'm looking for any way that I can bring the fight back into our favor. Able to find the kill onto the Baptiste, but unfortunately, I think that things are going to be a little bit too hard for us to actually win this fight. With their Junkrat falling very low, I wanted to sort of step on that, making sure that I get over the trap, because if I get trapped, it's an instant game over. And now I'm going to be lurking for an angle here. Our team has a pretty easy walk, but I want to make sure that I'm trying to cut out any potential way that we could lose. So I was controlling the side angles to make sure that they wouldn't have an easy way to... No, I thought their hog was still main. Their hog, or I was trying to make it so that their Genji wasn't able to get a good flank onto our backline, and that the enemy team wouldn't have an easy way to win. But unfortunately, as their team is still able to find a kill on our main as we were up one, I think that we will be looking pretty rough this fight. Where? Oh, there it is. 90% on the board. I need to make sure that I don't get hooked here. And we are able to find the kill onto the Juno. Predicting that they would be falling down into our slow, or towards that wall, so we're able to place our slow on it and then hit our rail shots a little bit later. And then I heard the tire from the spawn, so I used my rail to just blow that up as well. As a hit scan, you really are going to be one of the best heroes to take down a tire. So making sure that you keep an ear out against Junkrat is going to be something really, really important whenever you know that that ultimate is online pretty soon. I hear the Roadhog walking up, and I'm very scared of getting blown up. So I'm going to be giving that space a bit as our Roadhog continues to walk. I'm shifting my attention to this Genji because that's going to be the lose con right now. As our hog walks forward, I want to make something happen because this is feeling kind of bad. Just putting my slow on my feet because if I want to deter their Genji from walking at me. As our team takes this left side area, we don't have a very easy touch on the point. I want to see if I could potentially shoot their hog to make it harder for their team to kill us on the point, but unfortunately, despite our efforts, we are going to be losing that game. definitely kind of sucks. But I do think that my process in that was solid. We were able to turn, or almost turn, a lot of the fights into our favor. And I think that the decision making that I made was mostly pretty good in the ideas I was playing for, but sometimes those games, might be a little bit too much for us to handle. But A-okay, I think that is very, very good. I think that we are getting our process through, and we're going to be winning games pretty soon on Sojourn here. So that way, let's see what our next game looks like. Okay, but locking into our third game here, we are on New Queen Street, bands of Sierra, Wrecking Ball, Hazard, Ana. Our team is actually I kind of like our team's composition, but with the enemy team being on a Reinhardt, we're going to be needing to hit some pretty important shots here. So I'm just staring at that left side to see if I can bait them to peek into me, but as the Reinhardt gets pretty close, we're going to be in a bit more of a difficult situation. I hear that my team... Bang! I've arrived. I've returned. Hello, team. Still streaming, right? Yeah, awesome sauce. That was like the first like break I've actually taken while streaming. Almost every single stream I've had has just been like, I just walk away from the PC for a second. But I'm back. I'm refreshed. I got all my cooldowns back. I just hit the Kitsune rush. So for the rest of the schedule today, we just did our ranked lessons for the day. We went and played Kiriko and Echo, and actually let me message my editor to that the Kiri video is ready. What do you think about the new DPS? Of the concept and design of her kit? I have no idea what the design or the concept of her kit is, but looks like the world wants me to see it, so let me take a look here. Before I actually get into this, I'm going to just sort of like talk about what I feel like her kit does. Good. But before I get into that, afterwards, I'm going to be doing some viewer coaching, and I'm going to be prioritizing the codes from either from people that I did not get to last time that we did some viewer coaching. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Good comms, good comms. I'm going to be prioritizing any codes that I didn't get to last time, unless the person replied to the original message with the new code they'd rather me look at. But then from there on, I'm just going to be putting things inside of a wheel spinner, basically, to see which codes we look at and talk about. But the link to the Discord is in the About Me of the Twitch, as well as the YouTube stream, or the YouTube About Me. So if you guys want your code potentially looked at on stream, feel free to submit it there and in the StreamVod codes channel. But let me take a look-see. Let me take a look at this gameplay trailer, because I saw the original trailer. I saw like the actual animatic. Does she have a bike? Yeah, she has a bike in game. Right. All right. The bike is going to be really interesting if it's like a form shift sort of deal, or like a Mauga pin ability. I wonder how it... I'm curious of the range. Oh, but she looks so fun. Wait, she looks so fun. Can you dash vertically? Or is it only horizontal dashes? She looks really cool. Definitely like falls into like, I think with that much mobility, it has to be a flex DPS. If she has a bunch of range, that scares me. If she has a bunch of range, that's sick. Wait, you can launch the bike up? Wait, whoa. Wait, can you choose what gun to shoot with? Kind of like Mauga? Oh my, wait. Okay, no, that actually looks really fun. Is it projectile or hit scan? It looks hit scan? Yeah, that looks hit scan. Okay. I'll read the description afterwards.
Now I have their attention. Ah, hell. I'm a one-woman army. See what I've become.
Oh, wait. Movement Death Blossom? What the hell?
These streets will run red when I'm through.
Okay, she looks really cool. She looks really cool. That looks like a hero right up my alley. Okay, that... Semi-autos. Oh, okay. Omnidirection. Whoa, okay. That's kind of crazy, I think. Does that mean vertical? You can dash vertically? Motorcycle she can throw. Nothing to lose and everything to gain. I don't know how much that reflects of the actual gameplay. Newest hit scan damage. Okay, I don't know how hit scan. I don't know how hit scan she is. Are we done with the games? We are done with the ranked lessons for today, but we will be doing our first challenge series a bit later. Right now, I'm taking a look at the new hero and giving my thoughts. But I will be queuing more later with the new challenge. So let me actually let me get this. Well, because I see like a little image of her actual like abilities, or like everything's sort of like here. Okay, so execution. I need to just know the numbers on this. I need to know the wind-up time, and I need to know the numbers. I need music because I can't think without music. Dash and gain health. Whoa, 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 whoa. Overhealth? Overhealth on dash? What? How much mobility does she have? And survivability? Oh, gaining overhealth on... This has to be a crazy long cooldown time, right? And how much of her bike is mobility and how much is it damage? Is it like a pin? Is it like a Reinhardt pin? Because that would make sense. And a flanker? Okay, so it is flanker sub-roll. So... Joyride instantly. Okay, I need to know the cast time if it's instant. This is majors. %20 more damage to enemies below half health. So it's somewhat like an echo beam then. What the hell is happening? No, don't do that. Stop that. I don't know how to work computers. Alright, we're good now. So okay, I just need to see, like, I just have so many questions. And like, this is all cool. This is sick, and she looks really fun. Her guns look fun. I have a few questions, so like that I actually need to determine like what her kit actually does. So I need to know if this is like a pin or a mode. Because if this is a pin, then her options are significantly more limited. If it's a lot more of like a committal CD. But if it's a mode where she hops on the bike and then you go wee 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 like across the map, that's really strong depending on how long it takes to dismount. But the fact that you can also combine your dismount with a like doing damage to a threat that might potentially be on you is really scary. So I think it's probably just like a pin. But a DPS with a pin ability and dashes, and the dashes give you overhealth, and probably a really good like one-shot combo, where it's, I'd imagine it's like you like slowly walk up, like, okay, let's say, I don't know, Numbani Sanctum. So there's like the elephant here. Oh wow, I can't draw, sorry gang. So there's like an elephant statue there. There's an elephant, and then there's like the little like mini areas, like a little center point, and then this is like the actual point, and then that's like death. So her entire shtick would probably be like, you walk up through this right side, like squishies are on point, you walk up through like empty space on the map, you pin in with your like tire, you just pin in with your tire or your bike, you burst someone because the bike does damage and you do damage, you're able to like hit your execution, you're able to do damage with your pistols, and then you probably just dash out to your team. I need to know how much overhealth dash gives you, because dash, if it gives you overhealth, it's clearly pushing you to be using it more as a disengage tool, and your joy rod is going to be more of an engage tool, because it does more damage. I think it's such an interesting hero. I also just need to know the range. So I need to know if this is a pin. I need to know the range on this. I need to know the range on this as well. They're gonna make that ability crazy OP. They're gonna make the execution really, really strong. Because that's gonna be her main burst, I believe, I'd imagine. Her pistols are kind of probably gonna be whatever. I think she's gonna be somewhat similar to like a Venture, where they're a bit more ability focused, but you're actually probably gonna be able to take her out. If she gains overhealth, she needs to be 225 IMO. Yeah, probably. Thinking gaining all DPS passives would be broken. I can't tell how crazy it is. Oh, I didn't even read the major. I didn't even read Faces of Death yet. Would that even be good? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the DPS sub-roll passives are kind of ass. They're kind of like, Recon's nice. What specialists do? It's fine. It's fine. They're all fine. I don't think that they actually, like, the only two that are like really beneficial in games, I feel, are Recon and Flanker. Like, these are the two that kind of matter. Like, Recon is quite nice, especially for a more, what I imagine to be, a kind of like bursty dive-based hero like this, because then if you have Recon, like, you're actually able to like follow up or see what people are doing and then plan around threats accordingly. That'd be kind of nice. But she already has Flanker, so you're not gaining anything there. I think that I think this would be kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie. Regenerating 20 health per second while active is really scary. And instantly like popping it to gain 50 HP back, it probably opens up the opportunity of it being a disengage tool as well. Depending on how much damage the pistols do, the bike might be used as a disengage. You might be using your evade to actually stay in the fight longer and do more damage and chase down some potential kills, and then just look to bike out. But I need to know the start time on this. I need to know how long does it take for you to actually get onto your bike. Like, how long does it start for you to get riding, and how fast is it? That's also another thing. I mean, we could probably see in the gameplay trailer how fast it is, I think. Oh, that's pretty fast. That looks like around like Reinhardt pin speed. When's the next time she uses it?
Is that all?
I want to know if, like how. Okay, so the dash actually doesn't look crazy far,
This one's
but you just get a blink. You just have a omnidirectional blink.
Is that all?
I need to know the cooldown on it
I run these streets.
because that's either disgustingly insane for you to have like a blink, omnidirectional blink that gives you overhealth. In theory, is kind of crazy, but if it's a long cooldown, who cares?
You'll never be free of me.
Oh wow, that's fast. Okay.
Go on, start running.
Oh, that is fast.
It's right or die.
Okay. So that would be a really good disengage tool if it doesn't take long to really like start up. If the startup time is low,
Never be free of me.
it would be really nice. Is there a clip where she gets onto it?
Run red.
Ultimate.
Won't even get
I don't think there's a clip where she gets onto it. All of the clips that have her on the bike start with the bike. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know what the start time is, but that could be a major drawback. I'm taking a look at chat. Phases of Death seems OP, a lot of value. I don't know how much value the sub rolls are actually going to be able to get over time. Like reload's nice. Sharpshooter might be nice. If the gun is easy to use, if the gun is easy to hit headshots with, and sharpshooter reduces the cooldown of both your blink and your bike, then it might be insane. Then it might be kind of insane. But I'm not sure if it would. Thinking, I don't think that for a major perk it's broken because what means faster reload. Yeah, I agree. It depends if you're hitting headshots really consistently, maybe it could be really good. Because you're directly doing more damage through your joyride or having more options to live and are able to go through more aggressive plays with the sharpshooter perk. But it depends on how easy the guns are to use, I think. Possibly a new tracer, maybe. Seen enough bury Genji, maybe. Genji, I think Genji will always have a little bit of a place. Hi chat. Did I attempt the drives? Oh, I see. Let the flex DPS player, please. Yeah, surely. I can't imagine there be like a world where this is a hit scan hero. Because if she has this much mobility and her like she just does a shit ton of damage, every hit scan is just dead. Like you can't play hit scan. You just wouldn't be able to. Semi fire. Oh, wait, rapid fire. Wait, is it semi fire or is it rapid fire? I guess they just call it rapid. They just call it rapid fire because you can click probably decently fast. Okay. My predictions. If evade's cooldown is below 4 seconds or 5 seconds, the rapid reload is actually going to be really damn good, I think. But Ex Machina, I think, is going to be the safest bet in terms of perk. 20% more damage to enemies below half HP is really, really good. Having a 20% extra buffer about, like, basically making it similar to an Echo Beam is really strong. Burst damage is really strong, especially for a hero with this much mobility and survivability. I don't know how much overhealth she gains, but it is really, like, it looks like maybe a tankier Echo almost. Guns seem to have minimal to no recoil spread, like basically all their modern hit scans. Their effective reverse range is closer to Tracer or Cast than to Emery. That's probably good. don't think Echo is a hit. Yeah, okay. Echo. I don't think Echo is a hit scan killer, but because Echo is really fragile, it's hard to get into an like a place to blow up hit scans. As Echo, because they can just shoot you on your walk up. But with Joyride being as fast as it is, if you have a lot of HP, you could just blow things up. You're like, this looks like Joyride is the biggest question mark here. The actual functions of what Joyride is the biggest question, because you need to know the startup time. If you know the startup time, you know the cooldown, and you know like how it actually works. If it's like a mode you can switch into, how long can you be on the bike, and how far it actually goes. Like that, like these are the things that you need to really figure out to see if these heroes are, if this hero is really good. Because I'm sure like the devs are going to make her do damage. She's going to do damage. They're going to buff her numbers a shit ton. But how good she is fundamentally will come down to how Joyride actually operates. Because if she's going to be able to just be straight up the fastest hero, or like one of the fastest DPS in the game, and do a bunch of damage, that's kind of insane. That's kind of insane, especially with the major perk giving her extra overhealth. Instantly restoring 50 HP and then gaining 20 while active is kind of insane. If we know how Joyride works, then we'll know kind of like how good she is, I think. Evade is cool. Rapidfire, this is cool. All of it's like solid, thumbs up, no negative points there. But Joyride is the hugest question mark. This will determine the character's like value long term, because you can have like a bunch of heroes that kind of do okay. They have like cool ideas and like cool kits, but are going to struggle to find places in the meta long term if they don't have that one like real like big ability that like ties them all together. Kind of like a, I don't know, who's a good example? Kind of like Domina. A little bit like Domina. Where, yeah, she's like, all of her kit's like fine. Thumbs up. Yeah, you want to shoot the bad guys. But you don't have, you don't have like real options to play to your like kit as much as you really want to. It's very hard for Domina to get into good positions that will allow her to just shoot her gun and play in these big bursts, like pokey bursts, because her shield is a massive cooldown, and if you get it forced early or if you waste your shield, then you just kind of can't play the game, or why wouldn't you play any other tank at that point? You like, her kit's overall fine, but you're just lacking that one little thing to tie everything together or make sure that she can get value consistently. When I look at this kit, like, all of this is fine, but if it all depends on how Joyride works. Because Joyride could be that thing that will make her really strong. Otherwise, she just probably, like, fundamentally be, like, okay. But they are very interesting. They look really fun. That's talking, like, long-term fundamental value in the game. She's going to probably be good on release because you got to make your new hero good. How prevalent she is in future metas will be dependent on Joyride, I think. Bike is faster than normal ball? Oh, you don't know about Fireball? Okay, okay. I was thinking of like Fireball at first. Okay. Nobody cares about Sierra. Her trailer was kind of... I love Sierra's design. I think Sierra's actually, like, visually one of my favorite design heroes in the game. I low-key might hit a Sierra cosplay at some point. But, like, yeah, her kit is whatever. She's not crazy fun for me to play. I thought that she's like cool. She's like kind of fun in concept. But it's just lacking to me, as well as her trailer was lacking a little bit. A lot of people, like, the difference between the Sierra trailer and the Xion trailer is night and day. Like, this This was so tough. All of this? It was so cool. I know like 5 people with like PFPs from this trailer. Like they just made her look so cool. But Sierra, it's like, I don't know. We like barely saw stuff. I'm a little bit disappointed because in this trailer I thought that she would have like a bit of like a hack knife. Like this scene, I saw like the knife like sort of like charging up and it disables Sojourn's like rail cannon or like a arm cannon. I thought that she'd have like a hack knife where she'd be kind of like a hit scan, and then once she gets into close range, like she would be able to whip out the hack knife and start just like taking down like abilities and whatnot. I thought that would be a cool concept. Fundamentally fucking insane, like insanely busted if it came in. But I was a little bit sad when I didn't see that was the case. She's just a bit more of like a normal flanker, it seems. Which is fine. It's good for the game's health. It'd be insanely hard to balance a hack knife. I just thought it was a cool idea. I'll make a stream when she drops or when she comes out. I'll probably stream like my first impressions and make a video about her. Yeah, I'll probably try to make a pretty quick guide about her because I really like analyzing heroes kits. I really like sort of figuring out how they work, and my thought process of, like allows me to land on good solutions pretty quickly. And I won't lie to you guys. Comparative to other esports or video games, a lot of Overwatch players don't know how to like properly read patch notes or hero kits because you don't need to. The Overwatch, you just straight up don't need to become like a high ranked player. What you need is micro. You need good micro. You need good execution of ideas. You don't necessarily need to be a crazy big analyst of like games and whatnot. So I'll probably throw my thoughts out there on YouTube or something just to give people more options instead of like only having like 1 or 2 like YouTubers making videos about her. And it's like I don't want there to be like a monopoly. That's one of the reasons why I feel so passionately about sort of like bettering my content, is I just want people to know there are more options and more approaches to the game that can better suit them. Since I've seen a lot of people sort of get stuck in the mindset of like, oh well, these few good players or these few high ranked players say that you have to play the game in this specific way, and I don't like playing in that specific way, so I'm just not going to. And then they just like lose passion for the game and quit. I really want to like showcase that there are a lot of different approaches to still succeed. Secondary weapon like Torp Hammer, that would be fun. That would be so much fun. Sierra could be like the Moira DPS from a ability perspective. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, design like this is like her design is really cool. I like her design. Sure, there's like someone probably like whatever. There you can have a lot of different opinions about her design. I completely understand that. We have the weapons, but I think like kind of like a mafia boss sort of style is pretty damn cool though, with like the 2 guns.
Have to do everything myself.
I really like there was some. Oh, I cannot bring that up on stream. Hold up, let me find it. There was some like Twitter art that I saw that I was just like blown away by, and I thought that was so cool. Yeah, here it is. It was like talking about like how like each of like Xion and Ramatra like approach like humanity's like ideals or how they treat Omnics. I thought this was really cool. I thought it was really cool. Ramatra is so sick in the lore. Ramatra is high-key one of the coolest heroes in the lore. Unfortunately, their gameplay revolves around giving themselves very long hugs, and I'm not the biggest fan of that. But Ramatra, like, their design and their kit, or not kit, their design and what they do in the lore is just so sick. God damn, he's cool. But, okay. With that out of the way, final thoughts on Xion. She's gonna be pretty good. From the short little gameplay trailer that I saw. How good she is long term is going to probably be dependent on her bike and the details of how her bike works. You know the startup time, you need to know the cooldown, and you need to know the speed of it, I think. And once you know that, then if those numbers are looking good, then she'll probably be looking pretty versatile in a lot of different metas. As well as her 1v1 against Tracer. If she has a good duel against Tracer, damn, she'll see a lot of playtime. Okay. But how convenient. We actually have our epic pen up already. So now it's time to get into the long-awaited viewer coaching. Or stream coaching. So what I'm going to be looking for first is I'm going to be inputting the names of people that we did not get to at the last time. Actually, I'm doing it on this Discord. All right, let me see. Who I did not get to last time, and then I will be prioritizing them. So Larry, I did not get to. And then after I go through the people who submitted codes last time that I didn't get to, then I will be doing some new names. We'll probably be doing this for 2 hours-ish. Probably whenever like my brain starts to hurt a bit. And then we'll be shifting gears to our challenge video of the day. Now it's going to be really educational, actually. It's going to be really cool, and I'm really excited for. But I'm going to be doing our randomizer Nuzlocke, which I'll be explaining the rules of after we do our coaching. And it's really, I'm super excited for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Putting restrictions on oneself is one of the best ways to actually improve in the game. Since I truly believe in the idea of limitation breeds creativity. And if you're having more creative ideas because you have fewer options and you need to try to create whatever ones you can, then you're going to be looking really good in terms of like improvement. We got through a lot yesterday. Or not yesterday, last time we did coaching streams. Did we do thighs, I thought? Yeah, no, we did water. I think water was our last one. Because this was the guy that hit champ. Yeah. After the VOD, they hit champ. I'm recording, right? Yeah. Awesome sauce. Icicle, Kuragasa. Jade. It's gonna be a YouTube video, the coaching section? Maybe, probably, maybe. I'm honestly not too sure. I'm going to try to be streaming a lot more, and getting just like a bunch of content and potential videos out there. And I've been building up sort of like a team of editors to help out with actually making things into videos. But I don't know how I'm going to manage that yet. I'm kind of like getting the help, and then we're going to like divvy up like stuff to do later, so that we're going to have a lot of things that we can make into videos or good videos. And then they'll also clear up my time a bit to actually It'll clear up my time to edit some more like personal or videos that I feel super passionately about. Okay, I think that will be all the ones that we missed last time. I'm just gonna go through and check to make sure that like people are still around in the server. Because if they were like no longer a fan of like the content and whatnot, then I'd rather VOD someone who is actively supporting. But looks like everybody is here, and Icicle once there's right noted. If anyone else is actually shoot them a message really quickly to see if any of them would like to, what's it called? Like update a new code or anything like that. So at Larry1, Icicles in stream, Kuro, Gasa, Jade, Dies. Looking for okay. Awesome sauce. So let's. What about VODs? Are they going to be accessible? All of this will be uploaded to on my like YouTube and what's it called? Is it YouTube? Yes, they will be on stream. So it'll probably be like in this little live section. It'll just be like under this video. Unless this gets like turbo demonetized somehow. It shouldn't. It's just Undertale Delta music. It'll be up here on the stream, so you can skim through, see if like a code is looked at that you might be interested in. Maybe it won't make it into like the like official like videos, but it'll be at least on the live. And even if if it gets taken down on YouTube, it'll be in my Twitch VOD sections as well. So with that out of the way, let's spin the wheel for our first VOD. Larry time. The Larry 001. Awesome sauce. Let me grab Larry's code and make sure that I didn't submit anything else before. Don't think so. Oh, what if there was a patch? Oh, if there was a patch, I'd feel so bad. Please, 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 please let the code work. No, no. Okay. So actually, there was a patch that wiped replay codes from last time. Any of y'all are around? Alright, but in the meantime, as the old codes are sort of wiped out, right now, I think it's Jade, or Icicle has a code right now. It's Jade and Icicle. So, pretty decent spot, I think. 528. I think that's before. Okay. Okay. Kind of unfortunate mishap, but I will do this. Right? Is there two? Yes, yes. What up, Tally? Hope your day is going well. And we'll be taking a look at the Jade code first. Awesome sauce. So just a quick little like preamble about coaching before I get into it. I usually skim through on 2x speed initially whenever I'm looking at a code, and I like to know a player's goals so I can cater the advice that I give them per their goal and the specific player. So with that in mind, goal is to hit diamond. Okay, awesome. I can help with that. Kiri Juno. Okay, awesome. So with that in mind, it's not Cat Girl. No, Cat Girl, someone else. Turtle Island. Okay, awesome. Thank you. So if the goal is to hit diamond,
clear heads, sharp eyes.
Sojourn. Because I usually just skim through on 2x initially, just sort of like no common things or like traits or tropes among a player's gameplay. I won't have too much to say initially, or sort of as the 2x kind of goes on. I'm just kind of like looking for things. Or sort of like common habits. I could go fight by fight and talk about each specific little like instance or like idea that I have or mistake that I think that could be corrected. But in general, like how you want to be treating improvement in VOD reviews is you want to be finding the most consistent mistakes that you're making and bad habits to focus on them specifically, which will result in you winning the most amount of fights over the course of like your gameplay. As you get higher and higher, there's more value in going like sort of fight by fight because you will have less bad habits. But I'm talking that's like talking like in like climbing like really into champ. And at that point there are going to be more so concepts, a lot more like concepts that you can apply that will fix a lot of small stuff rather than like knowing what to do in each specific scenario. I really don't think in almost any case, unless you're a team prepping for a tournament, that there's much use in preparing for each specific scenario. You just want to be learning like general ideas or having general ideas you can apply in a lot of places. The more applicable a concept, the better. Every time I'm VODing, I like to have this little tool called Epic Pen. It's what I was drawing with earlier on the screen. It's just very good to sort of formulate ideas or like visualize them. I use it especially in team VOD reviews where I want to be drawing like arrows on the map of like where people could play or go or space that we can control. You are very patient. Okay, I think I'm generally seeing the main points of improvement. that could be taken. Overall, it's pretty good. You're starting in solid spots. You're playing to the ideas of like sort of like you're getting active when like the enemy team is like busy fighting someone else, which is good.
They're gonna need a new paint job after this. This ends now.
Yeah. Okay. I have. Okay, let me take a look at the attack since I'm very curious. It actually, I think that if you're gonna get punished anywhere, it's gonna be on attack here. Echo's fine. It's still the same concept that you might struggle with. Though Echo might actually end up feeling better to you as a hero because it suits what you're doing already a bit more. Maybe. If you feel like you find more play or like more value on Echo compared to Sojourn, that would make sense to me. Nice. W aggression. W stickies.
This time I have it. I want that payload moving. That. An effective course of action. Scaling up. New jam.
Something that's so interesting in my time coaching, everybody's aim has gotten so much better. Like so much better. I don't know what it is, like if like more people have just been playing Overwatch or there are more resources to get better aim, or like there's almost like I'm never coaching and I see like, oh well, you just need to move your mouse better. It doesn't happen much anymore. Like, it's so, because back like years ago, like Overwatch 1, there would be a lot of times where I'm like, okay, like the main issue would be like, okay, this is how we're going to improve aim. These are the concepts behind aiming. These are like the theories that you can be looking to implement in your practice, etc. But straight up, like, I don't, that doesn't come up much anymore in Overwatch, like at least like recent years. Like, of course, some people have like insane mechanics, and people's like aim could be better. But like, it's never like an issue of just like never being able to like hit shots. It's just people don't know how to like make shots easier for themselves, which is what I'm going to be getting into in just a moment. No, even you, bro. Like TV Demon, like you're like we looked at your VOD last time, I believe, on Ron. Yeah, Onron on Ilios. And like your mechanics are fine. They were genuinely fine. They're more than solid. You're just like brawling on the point a lot when you could be using your mobility to take other space on the map. Because no matter how many shots you would hit on the point, it's hard to actually like win with Onron, who just has less numbers than other heroes. Okay. I'm just sort of thinking about my approach here. Alright. I think I know.
Ready for battle.
Should have seen a VOD I did last night with Foam Cove. Last night, dude's diamond acting. Bro, I'm saying. Everyone who submitted VODs got crazy hands. It's insane. Okay. Jade, I have good news and bad news. The good news is you're already doing a lot of really good things. Sojourn, like, I can see like the value that you're getting on Sojourn, and you're already like you're using your like cooldowns fairly well. You're hitting the shots that like you need to hit. You're creating decent opportunities for yourself. The bad news is that the thing you need to focus on is a little bit hard to focus on. So your main issue, from my personal opinion, is that you're not trusting yourself to get the value you need to get out of plays. You are playing safe and passive, which is very solid. It is very, very good. And it ends up putting your starting fights in a lot of really good spots, and you're going for good plays, but you're not committing hard enough when you're actually needing to make things happen. So a really good example is this overclock right here, where this flank OC is, I would say, a pretty damn good idea. You don't really want to be fighting on main, especially into so many heroes like their Juno, Freya, Sojourn. If you pop OC, your team is going to have a very hard time actually like carrying you from that sort of main area. But you decide to go for a flank left side with your overclock, but despite your team taking a bunch of attention, your Winston getting in, you are not nearly aggressive enough. And it makes it so that the enemy team, constantly knowing where you are and positioning around it and moving around it, these shots are so much harder for you to hit. While if you were able to either, there's a few options that you can do to get more value out of this play. Do you have double slide yet? Yes, you have double slide yet. This is where it's going to get pretty micro intensive and pretty heavy, but because your general ideas throughout this VOD look pretty damn good, I want to be focusing a lot on the micro here. Sojourn, you have options, you have mobility, you have a lot of options with where you can be playing on the map. I talk about it a lot in my recent Sojourn video, but the limitation of Sojourn is your actual ability to farm your rail, not so much the positions in which you can play in like other hit scans have. Sojourn with overclock, why it's such a strong ultimate, especially a strong opening ultimate, is because you remove that limitation from Sojourn entirely, and you are now able to fully utilize the value that you get out of your mobility. You do not find the value out of your mobility here whatsoever, and despite you popping overclock in this sort of flankier position, which is a really good idea, you waste a lot of this overclock from not being nearly aggressive enough. What I recommend to fix this is utilize your slides in an aggressive fashion to make the shots easier for you. Literally just like barrel stuff them. Put your gun in their face and then blow them up. Or develop and react to how the team or the enemy team is responding to you. My initial assessment here, my initial thought, as I saw you pop OC, you swing this corner, you pop OC, the enemy team don't like that. So what they do is they hide behind this cover of right side. You can immediately force all of them into a much more uncomfortable position by utilizing one of your slides to take this left high ground, which will give you insane LOS of this right side. This is, I know this is a specific fight, but bear with me because there's a general concept that wraps around to all of this. This limits the Juno and the Kiriko even more with the space that they can play by taking away this sight line, and they are forced to play tucked away in this tiny little corner, which makes it much easier for your team to follow up on kills, your Winston to cleave them, because now your Winston's only cleaving like 2, right? Yeah. Your Winston's only able to see the Juno, while instead, if they were all in this tiny little corner, they cleave 2. It's more value for your team to limit the enemy team's options. It's more value for you because it forces them to have or make mistakes easier as you control or take away more space from them as you have your overclock up, and or utilize your mobility as you have your overclock up. It does a lot of good things. That is a very specific example of the general concept of committing to your plays. As hitscan especially, you are going to be the one hero or the one sort of primary role in the game that can make miracles happen. Hitscan is kind of the miracle worker role. Because your mechanics are able to just explode people on an instant's notice. You want to be giving yourself as many chances as you possibly can to allow yourself to just kind of blow somebody up randomly and utilize your mechanics to actually get a bunch of value. Consistent damage as hitscan is very important. Very important, and you do a good job of actually providing it when you get into your good spots. However, you play too passively when you go for these bigger plays, which makes it hard for you to actually have big impact on the fight. This is why when I saw you swap to Echo... Oh, the storm is starting. When I saw you swap to Echo, my initial impression was you're going to be actually having a lot more of an easier time on this hero, because Sojourn will need to get aggressive, get into good swing angles, and find their opportunities to like blow people up, while Echo is a little bit more fragile and has less mobility options, but is able to do a lot more damage over time. Because he shoots so much more. I mean, they do comparable damage over time, but Echo is going to be able to utilize like the vertical mobility to find angles instead of like Sojourn's more horizontal based, which it better suits your sort of lack of wanting to move around the map too much. So that's why I figured that my initial assessment was like Echo might feel a lot better to you because you don't need to do nearly as much with your mobility as you do with Sojourn, but damn. I don't know if y'all could hear the thunder outside. That's going to be like the core principle or the core idea that I think that you can be truly improving on to find more success in your games on the CPS role. Now, how to do that is where it's the hard part. I want you to limit test. If you go into games, have a queue session purely with the idea of limit testing, you will be able to start catering your gameplay or making your gameplay a lot more effective over time. And what do I mean by limit testing is I want you to figure out exactly what you can get away with and what feels good. This is a very sort of subconscious and micro thing to practice, and it can pose difficult for some people. So the best way that I've recommended limit testing to people is play the game normally at the start. Like, play the game normally. Like, play normally. And then every time you feel like you can get a kill, every time that you feel like you have a shot or you have a rail, I want you to just stop thinking. I want you to have an idea of how you can get that shot and then stop actively thinking and just let your brain take over your hands completely. Like, your hands do all of the thinking for you. You just walk forward and you try to shoot them. And then afterwards, the most important step of this is reflecting actively. And now, I know this might sound strange to some, but let me explain the sort of theory. Hold W at them instead of deepen your angle. Yeah. Or don't hold W at them instead of deepen your angle. Yeah, deepening your angle is really good. I agree with this. I'll let people figure out like it, because some hitscan players are just able to kind of hold W and just barrel stuff people. I agree with widening angle being overall most of the time better. But I'll let people figure that out for themselves. But the process of how you limit test and how you come to your solution to find more value off of the committal plays that you go for is this. I want you to play normally, and then every time you have an idea that sparks, like that flank OC, or if you see like your Winston taking a bunch of attention and you start walking up, I want you to stop thinking and just focus on whatever you were trying to do. If that's kill the backline, kill the backline. If it's shoot the tank, shoot the tank. If it's whatever, just see red. See red for a little bit and just try things out straight up. I know that sounds really bad, but the main goal of this is reflecting on whatever you just did after you let your instincts take over and give everything, like your instincts, complete freedom. Just try things. Push yourself to be a little bit more aggressive than usual and follow up as much as you want on plays without having too much logic or having too much fear. Having fear off of the plays you're trying to make, and then afterwards you are reflecting on what went wrong or what went right, and then making your new fears, your new concerns, and your new sort of triggers off of that. So if you're able to just just play int reflect, that's like the flow chart here that I recommend for you to actually like find more success on hit scan. Of course, this won't always win you games. I'm not saying that this will win you games instantly. This is going to be an improvement process. Oh my god, why is it doing that? Reflect. This is a process that I recommend, and I think that it will help you a lot finding more value on Sojourn and hit scans in general, or DPS in general. But it will take time. It will be a process, and it won't feel amazing always, especially as you start like towards the beginning of proper limit testing. You're going to be going past your limits fairly frequently, and you might end up dying somewhat. So if you want to do it in quick play, that's okay. That's super fine. But as long as you're building up the habit of actually making sure that you get proper value off of your ideas, your intuition or your subconscious is going to hone the specifics about it as you go on. But you are the one who needs to be really reflecting about the each scenario or each play that you go for. But with that said, I think that's going to be the big thing that I recommend for you, Jade, for now. And I think that'll probably be marking the end of the VOD. We saw Echo, we saw Sojourn. The concept applies to both. It's just you play too passively. It's just a little bit too passively, so you want to try to get a little bit more active. If you're able to do that, I think that things are going to start looking up, or you're going to be able to start winning your games a lot more frequently. Hey, chat, gotta grab dinner and run a few errands. Have a good day night. Thank you so much for tuning in, Lambers. Hope you have a good day and good dinner. All right, and that makes it so that we have Icicle and Thighs. And let's spin the wheel. Hey, love your content. You go greens from France. Love you. Oh, that's crazy. That's awesome. I've always wanted to visit France. I'm glad that you enjoy the content. Watching Overwatch at 2x speed feels like watching Scooby-Doo montage. True. True. Alright, awesome. Now, let me see what Thigh's goals were. Playing for about 8 months on goal is to improve your positioning, have more intentional cooldown usage, and be more aggressive on Ana without dying as much. Okay, so I was thinking about this stuff a little more than I normally tend to. Okay. Overall goal is to eventually hit GM as fast as you can. Okay, but you want to do that through focusing on your positioning and cooldown usage. Okay, sick. I can definitely help with that. Plat 3, gold 2 right now. Okay. Watch Overwatch videos at 3 times speed to reflect how fast the game feels when you're playing it. I get it. I've never actually done that. I've watched some theory videos on like 2x. And I watched through like pro VODs or like top down at 2x. I've never tried 3x. The IS-21. Again, for anyone just tuning in, I usually go through like a quick little 2x. I don't talk too much, and I try to identify like common traits or habits that the player has so that I'm able to sort of talk about those and prescribe like a sort of test or like a practice that will help those specific habits or things that are losing them fights. Oh, I like this concept a lot. I love talking about this concept. I hope that this is the main one that I see. Positioning and cooldown usage is what you wanted to focus on. Sassy Gamer 2. Okay. I'm gonna watch one more fight of attack and then take a look at defense. W pedal. I'm curious how this last point goes actually. There's like gold 2 to plat? Okay. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. I noticed that in the first round, or jumping in the first round. I was gonna bring it up really briefly. It's just like, it's just a habit that literally every player has at some point. Alright, how do you play this corner? I think after this... Yeah, I'll watch one more fight, I think, and I'll start babbling. I like bunnies. Yeah, bunnies are awesome. W, wait, this flank looks insane. You? Oh, well, I'm kind of forced by your life weaver. Still down one, follow up on the, oh! That was kind of swaggy,
This is not.
Okay. There are two things. How do I go about it? I'll babble about one thing that's very important for a lot of players, I think, to hear, because literally everybody has a habit at some point. Jumping constantly is not a good habit to get into, because while it feels really good, especially in sort of like as you're getting new to the game, as you're grinding through quick play to get into ranked, it's going to be pretty beneficial in helping you survive. However, once hit scan players especially, or just people start to be able to move their mouse a little bit more consistently, what jumping does is it limits your options of movement, since it takes way more time to strafe in a different direction. And it puts your head in a very predictable arc that will allow shots to land very, very easily. It gives you less fluidity of movement and options while you're jumping, rather than if you had your feet planted. Because one of the best aspects about Overwatch, or one of the coolest things that makes it the game that it is because it has instant acceleration. You can be going one way and then immediately turn the other way. You can just hit like A into D like instantly. Which is very, very, very strong and not very common among FPS games. It's one of the reasons why Overwatch is so mechanically intensive. But with that said, there are a lot of ways to stop jumping. A lot of different ideas. It's important to understand sort of what's best for you, because it's an ingrained habit that's very hard. One of the harder habits to stop. I've had players change the keycap on their spacebar to be a different texture than the rest of their keys or whatever they were used to. So every time their thumb went to press the spacebar, they would feel it a little bit differently, and they could be more mindful about when they're jumping. I've had players put sticky tack on their spacebar. I've had players literally disable their jump button in game. I've had players with like wooting keyboards make it so they have to press the spacebar all the way down to jump. There are a lot of things that you can do physically to remind yourself to not jump, or like the habit to not jump. Most successful I've probably seen is players just literally just play a queue session. Like they just went into options, controls, like combat. They literally just removed it. They just removed jump straight up. It's probably the most successful I've seen. Of course, you want spacebar eventually because you're going to need it. Like, jumping is good. It's good in a lot of instances. But you kind of want to reset your brain back to zero and, like, sort of give it a bunch of feedback that pressing spacebar does nothing. And then you can build it back up from there. But since it's such a sort of, like, subconscious habit that players have, you need to be treating it through a little bit more physical means. Since while you can actively think about it and tell yourself, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump, and that has worked with some players, physical means and sort of stimuli to like remind yourself that you don't want to be jumping all the time is really beneficial for a lot of different people. But I'm going to be talking about, yes, this. Or I wonder if it's better for me to... there are two ways to go about it. Or there are two ways that you can approach improving your positioning as Ana. Right now, you have somewhat chronic stacking syndrome. Where you are on top of your team, you are healing up your Mauga, and you're like very like close range, very point blank. You are very rarely playing like far back whatsoever, which isn't always bad. It's not always bad, and you did mention that you're trying to get more aggressive with your positioning regarding Ana. Though it does result in you dying sometimes, like that fight there. I have a few ideas for you to try and a few concepts that can improve on this issue, because you can see if through a few fights I can show some examples. Like here you end up dying because you play really close to your team, and as the enemy team is retaking, they throw fire strikes, they throw Junkrat nades, they're putting a bunch of abilities into your general location because that's where your tank is. Since you're right next to them, it's very easy for them to shift the attention onto you, or for you to take accidental damage, which gets your Lifeweaver pull and pedal forced and puts you in this sort of left side area. But now that you've used your cooldowns to keep yourself your Lifeweaver used the cooldowns, and the enemy team is able to sort of like walk forward basically for free because your team spent a lot of time stabilizing, you go down a little bit later there. There's a lot of instances of this where playing too far up and playing stacked on your team ends up or results in the fight being way harder, or you dying. So to fix that, I'll talk about them more as they come up. I'm gonna fix that. Two ideas. I'm just going to kind of spitball some ideas, since there are a lot of ways to fix this. There are a lot of ways to fix this, and I've seen it fixed a lot with different players. So, first one, my personal favorite and what I've found the most success in coaching with is identifying your job. This is a very sort of like generalized concept that will allow you to base a lot of your decision making and your actions around what you determine your job to be. So looking at this comp, looking at their comp, you can determine, or at least with some thought about how Ana's kit wants to be playing, you want to determine you are really, really good at healing. You can be looking for your nades in mid fights, but generally against their comp with a bunch of damage and kill potential on brawlier or big close range targets, you don't want to be the main damage dealer. You want to be primarily healing and then getting value out of your utility later. So how do you do that? That is the question that you're trying to solve. After you determine what your job is in a comp, you want to be basing your decisions around that. So generally, to do your job, to heal people, to keep people up, you can determine that you don't want to be near their team. You can initially approach a game by thinking, what can stop me from doing my job? What will stop me from healing up my team? And then you can think it's the enemy team. If their Detta gets onto me, or their Junkrat spams me out, or their Reinhardt shields me off, etc. After you think about what could stop you from doing your job, then you can think about how do you solve that problem, which you'll come to the result of you can play further back. Playing further back will allow you to keep your job in mind, and if you decide that your job needs to fluctuate, then your positioning will be very easily flexible in your mind, as well as your job changes in your head. This is at least what I've seen from players that I've coached who've utilized the concept of a job that you have in each comp or each sort of scenario. And as the job shifts, the job is the one thing that's going to be really, really difficult to shift. And then every time your job shifts, you're going to be able to shift your playstyle according to the job fairly easily. At least that's what I've seen with a lot of players I've worked with. But thinking about what will stop you, you want to be playing further back, because if all of these things require to be close to you, then you can just be far away while maintaining sight lines of the places that you really need to control or need to see. I understand there's a very, very big fear of not being close to your team on support, especially in, like, I've seen the sentiment be very, very common in gold and in like gold, silver, plat, and even up to like diamond and whatnot. That sentiment is fairly common. But I want to showcase this fight specifically because it's a really good example of why that's not always needed. You guys have an amazing first exchange. You guys find 2 kills, or 3 kills. The Reinhardt's in the spawn, the soldiers in the spawn, the Junkrat's in the spawn, and you have taken all of the space on the map. Overwatch is an objective-based game. You have earned the space around the objective. This is all yours. How do you... And so what's important to winning the game is capturing the objective. If you sit back on the objective, you are not only doing your job of healing up your team, but you're also winning the game straight up, like at an instance. But if you're poking up, you are now making it much harder to actually win the game a bit later. So this is one of the very clear instances of you don't have to be stacked on your team whatsoever. Because even, let's say just fuck it. Your Malga says, I'm fired up like a volcano. Pins it down into their spawn room. Like, you can't heal that. Sure, if you were here, if you were on the choke, you would be able to heal your Malga very easily if they pinned it down into the spawn room. But in that instance, if you were on the point, your Malga takes a bunch of attention. You are forcing a choice from the enemy team. The enemy team either has to walk towards you onto the point to try to get to you from winning the game, or turn around from the Malga, who's fired up like a volcano and has both hearts pumping in their backline. They need to choose one of those 2 options, which makes it becomes very, very, very difficult. So if they decide to turn around, kill your Malga, you just cap the point. You just won first point, and then your Malga respawns, and then they're back in the fight. Hooray, yippee! But if they try to walk at you, then your Malga has an insanely high chance of just finding the kill straight up. You don't need to play stacked on your team, and you are able to heal anyone who still remains on the cart, and that is, in essence, still doing your job of healing. You also start feeling kind of useless if you're not in there doing damage with your team or on an angle. Yes, that makes sense. That is very I've heard that quite a bit as well. So you can ask yourself, what is your job? And if your job is done, then we go into what I like to call DLC value. DLC value. These are the 2 concepts that I operate under with most of my coaching and my sort of approach to the game that I've found to be very successful on every single, or like in every single rank. When you identify your job, you can continuously ask yourself through a game, is my job done? If your job is done, hooray, yippee! Then you can start going into your DLC value. You can start thinking up ideas. How can I get extra value? How can I have a little more impact on the game, squeeze out the enemy team, but not risk my job? Your job is the end-all be-all. But your DLC value is like the downloadable content of a video game, the extras. The core game is the job, but the DLC is going to be the little like extra poke that you can get in. If there's nothing else for you to do after your job is done, then that's chill. With your Malga poking here, like the DLC value for you could have been just sitting on the cart. You could just still be doing your job and everybody on your team is full HP. You don't necessarily need to heal. So extra DLC value that you can get is just stabling back there. But poking upwards is something that risks your job. Because if you die, you are not able to do your job in the game. So that's one of the approaches that I'd recommend to try thinking about when you're playing Ana to determine your positioning. Think about, what is my job? Or what is my job? And then from that, after you determine your job, you don't have to be right. You straight up don't have to be right. In most games, as long as you're reflecting afterwards, like it's fine. You'll be on the course of improvement. Then ask yourself, where can I best accomplish or best do my job? And then to answer that, you ask yourself, what can stop you? And then you position accordingly around that. So it's a little bit of a flowchart. I'm not the hugest flowchart person alive, but this is very generalized questions that if you answer, you're going to be able to result or make pretty good answer or pretty good plays in the game by answering those questions in that little chart. So first, identify what your job is, where can you best stand to do your job, or where can you best do your job, and then you're going to be able to ask yourself what stops you from doing your job and position accordingly around that. Sometimes it won't even just be the enemy team. Sometimes it'll be like, if you decide that your job is keeping your team alive, you will be needing to push up and get a little bit more aggressive to fulfill your job to continue healing. But if you're able to play a little bit further back, then that's going to be something that you can answer by figuring out where you best can do your job. So you prioritize your job before adding anything extra. Yes, that's the approach I recommend taking, especially for support players. But the concept applies for every role. And has found success from at least the players that I've worked with, which I've given the concept probably to... I don't keep track. I wouldn't know. Every player that I've given that sort of idea to, or that approach to the game, has found pretty good success with it. Other thing to consider, this is a lot more of a generalized or a pretty more normal approach to the game and figuring out how you want to position. I don't like these approaches too much because I think that they're a bit too specific and you end up cutting out a lot of the nuance of Overwatch, but they do help in a lot of ranks. They will not help you, and I believe that they actually start to build bad habits as you climb higher and get into more niche and specific scenarios, but I'm going to share them anyways, even though I don't fully believe in them, because they are helpful to a degree. There, with Ana and flex support in general, there is something that a lot of coaches kind of call like the one corner rule, where you want to be sort of one corner away from your tank at all times. So if your tank is like on this one, if your tank is on this corner, you want to be on this one. Since this is a corner you're very easily able to kite behind, your tank can kite behind this one, and you can sort of maintain this balance throughout the game. I don't like it because sometimes to do your job, you're going to need to play a little bit closer or a little bit farther. And sometimes the one corner rule is not going to be very good if they have a bunch of mobility to just sort of skip past the tank and blow you up instantly. But whatever. It is applicable in a lot of scenarios, especially on these sort of brawl-based comps where you can play one corner away. So other places that you could sort of like use that idea is if your tank wants to be sort of holding on this corner, you can be around this one or this one, which will allow you to see your tank, or even this one if you know that nothing else is over here. It'll give you options to sort of stack around your tank or like play around your tank while still being safe from the enemy team. Like you have line of sight, you're able to carry them, you're able to do your job for the most part, but it gets, as nuance gets added to the game, it's not going to be as helpful IMO. You haven't heard this one before? Yeah, it's something a lot of coaches talked about, especially when brawl metas become really dominant, and you're going to be seeing these sorts of matchups really frequently. Juno players especially get prescribed this concept by a lot of different coaches. I don't like the approach that much, but I wanted to throw it out there just because it has some merit. It has some merit. It's a helpful rule of thumb. Yeah, it's a solid generalization. I personally don't like sort of rule of thumbs like that, though, because I believe that true improvement comes from the process in which you achieve something. If you're just kind of like, if you're trying to just implement like other people's ideas of playing like one corner away, then it eventually it'll get to be fairly slow for you, and you will end up in a position as a player where you're trying to, like, you've been applying all these concepts and they've been working for a while, but then you just hit a crazy plateau and you can't apply any more concepts that people have been talking about, or you can't apply any more general rule of thumbs because ultimately they aren't yours. They don't fit in your brain like as much as like you coming up with your own solutions would be. What I like to focus on for my coaching and my sort of like approach to improvement is the guidelines for players to find their own solutions and what works for them in games. I could talk about the quote unquote correct plays and the sort of like knowledge of the game for eons. I could do that that's the easy way. That's the easy way out. Why I cater my VODs to individuals and their goals is because I believe that the most fun that you can have in the game, as well as the most effective improvement or consistent improvement over time, is going to be developing the process that a player has to come to their own decisions. So that's why I propose questions for my players to ask themselves in games, like, what is your job? How do you accomplish your job? Rather than, okay, this is where you need to stand. All right, so you want to rotate when you see these triggers. All right, then you want to match this ult with these ults. Whatever. I can do that all day. And everyone can. That's the easy route. That's what a lot of coaches do. And I'm going to make an entire Theory Thursday about it, since I have some opinions about how coaching works in Overwatch. But it ultimately, from everything that I've seen in my like decade of playing this game, and like 1,000, or maybe not thousands, but hundreds of VOD reviews that I've been given VOD reviews, and I've had VOD reviews, and I've seen other players get VODs, and I've seen other players try to implement them in games. Every single time a player gets told like a concept, unless they make it into their own in some way, they end up stagnating really, really fucking hard later. And that's not what I'm personally about. I don't want to give you a temporary band-aid fix of how to like start winning your games immediately. I want to give you something that will help you improve as a player. There's something that actually, like, there's a quote from one of the best Pokemon players in the world that I've actually been thinking about a lot recently as I've been shaping my team structure. They said there are two types of competitive players in the world. There are the players that like to win, and then there are the players that like to be the best. And I thought that was so tough. It becomes more of following a formula than trying to figure out stuff yourself. Yeah, exactly. I hate formulas in Overwatch. Overwatch is a very complicated game and ultimately comes down to a player's instincts. Even if a formula works for people, a lot of the times it kills the joy, or like the optimal, like the most amount of joy that I've seen, I've experienced and seen from players, is having your own ideas, testing your own ideas against others, and then succeeding off of them. The process becomes so much more fun when it's your experience and not everybody else's. And that's my personal opinion, and that's what I base my coaching around. There was one other approach. Wait, say that again? That again. I said a lot of things. I'll go through like the big things. Important concept: don't play Overwatch while unemployed. We play Overwatch while unemployed is chill. Sometimes they'll even become your employment eventually. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. It's awesome. I love Overwatch. But that again, I said two main things. Your process is what I recommend focusing on for long-term improvement, and I believe that's the most fun that people can have playing the game and competing in general, is challenging your own ideas against others and seeing which one ends up successful. As well as before that, I said that there was one of the best Pokemon players in the world made like a video where they had a quote that really stuck in my head as I started to craft my own team environment, or with my new roster, where we were sort of like talking about what kind of team we wanted to be. I was thinking about it. The quote was, there are two types of competitive players in the world, or high level competitive players in Pokemon, they said, but it's just in general games, I think it applies. Two types of competitive players. There are the ones that want to win and the ones that want to be the best. And I got chills. I won't lie, I got chills. And to be the best, you need to have your process really good. To win, you can follow formulas. You can just follow other people's ideas. Sure, it's whatever. But if you want to be the best, if you want to be a truly good player and be resilient against every single meta, then focusing on your process is exactly what's going to be your stick. If you're just playing Overwatch for like a few months or so, or like maybe like if you're playing Overwatch for like a week or so, or you're trying to impress someone you have a crush on who likes the game, sure, there are a lot of coaches out there, or educational YouTubers who focus on telling you how to do something in the moment, how to do something in one specific patch or a very general idea that you can follow and find short-term success with. And that's fine. That's why I ask people their goals, because if somebody's goal is to just I'm trying to impress a crush with Overwatch skills, I've never played this game before, that's fine. I got you. I can tell you the cheat sheet. But a cheat sheet will never, ever, ever go as far as actually knowing the material. Yeah, you don't need to be the best. That's just a quote for high competitive players. But I think that the concept applies for people that want to be good too. Like if you want to be genuinely good at the game, if you want to be able to pick up this game again in a year or two, even if a trillion patches happened and the game is shifted in all sorts of wacky ways and there's new heroes, focusing on developing your process and the concepts I talk about with your job and whatnot are going to last you and allow you to be able to figure out how to perform and find success in every meta rather than just one specific one, or in generalized scenarios. Because common scenarios change. As the game changes, the common scenarios you'll be in change. Things will change. It's a player's job to hone their intuition to be able to find success despite that change. But those are the two concepts. As a recap, ask yourself what your job is. Ask yourself what your job is, and then where to job. Where can you be to best do your job? And then to get to where you want to be, what will stop you? This is a general thing that I recommend to think about as you play the game, size. And I think that it will lead you to some success, and will allow you to climb over time. It'll help with your positioning, but it'll also help with a lot of other things. It's not just positioning. The second question that I listed there of how or where do you be to do your job can change. Generally, the huge outline is just asking, how do you do your job? It goes, what's your job? How do you do your job? And then you do the job. This is how to form, this is a general outline of forming ideas consistently in Overwatch, that I've found success with. And then the other thing, a lot of people recommend, or something that could help you, is play one corner away from your tank. So if your tank walks up one corner, you walk up one corner. If they back up one corner, you back up one corner. I don't like that one that much, but it can help. Also, stop jumping. Okay, moving on to the next one. I hope that helps. Let me. I've been talking for a while, and I've actually ran out of water. So let me see really quickly. It would be icicle, right? Yes. Oh, ISIL. My fault. I've been mispronouncing it this entire time. I only saw it until when it was big on the screen. Stream VOD codes, ISIL. All right, bang, bang. I'll think on the goal and my approach for the VOD while I fill up my water bottle really quickly. Gold 2, been playing on and off since 2017. Brigida, okay, specifics, but I think I have issues to iron out with your rally and armor pack usage. Positioning, especially later in the game. Sometimes forgetting about my Zenyatta. Otherwise, you find it hard to identify what is a mistake and what isn't. So advice on other areas is appreciated. Okay, awesome. I can definitely help with that. Brigida. Okay. Icicle? Okay. Oh, wait, yeah. What? Why is my... Why is the spinny but... Oh, I'm just... Okay, I just can't read. All good. All good. What? Why is my Discord freaking out? All good. I'll put this in. I'll be back in literally like probably like a minute. And then we'll get into this VOD. Yes, you apply for coaching on the Discord. I'll be right back and then I'll get into this. Wait, I almost forgot my water bottle. But that's important to fill it up.
Attackers incoming. Let's see what we're working with here. POV of getting run over by... What the... Huh. Well, what am I broke the camera. Whoa! Whoa! How'd I do that? Okay. I'll take a look-see. Oh, that's a goal. Hard to identify what a mistake is and what isn't. Heard. Okay. I might actually talk on that a little bit. That's a very useful skill to have to improve. But I mean, you can probably imagine like the framework that I give most of my players of like identify your job, where like even if it's like that gives the basis for analysis most of the time, or identification of mistakes. Because if you aren't able to fulfill your job, then you can like it poses a question of like asking yourself, why didn't I fulfill my job? Because there had to be a mistake somewhere, and you can start looking for it. Or if you identified your job correctly, well, not correctly, but if you identified like something you actually can play for, something that you can provide to your composition. Hey, your videos have been amazing. You inspire me to get better at not only DPS but all roles. Do you find many benefits to aim training, or is it mechanically better to just play the game? Yes, aim training is quite beneficial, quite for a wide variety of players. Depends on what your issues specifically are, but overall, yes, I recommend aim training. I believe that it is quite effective at improving your mechanics. If your issue is a bit more like with movement aim, or like your movement to help with your aim or dodge shots, then playing the game more is mechanically better, or better for your mechanics. But for the most part, aim training and just your raw aim and mouse control is very, very beneficial. Sorry, I see that my CPU is at 100% usage. Was the stream lagging at all for y'all? Hope not. Wait, let me pull it back up. And that. Someone's like sneakily taking away all my CPU. There you are. There you are, Google Drive. Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, because that's recording. Damn. That eats up that much of my computer? Okay. Oh well. Yo, thank you for the follow, Grinzy. Nope, it's all good. Awesome. Alright, sick. For anyone new, for my VOD reviews, I just sort of go through, see common mistakes of a player, or common things that I want to talk about, or things that will help them win many fights rather than going sort of fight by fight. Because I believe that approaching general topics and terms is going to be more beneficial to improving long term. I'm gonna be, but for Dasani on the YouTube chat, I'm going to probably be making a video about aiming pretty damn soon. That's one of the, like, for the Theory Thursday videos, that's one of my higher priorities, because aiming is an important part about the game that I want to talk about quite a bit. Google Drive, Google Bloatware, yeah. I've been using it so that everything that I record is able to just kind of instantly go to, everything I record is instantly uploaded to Google Drive, so my editors are actually able to get started on videos like while I'm streaming. But yeah, I'm gonna be looking at other alternatives pretty soon. I was actually looking at that this morning. Yeah, I think I found like a pretty good alternative or solution, but damn. Unlucky Sham. Alright. I think I see. Icicle, if you're in the chat, are you primarily a Brig player? Is Brig like the main focal hero for you, at least at the moment? What's kind of your hero pool? IT guy here, if you're on Windows 11, highly recommend using some kind of deboot to clean up the amount of shit on Windows. 11 deboot is a good one. So I'm not on Windows 11 yet. I really don't want to go to Windows 11 because I'm really stupid when it comes to like UI and computers, especially. Every time there's like a UI change in something, it slows me down so much actually. And I know that Windows 11 just generally has not been taken too fondly, so I've not upgraded off Windows 10 yet. Yeah, I primarily Brig? Okay, awesome. Ew, this will be fun. I have a lot of fun things to talk about. But there probably is a lot of, like, I'm not gonna lie. I like Overwatch. I know it runs on my computer. I am a caveman. When it comes to software shit, at least, I just, like, I'm just clanking rocks together. I do not, I've never really been that crazy interested in it. I tried okay, it's weird, because I know things, and I'm really stupid about things, right? I can, like, generally navigate and maintain a PC, but I could not tell you any specifics, and I usually just have like my nerd friend who just like kind of like take care of it, or just like tell me what buttons to click like anytime I've tried to like optimize my PC and whatnot, because I want to just be able to do the things I want to do, and I know like managing PC and stuff is important. It just isn't really that interesting to me. I've tried to get into it like a lot. I took like 2 years of like coding class. I learned like the basics of like JavaScript, Python, whatnot, and along with that, helping just like managing like computer stuff. But it's just not that interesting to me, straight up. So I just have a nerd friend who helps me with everything. The previous two, you could guess what I was going to talk about. You're not sure with this one. Honestly, I always recommend a Linux distro, but it can get a bit technical. I know my little cousin, because I spend all my time on my computer, they said that they're getting like a Linux and asked if I had any recommendation. I'm like, fuck no. I don't know shit, bro. Good luck with all that. A quicker go Linux than Windows 11. Maybe I'll give it a whirl. Whenever I'm like forced, when there's a gun put to my head and I'm forced to get off of Windows 10, that until then I just want to keep doing what I like to do. Okay. We all need that one nerd, Fred. Yep. Shout out Seraphi. They're the I think primary moderator for like the Discord server and Twitch stuff. They just do all the nerd stuff. They keep like spreadsheets on like the videos and whatnot. I don't look at any of the analytics of any videos like at all. I did at the start when like the channel was like experiencing like a lot of growth, but historically, like because I've been so into Overwatch for so long, like a lot of like previously I had a really bad mental thing of like my self-worth was low-key kind of tied to my SR and like my rank, and it's really terrible for your mental health, and I have a pretty long history of assigning that to like a number, how I feel about myself to a number. And I knew from frame one that like the YouTube analytics could be a very dangerous pit for me, so I literally just like I don't look at them at all. I literally don't look at them at all. And I just make the videos that I want to make. I look at the comments, and the comments are always like very nice and whatnot, because the words of other people, it's all subjective. It's all subjective, and I can always handle that. I just don't like stats that much when it pertains to like my performance. I'm just gonna make the videos that I have fun making and the ideas that I want to put into content. If they do well, awesome. If they don't do well, that's fine, because I just enjoy doing things. It's amazing that like the thing, like when I'm making the things that I like making, though, it gets so much support. That does make me quite happy. But Ash or the Seraphi, like they look at all the analytics and whatnot. I don't open it ever, because I want to focus on just making the things that I want to make, since I do believe that authenticity is really important for making good content, and I could be very easily swayed by numbers, so I'm just not paying attention to them unless I have like no, I just don't want it. I don't ever really want to pay attention to them, really. Okay, but actually getting into the VOD review for Icicle, this is a very fun VOD. This is very interesting and very fun. So, with you playing primarily Brigitte, you, my friend, have a hard road ahead of you. And that is okay. It's a very fun road, but it is hard. So, I'm going to be talking in fairly broad terms and ideas that you can apply and work through in other games. If you were watching the previous VOD that we gave to the Ana player, it's going to be similar to that of identifying your job and then how do you want to do it. This is the foundation in which I think that you would benefit most from actually answering. If you can answer what is your job in a comp and how do you want to do it, but we're going to primarily focus on what is your job as Brigitte in different comps. So I'm just going to go on like a mega babble here for a second, because Brigitte is it's a very simple character, but that means that they're very complicated in how they can find value. Brigitte has a lot of aspects about her kit. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Whoa. Bro, you have too much aura. You have too much aura, you're making the camera lose it. Damn. How does this work? What the hell? That's kind of fun. Alright, hold on, let me do this really quickly. Brig, Zen, Soldier, Sigma, Emre, and then Widow, Ana, Farah, Sigma, Curie. This will make sense in a moment. What I recommend for you, if you're going to be primarily focusing on Brigitte in your climb, is getting really in depth with the understanding of what your job is and how you can provide value to your team. So if we look at the matchup here of Brig, Zen, Sigma. I forgot what the second S was. Is that Symmetra or Soldier? Either way, it doesn't matter. Emre. Versus Widowmaker, Ana, Pharah, Sigma, Kiriko. The question you need to ask yourself is, what does Brig do? What does Brig do? How do they help their team? What do they do against the enemy team? What value of their kit can be played for in this sort of matchup? This is how you will determine your job. What do you provide to a team composition? And you can take this sort of step by step. You can look moment to moment, or like at each specific part of your hero kit, and see what is going to give value. So with your Sigma, Sojourn, Emre, maybe that's a Symmetra, but either way, your packs are going to be fine. They're going to be good for healing up low HP targets, but there are better heroes that do that. You can fire one Ana shot. That's basically going to be like a good pack. So that's generally not going to be what you want to be playing for. Your whip shot is decent. It's a good boop, but their enemy team doesn't exactly have any big divers that you're going to be finding a lot of value with through your disruption, because all of them want to be pretty stationary anyways and just slowly walk up behind their Zig shield. And they all kind of outrange your whip shot to make it difficult to find value out of it. Your shield is something to keep in mind, because your shield is able to tank a lot of damage and abilities that the enemy team could potentially use, which your team doesn't want to deal with. Your team doesn't want to get naded. They don't want to get rocked by a Sigma. They don't want to deal with Pharah concussion blasts and whatnot. Your shield is something to keep in mind, because it's you can have a lot of good interactions with the enemy team with it. Shield bash is also something very important to note, because nobody on either one of these teams has a lot of mobility. Shield bash being one of the main forms of mobility across the entire sort of lobby is very important to note, because you are going to be able to get into or out of space a lot more effectively than a lot of other heroes could. Inspire is also something really important, because there's not much AoE healing for the enemy team or your team. AoE healing is going to be pretty damn significant. So analyzing this, you can start to come up with ideas of what your hero can do. If you realize that you don't want to be necessarily using whip shot much, or if whip shot's hard to land into their comp and healing packs are something that aren't going to be winning you fights per se, you want to be thinking, how can I get the most value out of my shield? This is a very in-depth, this is a nuanced guide of how to determine what your job is on nicher heroes, but this will be built up through intuition as you play more of your specific hero. This is why one-tricking is so important, so that you can get into and understand at a subconscious level these sort of nitty-gritty stuff, which will allow you to perform in a lot of different ways. As well as your rocket flail. I didn't even talk about your M1. Probably the most important part is pretty damn good once you are able to use it. You are able to beat the fuck out of a Widowmaker and of an Ana with no CDs. You could Sigma versus Brigitte is a disgustingly Brigitte favored matchup. You legit win the 1v1. It's insane how strong Brigitte is if they can get onto a Sigma. Pharah, you don't like too much. Kiriko, it's whatever. If you can force their CDs, it's awesome. But you want to be thinking about, because these are very interactable parts of your kit versus the enemy team, you can be thinking or trying to form ideas in game of how to get value out of them, since these are the things, these are the unique cooldowns and abilities that Brigitte provides in the lobby that nobody else does. So with that in mind, let's take a look at ideas that we can form to see if we can determine our job, or what plays we could potentially make, or value that we can find through our interactions or the only interactions that we will have be positive against the enemy team. I know that is a very, very big, that's a really huge, what's it called? Kind of introduction to this VOD review. There's low-key segments of this because it's a very intricate topic, but it's really, really fun. And this is applicable for every hero, but other heroes are going to be a lot more straightforward with how they find value. Brigitte is just going to be pretty niche in how they find value here, so I need to talk about it a little bit more in depth for it to make sense. We can instantly see and sort of think about here, or ask yourself, what value are you really getting here on Brig? You don't have your Inspire proc, you're putting in packs to your Sigma, which is fine, but you're not able to find whip shots, you're not able to do damage to the enemy team from this position. The value in which you're providing to your team is very, very minimal. Your packs are getting value, sure, but you could be doing that on basically like every other hero, and you're not doing anything to the enemy team, which allows them to sort of walk up from frame 1. So the question is, if your job isn't to necessarily heal everybody, since you tried that and it's not working, what could your job be? Your job could be, and again, this is why I preface, it's not that important to get the right job, like identify your job correctly at the start, but it's important to work through the process for long-term improvement. Your job could be thinking about Brigitte's kit. You have more mobility than most of the lobby, so even though you can't do that much damage in a raw front to back or heal the damage that the enemy team is doing, you could use your mobility to take a separate angle or a separate sort of area on the map, which will give you easier whip shots or the opportunity to walk down the enemy team later in the fight from that space. And if they shoot you, you have the option that they aren't able to chase easily to just bash out. You have one of the few mobility options in the lobby. So that could be one of the things, is you could be pulling vision aggro is what we call that. It could be that you're pulling vision aggro. That could be your job. As they go for a really big and aggressive swing, if you're able to bait them to look at you and not the important damage dealers of your team, that could be one of the things that you can do, or an idea that you can try playing for. Or a later one, you could be looking to brawl on the front line much more aggressively off of your Sig shield. So anytime their Sigma gets into a close range, what's it called? Anytime their Sigma wants to be doing something, you can be like an idea that you can play for, or another job that you could potentially give yourself or try playing for, is be the main brawler of your composition, where you are, you know that you can't do much, like how we just went through the entire like sort of roster. You can't do much like in this sort of poke phase. Like, sure you can, but you don't have to. There are other ways to approach it. You can be the main brawler of the composition, so that means whenever the enemy team is within close range, they're trying to clean up the rest of your team, and they're looking to step, you want to be saving your shield and your HP and your resources to really start beating people up late into the fight. That's one of the ideas that you could play for, but because you weren't putting yourself in a position to brawl effectively once the enemy team was within your striking range, and you get your armor chunked, you get rocked by the Sigma and looking at the Pharah, instead of trying to be ready to brawl by hiding around this little ticket booth and then walking forward or bashing forward, beating up the Sigma as they step forward into your striking range. That's not going to be something that you played for either. What I'm getting at here with these sort of ideas and these topics of identifying what your job could be is that you need to identify anything of what your job could be. You could just form ideas and think about plays that you can make based off of your specific hero's kit. Think about the value that your hero can find and value that you can provide to your team to win the game, and then try different ideas to play for them. So if you think that you might be able to utilize the good exchange that Brigitte has against Sigma, or even just the idea of like, oh, well, I can hit the Sigma through the hands, you can try that. You can base a play, you can form ideas of that being your job. My job is to mark the Sigma. My job is to beat up the Sigma. That's fine. That's super fine. If that's what you want to try to play for, if that's what you want to tell yourself, that is more than okay for long-term improvement as long as you keep with the process. Because eventually, if you keep forming ideas like that, if you keep giving yourself jobs and what is good for your hero, what is bad for your hero, what feels right to play with, you are eventually going to form instinctual understandings of plays that you can make and go for on a long-term basis. Since eventually, if you just form the ideas or have an idea of an interaction or how it could work, because this is a melee hero and you maybe saw a Reinhardt swinging at a Sigma before, you wonder, oh, maybe my whip or my flail or my M1 can work the same way against a Sigma since it looked pretty good when I saw the Reinhardt do it. That's an idea. That's an idea to play for, and that's a job you can assign yourself. And now you can actually start getting into the how do you want to do that. Because this is the next important part of after you give yourself a job. It doesn't have to be right. You don't have to have the right job. You don't have to assign yourself the right job. You just need something to go off of. But then you can get into the how, in which this is where a lot of your improvement is going to actually come from. Figuring out how to accomplish a job that you give yourself is going to be the main source of being good at Overwatch. A lot of people play logically and fundamentally heroes wrong in like all the way up to champ, or people would like to say they play hero, like a lot of coaches would like to say champ players or GM players or these really, really high ranked, like proven SR players play heroes very wrong. And that is okay, because even if they're playing or giving themselves the wrong jobs for their heroes in their matchups, they have the execution and are able to perform the how they want to accomplish their job better or well enough to find value and win games, even if the what isn't exactly amazing. So what I am trying to get at here, and everything that this is sort of like conglomerating in, is throughout this VOD, Icicle, you were very rarely playing for any set ideas. You were very much so a floater throughout this entire game, and chilling and trying to play for a lot of value out of your packs, and your team was just slowly giving ground when the idea of just sort of playing for your packs wasn't exactly working. It's important for the improvement of Overwatch to understand or think about and reflect after fights and whatnot. Maybe what's it called? Like, maybe if my idea isn't working or the job that I assign myself isn't right, then you can change it. You can change it. You can think about it after a fight and then shift it a little bit later. But you can see through here, you end up playing a little bit more to like brawl in late fights, but you still struggle to find good positions in which to do that, because it looks like you aren't giving yourself a clear goal or a clear direction in which you want to be playing. And because of that, you end up not finding much value in any of the categories of your kit and sort of letting the game happen around you rather than taking control of it yourself. So what I prescribe to you is, next time you go in a queue session, I recommend asking yourself, what does my hero want to do? What is my job? It doesn't matter if you're right. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. Just having ideas and forming ideas of value and ways that you could actually impact the game, and then doing your best to play for it, is what I think will help you a bunch, Icicle, especially for people with small hero pools, people who are going to one trick. I like one tricking a lot because that process of forming an idea, asking yourself or giving yourself a job, and then figuring out how you want to accomplish it is going to be the core fundamental aspect of how to improve at Overwatch. This is what I strongly believe in, and is what I've seen a lot of success with my coaching, or has seen a lot of success from players that I've given it to. But of course, it doesn't work for everyone. If you guys find like something else or a different idea or concept that is generally and widely applicable to a lot of different heroes, that works better for you, do that. Do what works for you. This is just my general idea and my theory of how improvement can work really, really well and efficiently across every single different rank, across every different hero for Overwatch. And for Brigitte specifically, ideas that or jobs that you might want to explore more in your games, Icicle, would be to brawl, to control map space, brawl to control map space, and fucking and deny. So really quick elaboration on this because I just babbled for a really, really long time, and then I'm going to read chat and then I'll end the VOD. To brawl is like what you were kind of doing in the past, or like the fight over here with like the rally and whatnot. You played that actually fairly well. You got hit by the flux, you popped your rally, and then you started brawling onto the Sigma after they used a lot of their cooldowns, their mobility and whatnot to get into your swing range, and then you just started beating them to a pulp. That is a brawl. That is saving your cooldowns until you can win a stat trade against the enemy team. Oh, bait. I guess it kind of leans into controlling space, but however it fits in your brain best. So I'll give you a few options. But you ended up playing pretty decently for the brawl, but there are a lot of different jobs that you can assign yourself and a lot of different ways that you can find value on Brigitte, especially in more nuanced matchups like these, where if your Zenyatta's not swapping, you're not swapping, your team doesn't have that much healing, it's still fine, it's still very doable, and you can be winning games consistently all the way up to champion on heroes like this, but you need to understand how you can find any sort of value. So you can brawl, you can control space, which is basically like holding a little bit of an off angle, using your shield health, your mobility, and just pressuring them with the idea or the threat of you walking onto a squishy and potentially forcing them out, or just consistently like beating up resources or making it hard for the enemy flankers to walk through a specific area of the map. Controlling that space is an idea that you can be playing for. You can deny by, if they have a Winston or something, you can stack on a squishy or someone who really doesn't want to be hit by a Winston or a diva or something, and then you just boop them away with your whip shot, which might be a very high value. Giving yourself some sort of job along those lines, or something, some sort of idea of your kit that you can play for in your games and then try your best to execute it, is going to be what I recommend for you, Icicle. I know it's very, very broad. I know it's very unspecific because there are a lot of ways, especially in less conventional comps like this, that you can find value, and I don't want to force one specific way for you to play into your head, because there are a few options that I believe could win this game, but I think that for you to find the most long-term success, you need to find them yourself. Yes, okay. Now I'm going to catch up with chat before ending this. So when can you have that kind of angle? Oh, the improvement was entirely coincidental. I'll say is true. Interesting. Someone did like a whole paper looking into the major issues with that game, was able to figure out. Thank you for the follow, Eric. I appreciate it. Game is Sims 2. Okay, Sims talk. What I'm thinking here is bait people into me. What? No, bad. I can't, it's not letting me read it. It's not letting me read the second half of it. Why isn't it letting me read it? Bait people into me. Can you now let your team collapse? Yeah, that's a great idea to play for. I can't read the sentence after that. Or look for enemy backline assassinations. Yep. Or even with boop. There's sig into my team with shield bash, ult bash, and boop. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Oh, would it be this? No, I don't know how to get rid of that. Oh my god, and I keep proccing it. Be the man with a plan. Doesn't matter what the plan is, as long as you know what you want to do and why. Yep, I'd say that's good. In general, tips for how to judge value of any job you assign yourself within that game. Like what are important guidelines for good value in 5v5 is guess what I'm asking. End of the day, it's asking yourself, what can my hero do? What are the good and bad, and how do I use that knowledge to still squeeze the most out of the hero in the given situation? Yes, I agree with that. Yes. Do I have any tips for how to judge the value of any job you assign to yourself within that game? How do you judge the value of a play you make? Judging the value of the play you make is kind of where experience and like coaches should be able to like actually help. Because they've just seen a lot. They've just seen a lot of the game. But it's going to be based in your logic and your explanation of what the play actually does. So, generally, guidelines for winning the game or like value in a game is asking yourself, ultimately asking the question or saying what, like relating the play that you make to the idea or the question of how does this win the game? If you ask yourself, how does this play, whatever I'm doing, whatever idea I'm playing for, how does it win the game? That will be your guideline or your base question that you could ask yourself to evaluate the value of a play that you're kind of making. How coaching should be in Overwatch is coaches should know generally the trends that win games. What plays generally win games. Is that the case right now? Who knows? But for a player, you need to be the one coming up with the ideas and then honing your ideas and your process of what jobs you're giving yourself and how you're doing your jobs to win your games. As long, like, this is where like the logic comes in, and this is where people start to differ on what's good, what's bad, because everyone will value different things. Everyone will see value in the game differently. Some people will value uptime. Some people will value just capturing the objective. Some people will value kills. Some people value cooldown exchanges or advantages in that way, whatnot. There are a ton of different ways to approach the game in terms of what is valuable. I have my own opinion that I feel pretty good about, but I don't ever want to like infringe or say that my way of thinking is the only way to players. But to find your own way of understanding the game and your ideas and plays that you make, asking yourself, how does this win the game, to any sort of play or action made in the game, can be determining, or can be a good guideline or a baseline question to ask yourself to determine value. So I know that was extremely general, or like generalized, Icicle, and I apologize that I didn't give super specific things, which I know is very traditional, or to sort of like give specific things for VODs. But it looks like you're like, you know how your build, like, you know what your abilities do, you know generally like how to do things. Every time you decide on a play that you want to make, you're doing good. You're like hitting your whip shots, you're packing the people who you need to pack, you're doing like your micro is fine. Like that's generally like not the issue. Your issue is that you're not giving yourself really ideas or things that you want to be playing for, despite having opportunities to do so. You're taking an extremely passive role in sort of spectating the game a little bit, rather than trying to form ideas of how to find value to bring it into your own hands. Like, this, fucking awesome. I don't, like, this is somewhat accidental, but this idea is insanely cool, because you have your rally, you know that the enemy team needs to touch the objective I don't know if it was intentional for you to just sort of like chill on the objective, but this is something that a lot of high ranked Brig players do, is in these like sort of last moments, you sit on the cart and then you wait for people to walk into you and then you just beat them up with your rally. You will win most of those numbers exchanges and they're forced to play into you. The how is done for you. All you need to do for the how you want to get into your brawl range is wait for them to touch the objective. And then you have your big brawl ultimate. You have your insane stat trade at the ready as soon as they touch. Like, this is an idea that you can actually play for. Your job could just be kill them when they get to the cart. But let me know if you try to apply that general idea, Icicle, into your games and how it feels, because that is a lot more generalized or broad than most like VODs that I'd be giving to people or that are out there. Because I just think that, especially if your hero pool is primarily Brigitte, that process and honing in on that specific process is what would find you the best success in the long term, or short term. Actually, just thinking about what you can do with your kit is going to just win you games, like straight up. We somehow found helpful so far as to see the different roles. Like chess pieces, the tank is the queen, DPS are bishops, and the supports are orcs. So basically, whichever role I am informs how much impact my play has if it kills a certain type of role. Particularly, will this kill their tank? Is a jackpot in terms of playmaking. You can even kill tanks by zoning their supports. Yeah, true. I fuck with that. I like that approach. I'm gonna lie, if I definitely have to go back and listen to it again, see how it goes. Okay, yeah, awesome. I babbled a lot there. I'm sorry that it went on for a while and it was very generalized, but just general, like big baseline. Ask yourself, what is my job? And it doesn't matter if you're right, doesn't matter if you're wrong. As long as you're coming up with some sort of thing that you can do or some sort of idea of a job that you can provide to your team that nobody else is going to be able to do for you. For one tricking, it's important to find good plays with Brig and not player in one style only. Yes, turbo agree, mega agree. Even like one tricking literally anyone. They're really conventional heroes. Like, even the most conventional heroes naturally are going to force you to play in a multitude of different ways. Tracer fundamentally is fucking amazing. Like, the reason why good heroes are so good and heroes that keep popping up in the metas keep popping up is because they do a bunch of different things. They can play in a bunch of different styles and still find value. That's what makes a fundamentally good hero. But with one tricking, you need to find that value no matter what's kind of going on, and even if you have a limited kit. And it's still very possible, but that's the process of how to actually achieve it. I low-key might make that into a video, that VOD. Because I do feel strongly about that, and it's actually literally like one of my Theory Thursdays. And I have written down is basically like how to analyze a kit and apply it to form a job in game. Learn this one trick in Zen. You solve every problem by positioning and pew pew. Don't need to worry about cooldowns. However, I am back in 3 seconds from a poke. Yes, I agree. Okay, my brain was working kind of in overdrive there for a second, so I'm going to take a small break before getting into our next VOD, and then pretty soon we're going to be going through, we're going to be starting our, what's it called? Pretty soon we're going to be going through our Oh my god, yeah, no, I really need a break. Hold on, my brain just actually just short-circuited. Oh, that is in range. Okay, awesome. We're gonna be starting our first challenge series of the channel. So we're gonna be doing a Pokemon inspired randomizer Nuzlocke. Just to talk on it really briefly while I let my brain cool down a little bit. There have been Nuzlockes done in Overwatch in the past, but basically the shtick is if it's going to be on a new account by TV Demon, you start on a new account. The goal is to get to X rank, whatever rank. But every time you lose a game on a hero, you cannot play them for the rest of the run. So you are trying to get up to a specific rank without losing all of your heroes. So if you lose a very important hero like Tracer or something early, you won't have that option in like Masters or like Diamond, which could be insanely valuable. But if you int them early, then it's just gonna suck. So Nuzlocke in Pokemon, if your Pokemon faints, it's dead and you cannot use it for the rest of the run. In Overwatch Nuzlocke, if your hero dies or if you lose a game on a hero, you cannot use them for the rest of the run as you try to accomplish your goal. I have a lot of twists in store, and I have a very, very fun approach to an Overwatch Nuzlocke that is, from my knowledge, unique and nobody has done it before. And it's going to end up being super, I believe that it can be really, really, really educational, because with a randomizer Nuzlocke, and I'll get into details later about how it's randomized, we're going to be forced to play a lot of different heroes in a lot of spots that might be suboptimal or might not be the best for them. For today, I am going to be starting that on tank. Or I'm going to be doing that first run on tank, but I will be covering all of the roles or doing a Nuzlocke, randomizer Nuzlocke challenge on each role in the future. My son involved one of these days approach the Keyfire. Awesome, thank you. Love to hear your perspective. That'd be sick. Yeah, I'd love to VOD. Last patch was on the 26th, so the 28th should also work. Oh, awesome. Okay. I will throw those in. I'm going to throw in all of the codes that we see here. To the wheel. Bro, VODing actually takes like so much brain. Like, it's just like the thought process. I had in our last coaching stream, or our last stream where we did some VOD reviews, there was one of the people who got a VOD actually was trying to be a coach. They were trying to learn how to be a coach. So I talked through my thought process of analyzing the code as well as like my actual like what I recommend for the player. And oh my god, it was hard. It's so hard. There's a lot of thinking involved. Because I don't believe in just kind of like, I don't want to give generalized, or not generalized, but I don't want to give like a current advice to people. I want to give things that will help people long term. I'm not going to see that. You guys are, now that I'm now that I'm showing my whole screen, you guys are gonna see kind of how incompetent I am with a computer. Apologies. I can play Overwatch good. I can do a few other things good. Computer, not one of them. Like, I keep forgetting. I just keep forgetting. I have a Sapum. Jet Icicle. These always like make my day, bro. These make me smile so much when people like say like they after watching like the educational content or whatnot that they hit like a new peak. That always makes me so happy, bro. Double Vorg? Oh, good comms. Good comms. It's outrageous. Good comms, chat. My supports won't heal me. Wait, it didn't? Did I miss one? Yeah, the other ones, these codes are expired. It's kind of sucks you have no code ready. You want to do a serious VOD? I'll be streaming more in the future. There will be more chances. Sorry, bro. My brain is taking a while to recover. We're about getting there though. A game you really care about? Yeah. Wait, what was your name in Discord? Oh, this one? Oh, I see. The coaching streams haven't been as common as I wanted them to be yet, but I'm remembering like, god damn, it does, it's quite demanding to think that much. There was, I've been able to coach at like all the different ranks. I've been able to help like Champ 3 or Champ 2 players push up to Champ 1. I've been able to help bronze players like climb out of bronze or like into gold or plat. I can help with a lot of different ranks. But last time I remember there was, I think it was like a bronze 3 VOD. Like a bronze 3 Brigida VOD. And then immediately after we rolled like a GM1, GM2 Zenyatta player VOD. And like shifting gears that much, or like the topics that much, was quite a bit. Because I had to go fairly like general to very specific really quickly. But I think that the Zenyatta player, the GM2 Zen player, recently hit champ, which was their goal, which is awesome. I don't know if the Brig player was ever able to climb up to silver. I hope that's going well. I hope their games are going well. What was that GIF? Was it in the Discord? Sorry, I didn't see it. I'm starting Overwatch right now, and Overwatch be like, we're unable to log you in. Yeah. I hate it when Overwatch is not able to like. I always feel like so pathetic and helpless. Every time I can't log into Overwatch, I'm like, well, damn. What do I do now? Water is OP. Okay, I'm almost better. I'm almost good for the next VOD. Hold up. He'll probably do. What time is it? Like 2 to 3 more ish, and then I'll make sure that I keep an eye on every, or like the people that we did not get to last time or this time. And I'll be trying to get to them next time as well. as more people start to request VODs, though, I might shift how we go about things a little bit. I'm not too sure. But we did this, we did this, and we did this. Hey, we just want to like say thanks for the last VOD stream. It's about the striker mentality as a hit scan. I started to notice these moments. It's really helpful. We also notice the mechanical demand. Yep. I'm glad that you're noticing the moments more. I hope that's helping. But yeah, that concept is what pushes mechanical heights on. Oh, that's a gift. That's a gift. You're going to sleep. Good night, Daylight Demon. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, is Kuragasa around now? Might do that one. We'll do this one, and then we'll probably do 2 others, and then we will get into our Overwatch Nuzlocke. I'll probably take a quick break after the, after the VOD reviews. But I think that's been going well. Not sure if YouTube has the same integration. I've been trying to figure that out too. I don't know how YouTube stuff works. I've been trying to figure out really hard to see if there's like a YouTube equivalent, and there is, but it's just so strange. YouTube memberships are really strange. But yeah, Pauly D, the mechanical demand, like, the more opportunities that you'll, like, the better your mechanics are, the more opportunities you'll see. It's like a very give and take. The better your micro and the better your execution, the more ideas you're able to play for and pull off. And it's really interesting, it's really fun, and it's why a lot of really successful hit scan players just like kind of no life Kovacs. Kuragasa, looking for a Kuragasa. OJ is innocent. The Freya? Okay. Yeah, I see. Awesome sauce. Yo, thank you for the follow, Katykins. I'm okay. Let's get a different Undertale Deltarune playlist going. Pokemon? Ooh, do I risk a Pokemon? Oh, actually, let's do this video. This video is goated. Look at this cow. It's on a skateboard. Can you get cooler? I don't think so. Yo, thank you for the follow, Willie TW. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Becca. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. I hope you had a good stream. I hope that everything that you were doing went well. Right now, we are just doing some VOD review. We are doing some viewer coaching. So for now, we were going to be taking a look at this Freya VOD, and as we'll probably have 2 more afterwards. And then we'll be getting into our first challenge stream, or challenge video, or challenge of the channel, which will be our Overwatch Randomizer Nuzlocke, which I'll explain a bit more later. For my coaching, I always skim through sort of like the replay code or the first while to notice common player issues or habits so that I'm able to cater my VOD review a lot more directly to the specific like issues of the player rather than going fight by fight, because like I could babble about the game and I could babble about what's going on per fight, and each optimal little moment, but that's generally not what I believe to be the most conducive to long-term improvement and success. It'll teach you how to navigate that exact scenario again better if it happens, but I prefer to try to keep things generalized and making it as easy as possible for people to implement my coaching into the widest variety of situations possible. So I'm just skimming through this VOD for now. And before I continue, I'm going to be looking at your goals. Just play a lot of times on melee stuff. Only recently picked it up again in season 1. So you're alright in Overwatch 2, peaked around high masters, but I feel like people figured the game out a lot since then. Yeah, that's true. Lots of info on what mistakes you could be making here. Legion, especially Night Market, is a map you usually underperform on. Okay. End up winning here. I can't help but feel like you could have done more. Love some input, but well, that's a different one. Played well, but Night Market went pretty bad, and all fell apart from there. Okay. Awesome sauce. So it's general advice, what you could be doing better. Becca raid, woohoo! Thank you so much for the raid, Becca. And welcome in. I just make a lot of educational Overwatch content for now. And then I'll be slowly merging in like entertainment with education in the future. That's going to be what our first challenge stream or our first challenge run in ranked is about. So the randomizer Nuzlocke coming up in probably about like an hour or two-ish on stream here is going to be the first like attempt at sort of like integrating a lot like a bit more like entertainment or like story-based video with or story-based events with just raw education. Okay. Solid. Yo, thank you so much for the raid, Spylo. Like, that's like actually the goat of the educational YouTube scene. Like, Spylo makes amazing educational videos. I watched a lot when I was like quite a few years ago. Awesome, thank you so much, bro. I'm a big fan. Hope you had a really good stream. Thank you for the follow, Dusk and Spylo. You're the goat. We're doing some viewer VODs right now, so I'm just taking a look at the this Freya gameplay, and Night Market was the one that we wanted to look through. How I go about my VOD reviews is I always like to skim through initially to notice a player's individual habits or general habits, so I'm able to cater my approach or my advice that covers the widest array of sort of situations the player will face possible. Since I don't like going sort of fight by fight or scenario by scenario, because I think that is really easy to fall into like short-term improvement.
Next.
Tail, like this follow. Yo, thank you so much everybody for the follows. That's amazing. We all despise Kiriko. Where's my first time? I don't know how Twitch stuff works. Hold on, let me rewatch that. I got a little bit distracted. Thank you for the follow, Hugie Rocks first. Boozb, Portal 2W, SSYRXI, Vic. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna be rewatching this because pressure is on. That's where I thrive best. I'm gonna rewatch this round because I did get a little bit distracted by the raid. But let me make sure that I'm actually analyzing it properly. I love watching VODs with Reinhardt's in it where they just are pinning across the map. It's just kind of like a little like... It's like somebody's playing a horror game. If they're not pinning at you, somebody is. Just get raided into getting raided? Maybe. I'm not sure exactly what happened.
Next.
Ooh. I like that little play, and then you back up when your team gets active. Okay. I think I'm seeing why this map is a bit of a struggle point.
I can't shake me that easily.
Raid Inception. Yeah, no, let me watch how control point, because that's actually interesting if control point goes well. Emery.
I've gotten back up from worse.
I think I have my thoughts pretty much formed, but let me look over here a bit. Make sure I'm seeing the common trend.
First, securing the objective.
Yes, okay. There's a lot more watching than I usually do for VOD reviews. We've just been doing it for a little bit now, and I'm trying to get a hold on my headspace. Make sure I'm still able to do things properly. Yes, okay. Right, night market is specifically a struggle. Okay. So your goal with improvement was just generally having a better understanding of the game, right? Or like what was kind of going wrong? Here's some inputs on some mistakes that you might be making here. Something that I want to be focusing on of why things were going right on this on Legion Garden here, and why you were able to find quite a bit of good value and damage, but it was a little bit harder on Night Market. It's just kind of how you were taking your swings and the LOS in which you were actually able to shoot people. So this position that you ended up frequently playing in around the garden area is actually really strong. And you can feel that through how many bolts are actually being connected, and you have a very easy time sort of swinging and have a lot of cover to play around afterwards. You're very far away, you're not going to be in too much danger of any sort of like brawl-based heroes, but as well as you're not going to be in that much danger to their hit scans either. Their Ashe is going to have a hard time swinging out onto you because they're going to be really close to the Zarya, as well as like the Brig, or just generally your team, if they want to walk through that bridge area. Reinhardt's not going to be able to get onto you, and you're just going to be able to continue chunking down that small area that they are forced to walk through of that bridge. If you dash to the left, you have cover. If you dash to the right, you have cover. You have a really good and easy time just pumping in damage. So when you're given opportunities or spots like that and you are able to find them properly, you are doing really, really well of actually just putting in a lot of pressure to the enemy team, and your actual aim is really pretty damn good. You're hitting the shots, you're hitting the bolts that you want to be connecting, and you are carrying, like looking at the stats here, look at how much damage you're doing compared to the rest of the lobby. You can see it really easily. But why Night Market might be a little bit more of a struggle or a consistent struggle point for you, since you also mentioned that last month in your VOD review, or like in the VOD that you submitted as well, which was also Lijiang, that this specific sub point might also be, or was also a struggle point. And why I believe that is because of how you're actually taking a lot of your swings and not being given these sort of like easy routes to find your consistent damage. It's not as easy for a hit scan to be in a good spot and easy sight lines for you to really just like pump into the enemy team, and there's going to be a lot more open space that you're forced to play through. So this fight is a good example of that, where you get into a spot where you don't necessarily want to be like pushing up onto the point. You're scared of this Cassidy and you're scared of the Juno. While I think that maybe an idea that you could play for is stepping up and helping your Brig sort of brawl the Cassidy or finding more bolts onto the Juno, I think that's also okay. It's fine to play like around garden area and just trying to pump in damage like how you usually do. I do think that on these more closer based maps, you need to take the opportunities that your team is providing to you by peeling the attention of the enemy teams and using that to find your own value and make your own impact on the game. Playing this a little bit more of a passive playstyle though, or further back, because you have these sort of like mechanics, is going to be more or less fine. I made a video a bit about this, especially as your team goes down, of how you really want to be carrying on hit scan. But like as soon as like your team is in like a really difficult spot, you want to take this game into your hands in one way or another. You can either be stepping up onto the point to this, or you could be taking good swings to get good LOS on the point. You end up trying to kind of do both, where you end up really, really close and still within the Cassie's LOS and not really giving yourself as many options or space to see the enemy. You're not forcing them into really easy shots for yourself. This ends up being a little bit better, but as you swing wide instead of backwards, it ends up really bad. So what I'm getting at with all of this is a very specific example, but I think that it sort of encapsulates a lot of what you want to be doing, and why this might be a struggle point for you is you are looking like a bit of a passive Freya, and if you are going to be passive, you need to be taking more hygienic swings. I think there are two options, or a few options, in which that you can sort of approach this. And for a lot of the new viewers, wanted to sort of get it out of the way. I hold very strongly. I have a somewhat unique approach when it comes to Overwatch, but I found a lot of success with my coaching and my playstyle or play through this. I really dislike the idea that there is one correct option in Overwatch. I really I don't like it. And what I'd like to do is I think that Overwatch is a micro-based game. It's a lot of the subconscious of the players sort of making the decision. So if we're able to find options and solutions that make the player as comfortable as possible and we're able to let the players form their own ideas and play for what they feel like they can do best and hone it from there to find more repeated success, we're not only going to be more innovative as a game and as a community, but we're also going to be able to, it's just more fun. Straight up, if you're trying to like watch like a lot of educational content, I feel that I've seen nowadays is like kind of trying to be made as like a cheat sheet, like a guide to play like a specific hero. You need to do these things to perform well on this hero. I really, really dislike that. What I prefer is really getting at the process of how somebody makes decisions. So with how we can apply that here, and why I'm saying there's like two decent things, but your execution of either one is like matters. If you want to be playing passive, it's important to continue trying to find spaces that you were kind of finding previously on Garden, or a little bit easier to find on Garden, where you're going to be forcing them to swing through these sort of closed spaces. It's going to be making it very, very easy for you to hit shots, and you have cover that you can dash behind very, very easily. So you found it a little bit on some point in this map of they're like Juno's back here. You were able to play like out on this area or out on this corner, pumping in damage to these enclosed spaces, and then swinging or unswinging as soon as they started looking at you. Another thing that you can do, and I recommend to experiment, limit test it with it, or limit test with ideas that you see, is when your team is in a disadvantaged state, when your team is starting to lose members or things are getting a little bit dicey, especially as a hit scan, you have mechanics. You have a lot of burst damage and you have the ability to just fucking kill people really quick. So, I made an entire video about this the other day. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, this one. I'll put this in both the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat, but I made an entire video about this concept. It's a theory used in most games, like called the beatdown, or like control versus the beatdown, and I think that's very applicable to Overwatch as well, originated in Magic. But if your team is at a disadvantage state, if you are losing the game, try to win it. Try to get back into a position to win the game. Hit scan is a very, very important role, in my opinion, to really understand and internalize this, because they have some of the biggest playmaking potential, especially in mid fights. If the team is looking at like your tank or your supports instead of you as a hit scan, you are able to use your aggression and your mechanics to turn the fight back into your favor really, really quickly compared to a lot of the other roles. That's why in this sort of scenario, I recommend, when things are getting really scrappy, things are getting really dicey, and you're not able to find a spot to pump in consistent damage into a brawl, you can be getting active. You are not doing damage here. You are not having that much impact on the fight as you back away from the targets who you really want to be shooting. But your team is in kind of like a rough spot. Your team is like all fighting out here. You don't know what's going on. You know that your Brigitte is about to die. So this is a very scary situation that I think that you as a hit scan player can take control over. You can be getting much more aggressive, or you can be finding ways by playing further back to continue pumping in damage. This was shown in a few instances. I think there was a fight that you lost on Garden as well, if I remember correctly. No, it was Control Center. Yeah, it was here. Where you ended up being like super passive as things got a little bit bad. So you're down your tank right now. Really, really rough spot to be. Your tank is just barely getting into the fight, but now the enemy team has a free walk basically all the way to point. Ray gets used, EMP gets used, but you're still in a really, really far back position, trying to just chunk in damage whenever you can. You are able to find the kill onto the soldier, which is awesome, but you're not actually able to get like good impact in the fight, while maybe if you were able to take a bit of a wider or a deeper angle as this was all going on, you would have had a lot more options to start winning this fight. Because if, as you see, the Reinhardt gets to the point, if you get closer, maybe into this little dojo area, you could find angles and potentially get the kill on this Cassidy earlier, which would open up space for the rest of your team. You could be helping your Sombra get like a deeper EMP, or following up on potentially this bridge area a little bit more aggressively if your Sombra decides to do that. You just generally can be getting more aggressive in these sort of like rougher situations as their team is taking space on the point. You have plays to make. You have opportunities to make. This is one example on Gardens where the passive playstyle that you were sort of doing, or like playing further back, is very rewarded. But when things get dicey, take control, make a play, be a striker. You want to be winning the game, so you need to make plays to have that happen. Even if things are looking a little bit bad, that fight was probably pretty damn winnable, especially with the EMP coming out from your Sombra. But because you were really far back, while you still found some value and you punished the mistake of the soldier who was in a really like kind of yucky position, sure, you were in a like further like an aggressive enough space to punish that soldier, but that's not winning the fight. That's not taking as much control as you possibly could. And with the bigger disadvantage you're at, the less there is to lose, right? Because if you're at a huge disadvantage, you can be getting really wacky. You can get creative with your ideas and the plays that you want to make, because it's likely, if you're already like 3 members down or something, that they're going to win the fight. They're going to win the fight. So you can be getting aggressive. You could be trying to do whatever you can to sort of take the game back into your hands. This is what I recommend for Yeah, get your hands dirty when shit hits the fan. What I recommend for you, what I recommend, Kuragasa, for you is to think about the state of your, like, what are you able to shoot? The state of the game and what are you able to shoot? I'm going to put a video in both YouTube chat and Twitch chat. Oh wait, I already did earlier. Sorry. I forgot. I put a video in chat, which is me talking about this concept a lot, which I think is especially applicable for hit scans and your specific issue here, Kuragasa, which hopefully is going to allow for you to find and identify these specific plays that you can be making far more often. I go into a lot of detail in that video about or like identifying when you want to be getting active, when you want to be a striker. But for the most part, you are finding pretty good spots. I think that you're doing a lot of consistent damage when the spots are given to you and fairly easy, but you don't have the element of sort of like controlling like the craziness of these ranked lobbies that you will need to climb or need to turn a lot of games in your favor, difficult games, back into your hands. So if you're able to, if you have the time to, I don't like giving out homework usually. So if you don't have the time, then really quickly to general advice for your next queue session that I recommend for you to try and implement this idea to practice with is if you are if it feels like it's a losing fight, if it feels like your team is losing the fight, I want you to think of aggressive plays to make and go for them. I want you to limit test a little bit in your next queue session to see what's possible and see what kind of plays that you can make. This might result, just to preface, this might result in some temporary, very temporary losses in your games as you try to figure out and hone your understanding of what a losing fight is, as well as what aggressive plays you can make. But once you hone the understanding of the state of the fight, if you're able to identify it properly and then make plays accordingly based off of what feels like losing, then you're going to be able to take a lot more rough games into your own hands, especially on that hit scan roll. I actually watched the video, but I guess it didn't stick. Have I watched Blue Lock? Yeah, I've watched Blue Lock. Blue Lock is awesome, bro. That's like, I'm not usually like a crazy like, I'm not like a huge person of like, I don't want to meet like famous people that often, but that's the one person who I really want to meet because low-key like Blue Lock, whoever that writer is, like they knew things. I want to know like their story. I want to know like what they competed in to get all the knowledge that they have, because it's like it's kind of crazy like how good Blue Lock is from the lens of a competitor. It's really good. It's really, really fun. Really quickly, but that is going to be, I think, generally what I recommend for you, Kuragasa. You can even apply this concept in like quick play or whatnot if you don't want to like risk your SR. That's perfectly fine. Just understanding or identifying lost fights and then making or coming up with ideas for aggressive plays to start turning things into your favor is going to be what will help you in these sort of like more enclosed maps. Since you saw it, we also saw it a little bit on like Control Center, where because you're also forced to kind of get your hands dirty much more frequently on this map because it's just generally closer range. The most of the time when you're trying to stay really far back and just like shooting, you're not actually having like that much impact on the fight and you're putting yourself in vulnerable positions that actually just is really, really hard. Well, imagine like if you saw like bubbles were getting forced or your team wasn't in like an amazing spot, if you were able to get like a wider angle to potentially force things out a little bit earlier, or at least like bait CDs onto you, use your gun to try to live or whatnot, there's a lot of plays that you could make, but you just need to be looking for them as things start to feel a little bit rougher. If fight feels lost anyways, go for the high risk reward plays because the risk. Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's what I recommend. And I think that will help you, especially on these sort of like more enclosed maps or space, like maps that don't reward you sitting back as far back on hit scan like as much. That concept will be very, very helpful for you to start like trying to turn these points or these sub points into your favor. Because I'm sure once you get to like your aim is good, your like general movement is fine. I think that like overall you're playing it like decent, but you just need to like get in there, get active when you need to get active. I'm sure well, if you got to coast, like you would have been like super chill on the sub point. And I would theorize that other times that you played on Lijiang, you would be thinking similarly or having similar results to if you get coast on control center, then you win a lot of your games. But if you don't get coast or if it's hard to get coast, then you would be struggling sometimes. That's a theory that I have based off your general habits, but I don't know, I haven't seen. All right. But with that done, I'm going to take a quick look. I'm going to try to catch up with the people who followed, and thank you guys so much for all of the follows and the new chatters in chat or Twitch chat. But I'm going to be sitting. I'm going to be taking a sip of water and then prepping for our next VOD here. Thank you so much for the follows. Ryoko, Fragile Cat, Ash VX, Catitude, Just MMH, Judai, and Moose. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. But we have our other wheel of names. So that was Kurogasa. Oh, right, because they were previously... They submitted their code previously. Okay. And I think that everybody's on here who submitted a code. So let's spin the wheel and see who our next guy is. Lunavod. Hi, Luna. You've chosen me to run in the background for Twitch drops. Said you'll be looking at your YouTube channel because 3 minutes you've watched, you've learned. Awesome. That makes me happy. I hope that you enjoy the YouTube videos. I'm actually after we do a few more or like probably 1 or 2 more VOD reviews, we're going to get started on my next sort of ambitious project of for the channel, which is going to be our first challenge stream. And I'm going to be talking, I think that's going to make it, or it's going to be really educational. I can make it really educational as well as a little bit more entertaining, which I've been wanting to for quite a while now with my videos, or put my videos a little bit into an entertaining direction. The end goal is something similar to like, if any of you guys have seen them, like a somewhat like Michael Reeves sort of deal, where I can make like entertaining videos, but they always find a little area to babble about their like coding stuff. And I want to do that for Overwatch, where I just want to like make like fun content about Overwatch, and then I want to like sneak in some education there about like, so like no matter what video I put up, you're gonna learn something. It's awesome. Thank you for the follow, Lava Eagle. And my general shtick, like I've been saying for a while, I like to skim through VODs just so I can sort of see like a player's general habits, and approach the VOD review with the sort of like most specific or like the most applicable advice that I see for them, rather than going fight by fight, because I think like I could babble about information or what like what's happening in the fight and what the theoretically like correct plays are, but I want to help people like truly improve at the game long term. So I always try to see how I can like help the most amount of scenarios all at once with the advice I'm able to give. Sombra's kind of fun.
They have my attention now. And I'm back.
Free cam through the walls mostly. I look through a lot of replay codes. Most of the time when I'm not like sort of making content nowadays, I'm like either scrimming with my team or VOD reviewing with my team. Usually I'm the one who just like throws up like the Discord screen share. And I've been doing that for just like years. Like years and years. So I just look at codes a lot. I just like Overwatch a lot. Okay, but I will say, I know that the bookmark tabs exist. I know that they would make navigating a VOD much faster. However, I am an old dog and I struggle to learn the new trick. Back in my day, bookmarks weren't there. I'll learn it one day.
Did I scare you?
Yo, thank you for the follow, Shabba. Ivy. Watching Sombra now? Yep, we're looking at Sombra now.
Trying to keep me out? I don't think so. Systems hacked. You're not doing payload shouldn't be moving. And I'm back.
The new jib is so strange.
Catch you later.
I won't lie, I kind of miss the old jib still. I've had a lot less fun playing on the new one.
¿Qué onda?
Oh.
Let's block that payload. That's what I needed.
Okay, let me make sure I remember the goal. Want to be able to climb and eventually keep up with higher ranked people that you play with, but in short term you want to learn how to be more consistent across multiple games even if the enemy teams are different. Okay, awesome. Figure out what you can take from it, good and bad, into other games. Alright, awesome. You know, play Sombra, but you love her. I think her character design is so cool. I remember like back when Sombra's like ARG was happening, like, oh my god. It's gonna make some people sound or like feel kind of old, and I apologize. But like back when the Sombra ARG was coming out, I'd be like gathering my friends at like our middle school lunch table, and we'd be talking about it like, oh my gosh, the timer is up. Sombra's gonna be playable soon. She's so cool in like the lore and her character. I'm not the hugest like she's fun. It's kind of like Mercy or like Kraft mac and cheese to me, where Sombra like once every few months, a good queue session of Sombra just hits. It just feels good. It just tastes good. It's literally like Kraft mac and cheese. Like you tell me, like you guys ever have the like once in a few months Kraft mac and cheese craving and it just hits? That's like Sombra to me. That's like Sombra and Mercy to me. 16 middle school? I'm even that old? Yeah. I'm only 21. But I remember like I said that to like my friend once, or she's like in her 30s somewhere. And she felt really old because she remembered she was like in college or like out of it. And I said that I was just in middle school. Yep, we're doing Sombra. Okay, I think I'm for the most part seeing kind of what I want to talk about. Ooh, wait, the EMP bomb combo? That was tough. Okay. Kind of do a lot of different things throughout this game. I like it, but I'm gonna talk on it a little bit because I think it's interesting. I think it's good to try a lot of different things throughout like a game somewhat like this, and I think it's one of the reasons why you're able to find some of your success. Be more consistent across games. You look like you're on the right path to me, because I remember our last VOD review, and it looks like you've improved quite a bit. Even I know the last one was on run and this is Sombra, but a lot of the same concepts I think that we talked about still apply. But your ideas are much. I can like see the ideas that you're having much more clearly, and it looks like a little bit less autopilot. So W. Good work. Graduated college in 2014. Yeah, me too. Me too. I wasn't in... I don't even know what grade I was in 2014. I've been out of school for a while now. I'm gonna get my teaching license sometime in the near future. Just have some life stuff to sort out for the moment though. Is there a VOD? Yes, I haven't analyzed the Sombra yet. I was just sort of like talking, or I was just skimming through the VOD to see what was going on, or sort of common trends. I'm just gonna take a quick look at some fights that I remember. On the defense here, and then I'll start talking about why this was a pretty good game. And I'll also take a quick peek at the ending. But for the most part, yeah. I think from our last VOD review, this is looking awesome. Good work, Aster. Yeah, okay. Okay. What mouse do I have? I have a... Okay, I kind of don't like the mouse. I don't know. It's not for me. I understand why everybody likes it. I used to have a Viper... or Razer Viper Ultimate. But then it slowly kind of like started fading away. Or I started having a lot of difficulties. So then I put on the Chum Bucket helmet. I said, all hail Plankton. I got a G Pro Wireless, or a G Pro Super Light. And it's fine. It's not my favorite mouse I've ever used though. I understand why like it is a really like good standard mouse. I think it just the curvature of it doesn't really fit my hand too well. It's still fine though. It's a good mouse. Coming in ulting Junkrat Sombra is such a thrill. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Let me see how the ending looks and then I'll start babbling. Because this is gonna be kind of a fun one because it's actually your adjustment here was really good and it's what won you the game. I'm curious to see how you did your second defense. Stable. Okay. And you play Junkrat after that? Yeah. Which is a good swap, and I'll talk about why later. And I suspect that you're just able to kind of full stomp this here. Yep, okay. So, taking a look at this code, you do quite a few things fairly well. You struggle at the beginning, but you're able to adjust in a way that started to allow you to be winning. So I want to talk quickly about the mistakes that you were making at the start, and then what you switched up and why you started winning so that you're able to apply the concept or potentially look for it more in future games. The process of finding the adjustment that you made here is going to be what I really want to hone in on and what I feel like is going to allow you to find the most success of playing in a wide variety of different games, or you're able to find more consistent value across your games, which was your goal for the hero. So I'm going to be talking, generally speaking, on your defense, and at the start of this replay code, you were behind enemy lines and poking them out very, very, very frequently. That was your sort of main idea that you were playing for your value. You said that I have the invisibility, I have my translocator, I have the chance of pressuring out the squishies and then trying to live a little bit later. However, this resulted in a lot of somewhat low uptime for you. Because the enemy team has a good bit of mobility to sort of chase you down anytime you go for a sort of play, or shooters that are able to poke you out anytime you want to kite through open space or stabilize through open space. You find some success with it on this specific area of the map because you're able to drop, you poke out their backline, you were even able to find the kill onto the Life Weaver as you were going for these sort of plays, and you had a high ground to stable from. But as those options got taken away from you and you were deeper into enemy lines, you were much more likely to get chased down or poked out, so that your uptime was way lower and you weren't able to find nearly as much value. This continues for quite a few fights on most of your defense, where you're always finding ways to get behind enemy lines, which I think in this specific comp matchup you can identify might not feel the greatest. Because their Junkrat might be able to chase you down, their Risa is able to turn around, and especially on your defense, the attacking team can take a little bit of time to make sure that their space is cleared. On attack, it's a little bit more viable because eventually the defenders have to be touching the cart. But for the most part, it's also easier to stabilize playing a little bit closer to your team and just taking softer off angles because of your kit and the enemy team's matchup. And I'll be talking on that a good bit later as we see sort of what's going wrong here, and then I'll talk about what went right later. So you go for a cycle, stuff is happening, your team blows up. That's okay. I think here's a pretty decent one. There's the next fight. It's this fight, yes. So you are staged somewhat behind the enemy team. You are pressuring this Genji on this high ground, and your team is trying to stabilize and stack towards this card area. You have a few options to pressure the backline, but ultimately their Genji is the one who you chose to hack and fight out, which is not a bad play all in and of itself. But with this, even though you force out their Genji for a little bit, the enemy team is able to get so much more value on this sort of frontline area, and you are forced for probably like 20 seconds here. You use one translocator, you look for like a hack, and because you're in enemy lines, the moment you go for another play, you're immediately forced out yet again. Sombra can be a very ratty playstyle. They can be one of the heroes that can lurk in the enemy backline for years and years and years and years and years. So, to approach this, I want to recommend the idea of identifying what parts of your kit you can get the most value out of, and how are you going to be able to get the most value out of your kits effectively. So if you determine that you want to be getting a ton of hacks off, you want to be getting a bunch of hacks off. Generally, if you're going to have to use 2 translocator cycles because the enemy team is able to turn around for you in their space, and it's very difficult to actually get effective hacks off, or damage or kill potentials from the backline because they are able to chase you down so easily within their own space, and they don't have to go through anybody else to get to you. It might not be the greatest approach of solving that idea, or actually getting that idea into the game. At least in this specific comp matchup. What I want to sort of emphasize or put my recommendations towards is identifying what aspects of how to get the most value out of the specific aspects of your kit. I talked about it a lot in depth of previous VOD, but I'm going to go over it really quickly. But my general approach to how I like to give or help players improve with coaching is ask themselves, what is your job in a comp? What does Sombra do? What does Sombra's kit provide that nobody else on the team really does? What is your job? What value do you want to be playing for to win the game? And I'm going to be completely honest, it doesn't matter all that much if you identify your job correctly or not. The most important part is that you have an idea of your kit that you want to be playing for so that you can focus on the how. Execution of ideas in Overwatch is the most important part. Overwatch is a very micro-based game. You'll see it, and I'm sure a lot of you have experienced it, where you can have amazing ideas. You can be in perfect positions, but if you don't hit the shot in the end, then the idea kind of falls apart. So you're able to focus on the how and executing any ideas that you form from trying to identify your job, what you provide to your team, and focusing on it like a lot more intently. With this, your how is what we really want to be focusing on, because what you were generally trying to do, going for hacks, pressuring their backline, shooting your gun, trying to find kills, whatever, awesome, W. I think that's great things that you're trying to play for, but the approach in which you're doing so might not have been the best at the start of this matchup. So if we take a look a little bit later on your escort, you'll notice something in your approach of how you're actually getting your hacks off and your gun, or like doing damage. And it's that you're playing way closer to your team. You're still taking angles, you're still taking soft off angles, but you're nowhere near like sort of like living in the enemy walls. You're nowhere near like being in their backline constantly or 24/7. And you can see the value of this approach reflected in how much you're able to do per fight. You're making it so that their Tracer has a hard time living in your walls. You're making it so that their Risa is getting hacked way more consistently. You're giving yourself options and allowing your teammates the opportunity to support you by playing a little bit closer in this matchup. If they didn't have anything to really like mark you out or chase you down, if they didn't have a Genji or a Tracer or whatever, if they didn't have anything to chase you down, really, you could potentially be looking to rat inside their walls. But you want to be identifying your job. You want to identify what your job is, and then ask yourself, how do you want to accomplish your job? How do you want to do your job that you assigned to yourself? And then to answer this question, a really easy or a really easy question to follow up is, what can stop you? So answering this question is going to be what I've recommended it to quite a few players that I've coached, and they've all found really like a good bit of success with this. But if you are struggling to figure out how you want to be accomplishing your job or an idea that you can be playing for, asking yourself what can stop you is going to result in you finding some good ideas that you want to be playing for. So if what was stopping you before, if you know that you want to be playing for your hacks and your damage pressure and your cycles, where you want to just hack someone, shoot them a little bit, maybe get a virus off, and then stabilize with your translocator, that's what you want to do. But what was stopping you was getting chased down by the enemy team a lot, like the Genji looking to mark you, or the Orisa chasing you down, or Kiriko, whatever. If that's what was stopping you, how can you change that? How can you shift the enemy from being able to stop you or your team? Like, how can you position and play the game in a way that it's harder to stop what you want to do? It's harder to stop you from doing your job. And this thought process could easily lead you to the idea of playing a little bit closer to your team, where you have other people that they might want to shoot at. You have softer off angles, and you're able to be stabilized and caught by your team every time you use your translocator, so it's more difficult for the enemy team to chase you down and force you out, which will result in quicker cycles and more uptime for you to do your job more, to do your job better. But as soon as you start taking a little bit more like aggressive angles like this, or fighting this Tracer on the side lane, that's not exactly what you wanted to be doing, right? So you used like 3 translocators, or 3 sort of like potential cycles that you could have gotten off for your hacks, trying to live, instead of actually pumping in that value to the enemy team. Sure, you were marking the Tracer was looking at you for a while, but is that really what your job is? If your job is, if you decide and you want to be marking out angles and making sure that the Tracer has a hard time getting onto your backline, that's fine. That's a fine idea to play for. But if you think, like, for the majority of this game, it looks like you've been wanting to sort of like get hacks off onto the enemy team, shoot a little bit, get your virus off, and then stabilize, and then go back and do it again. That looks like what you want to be playing for, and I think that you started to do it really well towards the second half, or your attack here, because you were playing more towards your team and you had more options to do so. But just know what you want to be playing for, and really focus on the how of what you want to be doing. Because as soon as you made this adjustment, that's what made this game so much more in your favor. You felt like you would, I'd imagine it felt like you had a lot more control over what was happening in the game. You were able to force resources a lot more consistently, because you were able to just straight up do more and get chased less. The reason why this game felt good is because you were able to maximize your job. You were able to do your job better by shifting where you were playing and where you were taking your approaches. But with that said, what I recommend and how you can be focusing on it is thinking, first of all, just going through that sort of like idea chart that I listed out. I'd recommend just trying to give it a whirl, because you generally look like you know what you want to be doing on Sombra. So now the question is how. Asking yourself per game, per matchup, how you want to be going about your job, and try things out. Just if you want to start the game trying to like angle all the way behind them, trying to do your job that way, find your hacks and your viruses and your poke and pressure through sort of like flanking, like super hard flanks, living in their walls, that's fine. But keep in mind and keep your ideas open to other ways that you can do your job. That's what I would recommend. So next time you queue, just try to figure out or think about what's the best approach that you want to take to accomplish whatever you want to be doing. If you're able to apply that and just think actively and form ideas about different ways that you can approach the overall value of your kit, you can actually be you're improving really, really quickly. From our last VOD review that we did, Aster, you have been looking, or this one looks very, very good, I think. So, similar to our last VOD review, think about your kit, what you want to be doing, and now how you want to be doing it. If you're able to apply that, I know it's a little bit generalized, but I think that it can be very helpful as long as you're just sparking ideas in game and then executing them to the best of your abilities and reflecting. I think that you will be seeing a lot of success fairly shortly. But generally what you could be doing better and what went right in that game is that you were able to adapt and find more value through playing towards your team more rather than going for those super hard flanks. And let me just triple check that that was kind of what they want to get out of the VOD. Want to figure out what you can take from it, good and bad, into other. Okay, yes. So bad was, well, honestly, it was just a good game because you adjusted, because you made the right decisions and the right sort of approach to actually finding more value as the game went on. And I think with this process, you will be climbing and able to keep up with a lot of the higher ranked peoples that you play with. Since this process is what's going to be what I personally believe to be the core of improvement in Overwatch. When's the time to read chat? Sorry. Right now. But that'll be that VOD done. Hope it helps, Aster. Let me know if you have any further questions. I'll make sure that I try to answer. Drops. I think I have drops on. Yeah, I have drops on. I don't know how to I don't know how to exactly set up the Nightbot commands. My name is Remy. I am a rat. What's the general rank? This is bronze 2 for Junkrat. Damn. That's crazy. Bro, bronze is so good now. So I'm going to take a quick little water break and then we will get into our probably... Can we be more considerate when it comes to the J word? My fault. But it's job in game. I mean J word in game. It's not bad. It's not bad. You don't have to clock in your 9 to 5. I gave you a code. Would you do a VOD review for me? Is there a line you're going down? Yeah, there is. So for anyone who wants VODs in the future, it might shift a little bit, but in the Discord server, which is linked to the YouTube about me, as well as the Twitch about me, or you can type the !Discord command in Twitch chat to join the Discord. Post a code in this chat here, the stream VOD codes, after you do like the whole rules or whatever. And then just give me like a general, like what are your goals for the game? It doesn't have to be grandiose. It doesn't have to be anything like crazy. I personally just like to cater my VODs to each individual to help them accomplish their specific goals rather than giving general advice about the game, because I think that there are a good few approaches that do work in Overwatch. And I want to be able to provide sort of ideas or insight to help each person accomplish their specific goal. Nuzlocke is happening in just like probably gonna do 1 or 2 more VODs. Okay, fine. You both get timed out. Whatever. I don't know how to actually. Timeout. Why do you have 2 underscores? Is that how that works? Everybody's redeeming timeout. Why is everyone... I don't know what it means even. I haven't set up the channel points yet. Also, it's not letting me... It's not letting me click the button to time people out. It's not loading. Oh well. Mods. My 2 mods that I don't know are here. You got that. They got that eventually. Mods got that eventually. Alright. Let me take a quick sip of water, get into our last VOD, and then we'll do our Nuzlocke, which I'm very, very excited for. How many lives would you give for trying ways to do your job, like playing heroes, getting stuff? So how many tries? I usually do like 2. I usually, like, if I die twice for an idea and I'm not able to make it work, I usually try something else after that. If like in terms of like ranked, it depends on what I'm queuing for. What's going on in the chat? I don't know, bro. If I could, it's just not letting me actually. It's not letting me click buttons. I would time them out if I could. But like, I'm trying to, like, I'm trying to figure out like how to, like, I just, it's not pulling up like the place where I usually know how to like time people out. Like it just isn't loading. So, oh well. So many viewers say hello Evie, hello chat. What up, Lumana? Oh my god, I can't talk. I've been talking too much. Alright. Yeah, I'll throw this up there too. Yeah, I think probably, what time is it? 8 p.m. Yeah, I know there's a storm coming in, so I want to get going on the raise the price of timeouts for now. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Oh my gosh, this is not letting me. Okay, I'm sorry, Twitch chat. I'm an incompetent streamer. I'm a very, very noob content creator. I still have a lot to learn when it comes to sort of like making YouTube videos and streaming, but I hope that the quality of my videos and my stream catches up to what I want to be making somewhat soon. I try to better myself or better my videos and content every time I try to make stuff. But we have our next VOD review for Finn. Let me see here. Yeah, thank you so much for the follow, Ronnie J. Also, earlier, thank you so much for the sub, Saint. Hope you're doing well today. I know today's our off day. Maybe I hope you grinding or something. I'm God. Okay. 6 years on and off. I play Lucio and Ana, but even game more into Alari. Okay. Ranked all the way up to Diamond 3 from Gold 3. Wow, awesome. A series of terrible games ensued recently, causing a massive D rank. I was due to burnout, but now I'm on the up again. Love to see any opinions you have on your gameplay and different View some mistakes I may not have noticed in my gameplay. Much love. Okay, awesome. It's getting late for you, so you'll be leaving for now. Hope everyone has a nice rest of your day. Yep, thanks for tuning in, Icicle. It's fun VODing. Hope that you have a wonderful rest of your night. Mod everyone so they could do it for you. Oh, I'm sure that'll go well. I will probably be I'm probably gonna be looking to get some more mods active in streams soon though. How about chat? 3M here. Hope you all have a good rest of your stream. Bye bye. Yep. Thanks for tuning in, Victor. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a good night. Sleep well.
Ready for battle.
Me lurking before bed. Hope you're having a good stream. Maybe. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun. Alright, let me take a look see here. The Tism God. How could I forget? Just a preface, like again, every time I do a VOD review or I do any coaching, I like to sort of skim through, see players' general habits, and then address those rather than going fight by fight, because I believe that the process is much more important than like specific results. And I like to try to cater my advice to hone the process the best that I can. Thank you for the follow, Schmucked. Let me try refreshing Twitch. That might be the plan. People's names are different colors now. There we go. I figured it out. Thank you for the suggestion of just refreshing Twitch. Well said. Sure. Icicle just went to bed. Hey, that's everyone. Alright. Trying to apply the somber advice you just gave your friends and patrons to your brain dead. A little bit earlier in the stream, we voted a Brigitte, who I went into a lot of detail about how to sort of form ideas that you can be playing for regarding like their kit. So I don't have like your code specifically up right now. If you're struggling to form ideas, then if you go back in the either Twitch VOD or this is also being streamed on YouTube, there's a YouTube VOD. And I'll probably be making that brick VOD into a video high key because I think it covered a lot of important things. If you want to go back and look through that to help spark ideas of how you can approach your own games, then that could be something you could do. We 3 brain cells between us. Thank you so much for the follow. Aso peeps meeps. I'm gonna call you meeps. Thank you. Yeah, we bought a brig on Havana, I believe. Awesome. I think I'm generally seeing some things, but I want to make sure I have a proper understanding. My brain is getting a little bit more
I carry my
settled though.
Aren't you a relic? A siege automaton E54. Look, I left a grave wound on this word. Come to think of it, I suppose we aren't so different.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers in.
This probably will be our last VOD review for today because I can feel my attention span waning a little bit, and I want to make sure anytime I give anyone VODs that it's like work and advice that I just I believe in, and I feel like I'm able to communicate it effectively. So we're gonna be moving into our next big event for today's stream, which I've been very excited about, and I've been working to make for quite a while now, and it's going to be our Overwatch Randomizer Nuzlocke challenge. I know there are a lot of people who, or other content creators who have made Overwatch Nuzlocks, but mine will be randomized, and I'll be getting into what exactly that means and what that entails for a while, or pretty soon. For what role? Loki, I'm down for any role. I'm thinking that I'm just gonna do it on tank though to start. Just because, yeah, it'll probably be for tank. We'll start with tank for today. Wow, my frames are exploding. That's because I'm tapping.
I'll walk a different path this time. Killing pylon deployed. 10 seconds.
Yeah, thank you for the follow, Pain, always. Moira. Okay. I see. And then you guys attack again? I'm curious about your attack again. Yes, this is gonna be our last VOD review for today. I might have to watch a few fights to make sure that I'm properly digesting and processing what's going on. Slow it down in a moment as well. I'm just getting a general skim so I can cater the VOD. He's coaching for very long periods of time and talking about the game for very long periods of time is rather hard. I need to build up that skill set. Though it is better than last time. I'm able to do it for longer, more effectively than last time too. We'll get there. I'm a noob content creator, but I'm gonna be slowly grinding up. Oh, that's why. I'm gonna take... I'm not watching the entire thing again, I'm just looking for a few key moments. Specifically on attack. I like the aggression. Watched every single one of your videos since started. Big fan. Awesome! I'm so glad that you enjoy the videos, and I'm happy that you're able to catch a stream. Hope you enjoy. We're doing a VOD review right now. And then soon we're going to be getting into our next major series on the channel, which is going to be our Overwatch Randomizer Nuzlocke challenge. I'm going to be doing a good few challenges, I think, and making them into videos. But this is one I've been quite excited about for a while. It's going to be similar to ranked lessons, but I'm going to be playing under quite a few more restrictions than I do in the ranked lessons series. And most of those restrictions are going to be controlled by RNG. And I'm really excited for it. The aggression's good. I can see like why you're able to climb up just like so far, so fast. You're able to find quite a bit of value through your Lari gameplay. A lot of damage. That poor Bab. That poor Bab.
I'll walk a different.
He's scared at the end. I guess because the Reaper has just been kind of TPing on you, Perma. Reaper is so hard to deal with sometimes. Really sucks. Open this fire. Yeah, okay.
No, I
It's just inconsistent.
healing pylon deployed.
Wow, yeah, that's a lot. It's crazy how long it's taking me to like form my thoughts and approach to the VOD. This is the defense that really shows it, yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, 7-hour stream. Yep, and we're going to be going for a good bit more. But I'm going to take a break after this VOD review so that we are able to focus in on our last section of today's stream. Okay.
Checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
What the hell? It's completely yellow outside. It looks like it's Fallout. So start VOD. Now I'm gonna start babbling. Kind of form my thoughts. I mean, like you said in your sort of like about or like your goals. what's it called? Like, you've been able to climb like a good bit before, and it shows in the gameplay why you've been able to climb up to like Diamond 3, and then you went on a pretty big decay, and now you're climbing up, or you're on the up again. Makes a lot of sense. Your gameplay, you're doing a lot of good things in these lobbies. So I'm going to talk about a little bit of what you could be looking to do a little bit differently, or just kind of like, I want to just point out some ideas that could potentially be beneficial for you to try to implement. Since I don't want you to change like crazy amounts of what you're doing, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're winning a bunch of games, clearly you're doing something right, but I can tell you probably maybe some issues that you might run into a little bit in the future. So first thing is, I do think that a lot of the times you end up playing a little bit more in centralized positions, and you might actually end up wanting to. And what I mean by that is you end up playing fairly stacked on your team quite consistently, instead of trying to pull a lot of, or like take your own angles and pull aggression from the enemies. So with Alari, you're a little bit less conventional of a healer. You're not going to be able to output as much healing as like an Ana or like a Baptiste or like maybe like a Kiriko would, but your gun fucking hurts. You hurt good. You damage the enemy team really, really heavily, and you have a good bit of self-survivability with your dash being able to proc your healing and your pylon being able to catch you somewhat while still providing potential healing for your teammates around you. So what I've noticed through this sort of game is that while you take generally pretty good positions, and everything is like, I don't have them set up right now, but in my coaching, a lot of the times I like to use kind of like chess.com move icons. So, I like to do like I like to use these chess.com move icons sometimes whenever I'm doing VOD reviews. I don't have something put up for them right now, but you're doing generally pretty good or book move icons. You're playing fairly standard, and you're taking the space when they're giving you space. You're playing aggressive. But for the most part, you're not squeezing out the extra little bits of value that you can as you're playing. So it looks like you understand like when you could potentially be looking for off angles, but I want you to just sort of like limit test just a little bit. Since, I mean, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep winning your games, since you're clearly winning your games. But sometimes in instances like these, you are not squeezing the full value out of Alari's kit that you could potentially be getting. So as you see, most of their team sort of stacked on this left side area here, and they're backing up for your Sombra. You know that this Winston is main. Instead of trying to run them down on the front line and try to continue this sort of big numbers exchange, playing into the enemy team and where all of their crosshairs would be, you could be helping your Ana by controlling this space and poking the backline, making it harder for you could either take shots at the Winston from this location and immediately be able to follow him by swinging this corner afterwards, or you could force out the Sombra, get shots onto the backline, probably kill this low HP Cassidy. You have a lot more options than just raw stat checking the enemy tank, which eventually, in this specific instance especially, gets you killed. Because the enemy team is able to just sort of like chunk you down. There are a few instances like this of you not playing wide enough on Alari. That's going to be the main thing that we're going to cover. Of you not playing wide enough to squeeze the damage value and making it inconvenient for the enemy team to deal with you. The enemy team is always able to conveniently deal with you on Alari. I'm going to be talking about a little bit on defense, but attack, it comes into play on this first point and a little bit on third, but I think that the best example to show it is going to be on our defense here. So you guys hold first for a while, awesome. Whenever they're forced to play in one spot, you're hitting your shots, you're using your abilities fairly well, you're able to do damage and do your job of just pumping in numbers to the enemy team and healing up your team in a really, really good fashion. However, you are making it very convenient for the enemy team to deal with you from how stacked you're playing. this Reaper able to peel everybody's attention through this one play makes it very, very hard for you. Hold on, it's this play right here. Being in this general area with your Ana and your Bastion and stacked all on this one specific angle not only gives them a very easy time of potentially lobbing like Bastion grenades up there or shooting, and they have free rotations because you're all stacked on that one spot. You could be looking to take a little bit more aggressive angles either on like this left side and utilizing your jump ability to get back to your team if needed, as well as it makes it harder for the Reaper to walk up in this coast side whatsoever. Or you could potentially be shooting through this little inside doorway area as you hear the Reaper and make it harder for them to walk up. You are not giving yourself nearly as many options due to playing stacked and sort of in a decentralized position as you possibly could be. You can be exploiting your survivability and mobility as a Lari far more often to get more value out of your plays. Of course, it's not always applicable. For the most part, you are doing your job, you're pumping in damage, you're getting your healing on your team. It's pretty solid, and you probably will be climbing back up to Diamond. But to climb past Diamond and probably push your peak a little bit more, I want you to be trying to think about how can you maximize your own individual value a little bit more. Since Alari's focus is a lot into damage, you want to be asking yourself, how can you be taking away as many options and doing as much damage to the enemy team as possible? Since even if you are stacked on main, like you saw from that Winston example on your attack, sure, you're pumping in damage to the Winston very effectively, but is that really what's going to win you the fight when there were like 3 low HP squishies like across the map that if you went elsewhere or took a different angle, you would have been able to capitalize on and punish far easier? Stacking main is fine for a lot of fights, and I don't want to discourage you from playing there if you want or if it feels right to you. But what I would like to encourage is opening up some ideas to take further or more selfish angles on these sort of longer coasts, especially if the enemy team is going to be winning a raw numbers exchange. Like in this instance right here, it's really hard for you to do kind of anything from this main position because the only targets you have to shoot at is like this Reinhardt from like where you're standing. This Reinhardt can put up shield and then everything is just like gone. It's just over. Your pylon is thrown to this left side, which is pretty solid, but you could try to get up onto like these high grounds, or you could be looking for even a deeper flank if you want to get really crazy, or you see the Reinhardt been in, you could be looking to try to take aggro or angles on the cart. One of the Lari's like best sources for that I've seen and I've been able to experiment with a value is just being able to self-sustain on an angle. It's super, super nice if you're hitting your shots consistently to just be in the most inconvenient places possible for the enemy team. So I know this is a little bit more general, actually not general, more specific to Alari or specific to the hero rather than previous VODs that we've had today, where I talk a lot about generalizing, but for the most part, you know, it looks like you know what you want your job to be, you know what kind of value you want to be playing for, but I wanted to just sort of like, I want to suggest the idea to try angling or try going for a little bit deeper angles or try using your abilities to control more space on the map. If you are doing that, I feel like you are going to find much more value out of your kit and many more opportunities for you to take the game into your own hands, rather than if you're just sort of like stacking on this main area where despite your optimization of your damage and your healing, it's going to result in you not having that much impact over the course of this game. And especially the defense here, since the enemy team is able to just continuously build up options and sit on the cart permanently. And since you're stacking main, like we talked about on the second point, with you stacking main and the enemy team sitting on cart, sure, your team is taking this high ground area, but they're still pushing the cart. All you can do is shoot. You want to be maximizing your value to get them off the cart, or like just get them off the cart as soon as you can. So even if you're baiting the Reinhardt to pin at you, it still opens up more space for your team. You're still able to potentially live due to your pylon and your healing from your shift. You can be doing more straight up. So for the general notes or the general takeaways that I think that you can be applying, just think. I'm not saying this is like a must, because you are winning your games and it's clear why you're winning your games for now. So just think about selfish angles. If you're thinking about selfish angles more, or selfish angles and plays more as a Lari, that is probably going to be the one main thing that will be enabling you to push past the roadblock, or wherever you end up getting stuck in ranked, whatever rank you end up sort of like floating or starting to go 50-50 in. Once you start thinking about more selfish plays that you can make and getting more individual value, I believe that is what's going to be helping you in the long run. But for now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't feel like you need to really put these into action at this very moment. Especially if you dropped to gold, you were diamond, and you're back on the climb. It's clear that you made it to diamond for a reason. But just keep the idea in your head. Try to implement it when you can, but it's not like a emergency issue. But I hope that helps. I hope that helps, Finn. I think that was a pretty fun WOD to look at. Sorry, it took me a while to sort of analyze that. It took me a while to analyze that. I can definitely feel my brain being a little bit overloaded. We've been VODing for a while, and I did ranked lessons before then. I did a few things IRL before that. I'm not gonna die as emoji react Nev. But with that said, I think that's it for the VOD review section of today's stream. So for now, what we have next on the agenda is what I'm very, very excited for. We have a, I'm going to be doing a Overwatch randomizer Nuzlocke. So I've been streaming for a while now. I'm going to make sure that my brain is fresh and ready for that. In the meantime, I'm going to be putting on one of my theory videos that I feel is very important and kind of encapsulates my approach to Overwatch and educational Overwatch videos in general. So I'm putting this on. We might not get through the whole thing while I take a quick little break, make sure I get some food in my system and eat a little bit. But I'm just going to put this on, so if you are new here and you want sort of my identity or my general approach to educational Overwatch as a content creator, this is a pretty good summary of what, well, not summary, but like a pretty good encapsulation of what I sort of believe in when it comes to Overwatch. So I'm putting this on. I will be right back. Let me do this. Bang. Is that too big? Yeah, it's too big. Okay. All right, text up on the stream and then I go. Bye-bye. I'll be back in just a little bit. Hello, my name is Evie and welcome back to Overwatch Every Day, Theory Thursday. These are the videos that I upload once a week where I will be talking about some things that I'm not able to really get into detail about while I play on our ranked lessons series. So today we'll be talking about how to develop one's hero pool and their own individual skill, using these 3 bullet points as our guidelines. Overwatch is a micro-based game. Even if you put yourself in the best positions possible, if you miss all of your shots to heal your teammates or damage the enemy or can't move in a way that'll let you touch the objective without dying first, it doesn't matter how good the actual idea you were playing for was. So what we call that is micro. With micro, it's going to be the actual execution of any idea that you would have, being able to hit your shot or land your cooldown
move in a way that you're able to survive an enemy pressuring you. Micro is what is going to be part of what we're covering today, and it's very important to define that now, as I'll be using the term throughout the video to explain why we develop our hero pools in the way that we do, or at least my personal philosophy of what's good to develop a hero pool. So, developing your knowledge of the game to let yourself form better ideas of plays to make in game, as well as developing your skills to execute the plays, your micro, are the two forms of proven consistent improvement as a player. I've been coaching Overwatch at every level of play for 7 years now, and the one practice that I've prescribed that I've always seen amazing success in players with is limiting your hero pool as you learn. Overwatch is a hard and complicated game, one with tons of heroes, game modes, maps, strategies, and terms. For newer and even experienced players, it can be incredibly overwhelming. So a core principle of actually learning and truly understanding something in every field is keeping information digestible. When I do individual coaching, I try to make my VODs never exceed 30 to 45 minutes, giving players exactly what were the consistent issues in their gameplay, 1 to 2 examples, and then practices on how to ingrain the concepts and information we talked about in the VOD into their own heads and building it into their intuition. So now I'm not currently doing individual coaching, and I can't make a digestible plan for each of the thousands that have been watching these videos. Thank you guys so much, by the way. But what I can do is tell you how to approach the game in a way that will make it digestible and enjoyable for yourself to improve. Which leads me to the title and the thumbnail of this video: keeping your hero pool small. Keeping your hero pool small initially is the most important aspect for the vast majority of players I've coached to truly show improvement at Overwatch that will last years, and not just a quick tell you how to win in the current patch and then not be able to adapt once things change. Being a good player in Overwatch is to consistently use your knowledge and skills in rapidly changing situations and environments to find more consistent paths towards the victory screen than those around you. The hard truth is that Overwatch very rarely has one-size-fits-all ideas. Rank games are not a test that you can study for, as your teammates and enemies will do random things you could never expect, but you have to find your value despite everything that's happening around you. What I hope to achieve with this channel is to help people develop the mindset, the knowledge, and the approach which will not only help you improve your gameplay, but also enjoy the process along the way. So the first step required in developing that mindset and that approach to the game is to give yourself a baseline understanding of Overwatch and your own improvement, which I firmly believe for most players in this game is best achieved through selecting 1 to 3 heroes in each role that you really just enjoy playing. An important thing to keep in mind as I get into the meat of this video is that Overwatch is a game. For most of y'all, I imagine you're not trying to go pro or crack the top 0.0001% of the player base and pay rent through your gameplay. So remember that no matter what I or anyone says, just have fun. If your joy from Overwatch comes from exploring the massive cast of heroes and trying out new kits, that's okay. That's fine. Do that. While I believe keeping a small hero pool is extremely valuable for improvement for the majority of the players, ultimately, if you're not having fun with the game and play less or get upset thinking about what you could do on other heroes, swap. Do what feels best for you. Which leads me to the first bullet point of this video. Who do I pick? Short answer is pick who's fun to you. If you've played other games before, think back to what kind of classes you enjoyed and how they interacted with the game. Watch some YouTubers play some different heroes. I covered just about every hero on my Ranked Lessons series if you want to check that out. Walk around in the practice range, feel out each hero's kit, quick play versus AI, and just experiment. If there are some heroes that stick out to you and you enjoy playing them, they feel good, their gun is satisfying to shoot, their abilities seem cool to you, then that's good enough. Don't think too deep on it. You can always add heroes to your pool later, and I'll get into that later in the video. Or just try something else later if it's not fun. Long answer for those who want to try to be optimal and who you want to pick for your heroes is try to pick 2 to 3 heroes with similar playstyles / overlapping value sources. Now, I personally like to break down heroes' value sources in my brain by putting them on this triangle here. where most heroes' value comes from mobility, utility, or just raw numbers. Mobility is a hero's individual ability to maneuver around the map quickly. Things like Winston Leap, Tracer Blinks, and Lucio Wall Ride would be traits of the heroes that would let them find value out of their mobility compared to the other heroes in the cast. Utility is a hero's ability to enable your team's plays for covering for weaknesses or denying the enemy team's strengths. Heroes like Orisa using Javelin Spin to deny the enemy plays, Mei using Wall to assist their team to get to high places with a boost, or deny the enemy's mobility by blocking their escape routes, or Lucio using their speed boost to get slower teammates to better spots and to boop and deny enemies from making dangerous plays. And raw numbers, exactly as the name entails, is a hero's ability to just fucking stat check the other guys in the lobby. Because at the end of the day, if their HP hits 0 and yours doesn't, you have a much better chance of actually capping the point. So heroes like Mauga, Bastion, Baptiste, and Zenyatta will find most of their value through just healing and damage. This is not a foolproof chart. It's just something I whipped up last night to convey the idea, and every hero will have some semblance of at least 2 of the corners of the triangle, but most will excel at just 1. So heroes that you feel probably get most of their value from a similar corner of the triangle are ones that you should gravitate towards adding to your hero pool. Which leads me into why. Why is it the best to pick heroes that do similar things? Wouldn't it be better to form a balanced hero pool for myself? Wouldn't it be best for me to get a feel for the game by continuing to play a bunch of different heroes and learning what they do? These are questions players have commonly asked me when I present this idea while I'm coaching. So to answer all of them, we refer back to the concept of keeping things digestible. To be a good player, ultimately, understanding the game is not needed. Good execution is. I know a lot of champion level players who can't comprehend why a Bastion being flown around the map at Mach 10 by a jetpack cat might be good. Your ability to hit your shots when you need them, be in the right spot, heal who you need to heal is required. In ranked, there will straight up be hard games that you will need to win to climb, where the game won't be played how you think it's supposed to be played. The enemy Hanzo is somehow going to be on massive flanks and should be super punishable, but still manages to kill your entire team as they go on those flanks. Even if you recognize that the Hanzo needs to be dealt with, if no one on your team is stopping the issue that's losing the game, it needs to be you. You are the only one who can actually go and shut down that Hanzo and win your games consistently. Knowledge of the game can give you a baseline and make you consistent and allow you to identify the forms of value that are less mechanically demanding that you can play for, but ultimately, you need to do what it takes to win, which means properly executing on any ideas, conscious or subconscious, you have in the game. A lot of unranked GMs and even some games in my ranked lessons end up being hardly educational because the champ players' execution of any ideas they would have has just been honed to a point where it will work. I'm sure many of you have experienced a smurf in your games as just able to solo spawn camp your team for what feels like forever. Keeping a small hero pool, ideally heroes that do similar things, is the most efficient way to develop not only your execution through familiarity, but your understanding and ability to intuitively form ideas in game. You can see it in IRL sports, where once somebody gets really good at one sport, it's a fair bet to say that they can pick up other ones quickly, as they have developed the mindset and the ability to control their body or grow the control of their body to accomplish the new game in front of them, commonly known as athleticism. They have learned the process that will help their execution by having a baseline of learning it through one game first. I've seen attempted adult athletes who try and learn a bunch of different sports at once not be able to grow that skill because most of their brain was just trying to keep up with remembering the different rules and jobs they needed to do in each sport, rather than developing the skills to control their body first. Even if they learned the strategies for each sport, it didn't matter if they just got microgapped everywhere that they went. You need that baseline developed through familiarity first. A small tangent, I think children are an exception to this, as it's much harder for them to grapple with complicated or abstract concepts since that part of their brain literally hasn't formed yet. So child athletes who play a bunch of different sports still end up fine as athletes. but they're like that because the main consistent thing between all of those environments that they can actually comprehend is just the control of their body, so they can still focus on developing that skill. I talk and target this video towards adults since I say fuck a lot and you guys are okay with that, so the exact same concept is used here. You give yourself a simple and enjoyable baseline to develop the skills you need to succeed in the game. And I repeat, it should be enjoyable. If you aren't having fun over the course of a few days, rethink your approach. Think about what's made you happy playing Overwatch, and if you need to try other heroes or take things more casually. Or even just go play a different game, that's okay. If it's not fun, why bother? You will do your best work and improve the fastest when you are enjoying the process of doing so. So tailor the experience for you. Last thing I want to add to this section before I get into the how of this video, I've seen a lot of older players struggle to reach their goals in video games for a while because they stick themselves in tradition and the way you're supposed to do things too often. Being good at any real-time game will boil down to intuition. A player's job is to hone their intuition to find success. I've seen a lot of older players beat themselves up saying, I'm too old to get good anymore, I can't get better mechanics, which is just straight up not true, especially for Overwatch. I've coached 30 and 40-year-olds up to Diamond and even Masters in this game. There's a 53-year-old aimer who started aim training in 2023 who is way better aim than me. I legit can't beat any of their scores on AimLab, and I've been playing FPS games for almost half my life now. I'll put the link to their channel in the description. But without insane raw mechanics, Overwatch is a wonderfully complicated game with many sources of value, and you just need to find the methods and the ideas and the heroes that work best for you. While there are usually normal paths to success, and sometimes people will even face social critique for doing things different, use the norm as a baseline to try out ideas that you might feel lead you to success and see how it feels. Think about if you implemented it / executed the idea of the norm the best that you could, and if it feels bad, try something else out. Which leads me into the last big segment of today's video, the how. How to grind and develop. Once you have your hero pool picked and you're ready to queue up, first thing you should ask yourself is, what am I queuing for? What am I hoping to get out of this? I'd guess that if you made it this far in the video, you were kind of on board for the whole improvement mindset thing and want to get better at the game, but it's very easy to get thrown off a productive process. Knowing what you are trying to develop or accomplish can help you tailor your experience as you play. If you are really trying to focus in on honing your own gameplay and decision making, then I recommend considering turning off the voice and text chats in the game, especially if the heroes you want to grind are not exactly traditional. It's just really easy for myself and many others I know to get thrown off their decision-making process when ranked randoms are in your ear giving their surely really nice and helpful advice and opinions, or pressuring you to play to their ideas more so than your own. What I recommend for most players is go into games and continuously ask yourself, how can I win this game with my heroes? What this should enable is thoughts of what your hero is good at, what previous moments and ideas have felt good to you and lead you to win on your hero, and what you can do in your current game to recreate that feeling. Sparking ideas to try and execute in-game. If you decided Widowmaker would be your hero, after a quick play game or two, you felt that getting really close to the enemy team might not usually go your way, but then maybe the game felt much better when you were able to see most of the map from a distance using your scope to shoot down enemies from a range. Through this realization, you can spark ideas in your current game, something along the lines of, how can I get to a spot that lets me shoot the enemies from a range in this game? If I was able to accomplish it in the previous one, I wonder if there's a way to apply that feeling and that playstyle into this current situation. These are things our brain subconsciously does for everything. It's in a constant effort to find what feels best for us. What we are doing by continuously asking ourselves how I can win this game with my heroes is bringing that thought process up to our conscious thoughts, giving us far more control over it and making it easier to remember and analyze later. Constantly sparking ideas of what could be good, trying them, then noting the results, and using the results to hone our future ideas is what real improvement in Overwatch looks like.
This format could also be applied in various different ways. I'm aware there are players that are super attracted to the teamwork aspect of Overwatch. They want to link up and play for ideas together with teammates, even if it might not be the best plans. So, if that's what you value and what's fun for you in the game, you can be approaching the game with the thought of, how can I use my hero's kit in the widest range possible to support what my team wants to do? Trying to answer that question for yourself can lead to many ideas for you to play for in a similar way. Getting consistent playtime on heroes that play for similar ideas with this process will help you start to make your conscious thoughts and your ideas become your subconscious thoughts, your intuition, which many would call your autopilot. Without thinking, if you play heroes like Tracer, Genji, Ball, or even Lucio, you might find yourself gravitating towards flankier positions / off angles. What once might have been conscious thought as an idea to find value that you would want to play for, where you'd want to go find those off angles as the heroes, your brain is now doing automatically, which allows you to dive deeper into the nuance and the depth of ideas that you can find, and your brain can think about to maximize your value further, since you're already doing the positioning and the rotations onto the off angle instinctually. A common stigma in games is that playing while autopiloting is bad, which is not entirely the case. While it's far less efficient to grow as a player and creating new ideas that you can play for, which I call raising your skill ceiling, to become consistent and efficient for smaller things, just getting raw hours on the game and letting your subconscious do its thing will help your performance while autopiloting tons. The more conscious and intentional gameplay you have, the easier it is for your autopilot state to latch on to ideas you previously had and found success. I call this raising a player's skill floor. Everything about the process I've talked about so far applies to refining both macro, the bird's eye strategic view of the game, and micro, your individual skills like CD usage, aim, movement, generally the execution of your macro ideas. I actually don't think it's super healthy in terms of improvement for most players to constantly try and separate the two and see them as different when there's so much gray area as to what's macro, what's micro, but again, whatever works for you. Whatever fits in your brain best and is leading you to success. The terms are just fairly convenient, and I wasn't able to come up with an alternative right now, but you can have ideas that will hone both your micro or your macro. Sometimes you'll have good macro ideas but flop with your CD usage on the execution. So a thought you could have is be like, well, that idea didn't go so well, but what if I try it again but change the timing of this cooldown? Developing a familiarity with making macro ideas and how your hero can find value, and micro ideas of how you can execute those larger plans more efficiently, is the primary strength of keeping a small hero pool that will play for similar things and execute similar things over and over and over again. The repetition drastically raises your skill floor faster than if you were trying to take on all of the heroes in the game at once, especially for players who are new to the keyboard or mouse or FPS games in general. Keeping your mental load lower and allowing yourself familiarity while you hone your general movement, aiming, and knowledge of the game is super important for consistent improvement. Even if you try a bunch of heroes to understand the game and who you might play against and with, you're inhibiting your ability to instinctually seek out winning plays and skills to execute them, because there are heroes in this game that will find value drastically different from each other. It will be incredibly slow to hone your intuition if everything is forced to be kept in your conscious thoughts. Which leads me to this last part of the segment, which is a little bit of lore for myself and how you can be developing your own hero pools effectively. I used to be a Lucio one-trick for years when Overwatch came out. With Lucio, I honed my movement, positioning, and instinctual understanding of direct ebb and flow, the push and pull of space, cooldowns, and HP with the enemy team. Primarily in Rhine/Brawl mirror matchups is where I learned how to play the game most. I primarily played Lucio up to Grandmaster until I started to branch out. One of the first heroes I branched out to was Reinhardt, despite a running joke in my friend group at the time, which was, never let EV on Reinhardt. In the season I started playing Reinhardt, the skills I learned on Lucio were the most valuable aspects of Reinhardt. Movement to get where I needed to be quickly, positioning to shield my team and far enough away that I wouldn't get blown up by the enemy, and the push and pull exchange of space and resources with the enemy team. It added the new valuable aspect of HP management, but adjusting pre-existing ideas and gameplay around the one new aspect that was added with Reinhardt was very doable. Even though I was playing Rein casually with friends, I quickly found success because of how transferable the ideas I've built up on Lucio were. Reinhardt quickly caught up with my Lucio in rank, climbing up to Grandmaster. And that happened to be the time where I first heard about scrims in the competitive scene in Overwatch. I found a super friendly team that was looking for a main tank player and a Lucio one-trick player, so even though I had more experience as a Lucio player, I trialed for both since my rank was about even on them, and I got picked up as the main tank player. Quickly after, Reinhardt became my new one-trick that served as my baseline for all the advanced concepts I'd learned in the competitive environment. Now trying to climb beyond the top 1% and into the elite to go pro, still to this day, I consider Reinhardt to be the hero that I can play best on. Shortly after I got my footing in the competitive scene, Wrecking Ball became a near mandatory hero for main tank players to know how to play. I went into my first queue sessions of Wrecking Ball with confidence, dare I say arrogance, thinking how I've been able to learn and perform on every other hero I've attempted to pick up so far. Ball shouldn't be that hard. And unironically, it was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in my life. I'm gonna sound like a grandpa saying, back in my day, we walked uphill both ways to school. But legit, everything I say here is true. Ball is right now, Ball is a hard hero. But I was learning Ball back in Overwatch 1. I had about half the effective HP as Ball does now. There was no out of combat healing passive. The only way I'd be able to heal would be through my supports or grabbing health packs. There was no initiator sub role to heal myself. Every fucking hero on the enemy team could stun or boop for some reason because it was Overwatch 1 and there was just so much CC. There was no grapple retract, so I had to earn a PhD in grapple spots to get any half-decent hit off without getting beamed out of the sky or whip-shotted by a Brig or flown at by a Diva or discorded by the Zen. Oh my god. And no one could help me. I probably went to like 15 different coaches asking for help with Ball, and most of them just didn't understand how Ball micro worked and just told me when and where to hit, but couldn't tell me how to hit. Or maybe I just straight up couldn't comprehend if they tried to tell me how to hit because it was so foreign to literally everything else I've learned about the game. Ball played completely differently from Lucio and Reinhardt in a way that was just an entirely different approach to Overwatch. Going back to the triangle, I was going from this far right side, playing basically Reinhardt, Orisa, and Lucio, who at the time spec'd almost completely into the raw numbers and the utility value, to the far bottom left corner where the only thing Ball had going for it was its mobility and some disruption as a utility. Ideas that were hell to execute into the absurd amount of CC that was in Overwatch 1. I just couldn't do it. I struggled for like a year and a half on Ball before throwing in the towel and just putting more time into getting better at Winston instead to allow my team some kind of dive potential, but I threw in the towel. I said I can't play Ball. I couldn't do it. Ball players knew something that I didn't. But as I learned more and more about Winston, it all started to click. Winston was familiar enough in the value that they played for and the value that they could find with my baseline understanding of the game being from Reinhardt and Lucio. Winston would still walk into the enemy team and brawl eventually. It just took a little bit longer than Reinhardt. Before that, there were other ways that the hero could get value. It would still have the ebb and flow of cooldown trades, space on the map, and HP, but just a little bit less direct than what I would do on Reinhardt. But with this newfound perspective of just being able to adjust things a little bit more into a mobility-based direction, I tried Ball again. And to this day, the vast majority of the Champion and Overwatch Path to Pro community know me for being one of the best Ball players in North America. It was Wrecking Ball who I primarily played to get my first top 10 on the leaderboard, climb my way up into the pro scene, and the hero that brought me by far the most amount of tournament earnings I've gotten through Overwatch. Nowadays, I can one-trick every hero in the game up to Grandmaster and most of them up to Champion and rank. From using this process to grow my hero pool and the inspiration behind it, learning Winston was what made Reinhardt to Wrecking Ball click for me. So how you can apply this concept to develop your own hero pool is take things one step at a time with how you add heroes to your pool. Once you develop familiarity and are comfortable executing ideas in most of your games with your hero pool, if you run into a hard game trying to play Brig into a Doomfist, and despite your utility of Whipshot usually being able to keep out divers, but you can't see the path towards winning with how things are going in your current game, but you remember that Mizuki's chain is a utility that functions very similarly to a Brig Whipshot, but it might be a little bit more effective at the Doomfist, who's going to have 2 abilities to avoid your Whipshot on Brig, but they'd be chained to the floor and unable to use them playing Mizuki. So if you swap to Mizuki, you're going to be able to find a more effective way to find value that you were already playing for, and you know how to do it already. Your positioning wouldn't need to change much because you are already giving yourself an entry-level understanding to what kind of value you'd want to be playing for. You can be playing in similar spots as you were on Brigitte, but now once you hit the chain instead of the whip shot, the Doomfist would be stunned or tethered and you'd be able to shoot them out to completely force rather than just booping them away, in which they just counteract with their next movement ability. After you already are playing for your baseline level of understanding through the heroes and finding your value, you can expand your ideas and thoughts, exploring the differences of the heroes as you go on, but still all of it building off the baseline of familiarity that you had from Brigitte, and the utility value that they can both get. So what I hope to convey with this is that you need to build up an understanding first, then expand it through familiar branches later. What I hope to convey with this is that you need to build up an understanding first, then expand it through familiar branches later. Growing your hero pool is not something easily forced. While if it brings you joy to play a hero you aren't able to win much on, you will eventually get better at them and learn. For the vast majority of players, if you want to improve the fastest you can, keep developing in the way that works for you. I personally feel like for majority of players that keeping a small hero pool is going to be what will help you improve the fastest. Trying to jump to the other side of the triangle and play for completely different ideas will often lead to frustration, tilt, or just loss of passion for the game. Give yourself middle grounds and enjoy what you do, because at the end of the day, if it isn't fun, why bother? I hope this video gives y'all some new ideas to approach ranked or quick play with. You don't gotta tighten number your gameplay if it stresses you out too much, just have fun. Again, do what feels best for you. But remember, at the end of the day, this is just advice based off of my experience in the game. While I feel strongly that these methods will work for a vast majority of the players, if it doesn't feel like it's working, or if it takes the fun out of the game for you, ignore it. Who gives a fuck? I really want to use my decade of playing Overwatch to help people accomplish their goals while also achieving mine, but while I know a ridiculous amount about this game, no one's perfect. So not even just for my videos, but any educational content you see, take it with a grain of salt. But with all that said, thank you guys so much for watching. I had a blast making this video, and I think more essay, storyline, and theory-based videos is where my passion and content is going to be taking me. But I've built my baseline to be the daily uploads, and I'll be developing my process to build off of that to get to where I want to be, starting with these Theory Thursday videos. But alright, I'm babbling too much. I still gotta edit this, so thank you guys so much for watching, and I know we're not quite there yet, but thank you guys so much for 3,000 subs. It means the world to me. I've been wanting to make content forever. I gotta edit. Okay. So, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And complicated game. You got flying gorillas, Overwatch is a really fast and complicated game. You got flying gorillas, time travelers teleporting all over the place, screaming stranger in your ear that just unfortunately wind up on your team, and that damn Sombra who just keeps hacking and running away. Oh my god, when I find him, I'm gonna... So with all these crazy things going on and elo systems created to showcase how well you handle everything, the question is commonly asked, how do I actually get good? My name is Evie, an ex-pro player, and I'm here to talk about one of the most important concepts for players to know so that they can carry any game, the beatdown. This video is part of my series, Overwatch Every Day, where I upload educational Overwatch content daily to help you improve no matter what hero or role you play. Once a week on Thursdays, I try to make a video discussing more specific and widely applicable topics that I'm not able to get into too much while I'm playing. These videos are what I call Theory Thursdays, today's video. So with that out of the way, let's slam right into today's topic, the beatdown. To keep things cohesive and digestible, I've broken down today's topic into answering these 3 questions. What is the beatdown? How do I recognize who the beatdown is? And how do I win with this information? So, starting with defining the terms that I'll use for this video with the first question, what is the beatdown? The strategic theory of the beatdown versus the control originates from Magic the Gathering in the late 90s, but it was later adopted and expanded on by various other games, having remarkable impact on almost all successful strategic approaches in games like League of Legends, StarCraft, Pokemon, Dota, Teamfight Tactics, and probably literally every trading card game you can think of. With Overwatch being a MOBA-based FPS game, the concept is extremely applicable and dare I say needed to form winning strategies. So enough beating around the bush, what is it? For the purposes of this video, I'll be focusing primarily on how to apply the topic to your games to help you win and not going into crazy depth of the intricacies of the theory since you don't really need to know it that much. So you guys get the Cliff Notes version. I'll put some links to pages that explore this theory in much more detail in the description for the nerds and wannabe coaches out there, but the general idea of the theory is rooted in win cons. Determining your win condition and understanding if you are currently achieving it is the soul of this theory. So generally you can ask yourself, if nothing else changes in the state of the game, will I win or lose? If nothing changes in the game and you win, you're the control. If nothing changes in the game and you lose, you're the beatdown. The control wants to stop the game state from changing, to control the situation. Playing to prevent plays from the enemy team who want to change the game into their favor, and the beatdown wants to be aggressive and change the game state so that it favors them. There are a ton of terms that often overlap, and some Overwatch coaches have kinda accidentally reinvented this concept without knowing, using their own terms. So to run through some common ones quickly, the beatdown is referred to as the attacker / the aggressor, and the control is commonly referred to as the defenders. I'm going to be avoiding these terms because they can be confusing given Overwatch's game modes already having attack and defense, but I've made my own different terms to keep things simple. I want to stress attack and defense in the Overwatch game modes do not always dictate if you are the beatdown or not. The terms I commonly use on streams or in coaching to make it simple for players is advantage state and disadvantage state, especially since control is also already a term in Overwatch's game mode. So for the remainder of this video, I'll be using these terms. The advantage state, which means the control, and the disadvantage state, which means the beatdown. I'll be using them fairly interchangeably. The terms aren't exactly perfect as it glosses over some specific nuances of the theory, but for 99.999% of the Overwatch player base, it's more than fine. But with the terms and general definition out of the way, it leads us into our next question, how do you recognize who is the beatdown? With Overwatch being such a nuanced and complicated game, there are a lot of aspects that play into who's at an advantage and who's at a disadvantage at any given time. With that in mind, for the vast majority of the player base, I want to focus on just 3 specific aspects about the game. Your team's role in the game mode itself, your team's composition, and the numerical state of the fight. There are a bunch of other factors like ult economy, positioning on the map, space, chokeholds, fucking like aim, whatever, etc. But for almost every single one of your games, the most important aspect to focus on is just your team's composition, your role in the game, and the state of the fight. So let's get into each one of those and what they mean. At the simplest surface level, Obviously, defenders on a game mode like Hybrid or Escort are just going to want to wait and kill the clock that the attackers need to use to capture the objective. So if you're defending an Overwatch at a very baseline level, you're going to be the control or the team with the advantage state in that game. This means that if you're attacking, you're going to be the beatdown at a very general level. You are going to be the team that needs to make something happen. You need to change the game state so that you're actually able to see the victory screen. This is an extremely generalized and surface level view of the game, so I want to emphasize not to get caught up too much on if you're attacking or defending in terms of the actual Overwatch game mode. The idea of defending and attacking being control of the beatdown can fall apart super quickly. Like, for example, even if you're defending, if the attackers are on an objective on like a payload map, you need to change that or you lose. You will be in a disadvantaged state if the attackers are on the objective, so you would be the beatdown as the defender there. Which leads me to our next important aspect of identifying advantage states, team compositions. For example, let's say a poke team is on attack, Route 66, and they have a Sigma, Ashe, Widowmaker, Zenyatta, Baptiste. The defending team is a composition like Mauga, Genji, Reaper, Moira, Lucio. Despite the defending team only needing to drain the clock of the attackers, as soon as the pokier heroes get in line of sight with the more brawl-focused defensive team, they're going to have the advantage in that fight. Because as the exchange goes on through time, the attacker's composition being far more pokey-based, like poke style, and you're able to shoot your guns a lot more, is going to slowly bleed out the defenders whose heroes all need to be very close range and get in active very, very fast, so they do not like sustained fights. With that concept in mind and that exchange playing in the way that it does, as soon as the attacking team is able to start shooting the defending team, they are now in an advantage state and they're going to be winning the exchange over time, which will allow them to capture the objective later and win the game. This makes the defending team the beatdown as soon as the attacking team gets LOS with their poke-based heroes. Now, you might be asking, what if it's a neutral game mode like Control or Push with similar team comps? The first fight of a scenario like that is what I like to call neutral, or footsies as the fighting game community calls it. I won't get into it too much in this video, but to leave neutral, you're going to have to earn some kind of advantage to take control of the game. The most common way to do so is by getting a kill, having more players alive and active than the enemy team, which leads me to the final and most important idea for your improvement in ranked: embrace being the beatdown. If you remember anything from this video, make it be this: when a teammate dies in a fight, go kill something, make it even, take the advantage back for your team. When you are down in numbers against the enemy team, you are the beatdown. You need to make change happen. Sometimes that'll be through backing up and regrouping, but I figure most of you have experienced trying that and then some more teammates stagger and die, so you never really get a fight with 5 people. So I'm here to tell you, take the game into your hands. Embrace being the beatdown. Get aggressive when you're at that disadvantaged state. Ignore previous logic and make a play that will let you win. What makes a good player is the ability and the talent to consistently see the victory screen no matter what factors come and go in games. Sometimes your teammates in ranked will die. There's nothing you can do about it. But you can do something about it afterwards. You can fight, but you need to know and recognize when you really need to get active and to fight. Embrace being the beatdown and make change happen so that you can turn lost fights into winnable ones. Now, to clarify some things really quickly, numbers won't always indicate an advantage state, but it's very consistent for most fights. There are going to be a lot of times where you might be down one member, but you have way more ultimates or something than the enemy team, in which you're still having fairly strong control over the game. Like I've been continuously saying, it is a nuanced and intricate idea. There are a lot of different aspects that could determine if you have an advantage state or a disadvantage state, but the main thing that I really want to drive home is that a really easy way to tell when you need to get active and when you are the beatdown is through kills. If you have less members alive on your team than the enemy team, you need to make a change happen. It's going to be a very, very, very common scenario, and probably at least it's going to happen once in every single game that you play, where you need to be ready to actually take the game into your hands and turn the disadvantaged state into an advantaged one. Now, some heroes kits naturally are able to do this better than others. Hit scan is a very important role to understand this concept thoroughly, because you have one of the best playmaking potentials through raw mechanics. But some support players might be hearing this and scratching their head thinking, what am I supposed to do on Juno? There's still a lot of potential plays that you can make. Just get creative, form ideas. The general guideline that I want to really be pushing for here is the identification of if you are in an advantage state or a disadvantage state, and then if you're at a disadvantage state and need to make a change happen, really kickstart your brain to come up with some aggressive ideas that will get you back on the winning path in whatever situation you find yourself in. There are a lot of different ways to do this, and I've talked about it fairly extensively on some of my previous videos on how to form ideas that will allow you to win your games. But the general guideline that I want to express here, and what you need to apply for your games, is understand when you are at a disadvantaged state or when you are in an advantage state, mainly disadvantaged state, and make something happen so that you can actually win the game. Get creative, do what feels right to you, but just know when you need to do something. Anytime that I was coaching and working on this concept with players, a guideline that I've given them that has found great success is that identifying how big your disadvantage is and then basing how creative your plays can get off of the disadvantaged state. So the bigger a disadvantage you're at, the more aggressive plays that you can go for, because there's less to lose. You need to make bigger change happen when you're at such a deficit in like path to the victory screen, you know? So if you are down like 3 team members and the enemy team still has 5, your choices are kind of just get out to regroup and get an advantage or get your numbers back that way, or you need to crash out and blow all of them up immediately. There's not too many options because you're at such a disadvantage when you're fighting a 2v5 that you really need to get creative and get super aggressive to have any chance of possibly turning around the game or the specific fight. If you feel like you've mastered understanding the advantage state or disadvantage state through the number of players alive on the field, then feel free to explore a lot of the different intricacies and nuances that you might experience yourself. Pros use this concept super frequently in alt fights when they are down on alt economy and the enemy team has a lot. They go for extremely aggressive and wacky plays to try to catch the enemy team with the ultimate advantage off guard, so that they aren't able to use the advantage that they've built up properly. There are a lot of different ways to apply this concept, but just explore, have fun with it. Just think about Overwatch and how you can be playing your game the best that you can. You can see this concept from an individual POV, especially used by pro hitscan players. Every single time that a pro hitscan player is at a disadvantage, they are the ones, or one of the first people who look to try to take the advantage back to their team and get the game back into their hands. Hitscans need this concept a lot because the mechanical skill is just insanely valuable for making plays. So if you watch any pro POV on OBS Sojourn of like a hitscan player, just keep in mind this concept as you watch through their decision making process and their plays. And then the last thing, I didn't really touch on it much in this video, but not throwing away your advantage when you are the control or you have the advantage state is also a very important aspect of Overwatch, but I'll probably make a video about it in the future on how to properly AFK or something. But Advantage state in Overwatch is an extremely nuanced and widely applicable theory, so while I covered the need to knows in this video, do your own thinking, challenge yourself on identifying different factors that contribute to an advantage or disadvantage in the game, and let me know what you guys come up with in the comments. I'd love to hear y'all's experience and ideas. But with that said, I am Evie and I make daily educational Overwatch videos where I apply these concepts I talk about and explain my thought processes live on every hero that gets me up to champ consistently on my ranked lessons series. So if you're new to the channel, I hope you check it out and thank you so much for watching. I will be uploading tomorrow's video, which will probably just be another ranked lessons where I might talk a bit more about this theory in those games. But anyways, thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
And bang, we are back. Woohoo! All right. Very good break. I feel very refreshed. Thank y'all for bearing with me. But now it is time for our Overwatch ranked randomizer Nuzlocke. Back. Who's ready for the randomizer Nuzlocke? It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Before I get into that, I'm just going to go through our follows while it's gone. Thank you for the follow, Ronnie J. Oh, wait, no, I did those. Asomo Peeps, Pain Always. Thank you for the follow, Kenya, Mickey, 97220, Leo DJ, and Demon Win. Thank you guys so much. So let me talk, since I've been rather cryptic about the plans for this randomizer Nuzlocke for a little bit now. There's been quite a few people or other content creators who've made Nuzlocke videos or Nuzlocke challenges in Overwatch. I've done one myself. I just never made it into a video, unfortunately. But I'm here today to remedy that with a bit of a twist. I have a set of rules that we will be going through in the actual video. In the actual video, I'm gonna make it look all pretty and nice and whatnot, but right now I just kind of have it in like a text document. So for our rules for this challenge, this is a new account, brand new, literally is just able to play ranked. I've been grinding it up myself recently. And what my rules are is every single time I climb a rank, and this is going to be like the sub rank, so like Diamond 1, Diamond 2, Diamond 3, Diamond 4, whatever, etc. Every time I climb a rank, I will spin a wheel with all of the remaining heroes in a row, but it has 3 chances, 3 of the slots of the big wheel of all the heroes remaining will be a miss. This will make it so the more heroes we have, or the more heroes we've gotten, it will be harder to capture or play heroes a little bit, or like gather heroes to our pool later. Whichever hero the wheel land on, only one, whatever hero the wheel lands on will be added to my pickable heroes. Since we're going to be doing placements, there's a chance that we'll be going up multiple sort of ranks per
per win, in which I will try to adjust it and kind of balance it accordingly. Since it's can't, like the rule said, this is going to be the first attempt of this run. I am going to be doing all the roles, and they'll be kind of refined as it goes on, but we're going to be starting with tank here. So I'll be trying to balance this sort of as it goes, and I might update this rule set for DPS or support later. But we're starting on a new account. I'm going to spin the wheel twice before we get into our first game here, and whatever 2 heroes we get are what I'm forced to use until we add another hero. So until we have another encounter chance, I'm going to be forced to pick between the 2 heroes I get from this initial wheel spin for the beginning of our run. Why it's 2 is because in Overwatch Nuzlocks, Pokemon Nuzlocke, you usually get 2 encounters basically for free before you get your Pokeballs and the challenge officially starts. So we're going to be mirroring that in Overwatch here as well. If I lose a game on a hero, they are quote unquote dead. I am not able to use that hero for the rest of the run. So the entire duration of this sort of series, I will not be able to use that hero. That's going to be the main focal point of what a Nuzlocke is. If I lose a game on a hero, I cannot play them for the rest of the run. I am allowed to switch my heroes in game, but if 2 heroes play in a game and I lose that game, both heroes played are dead. This applies for multiple. If I end up going through 3 heroes for whatever reason, it could be a big gamble move to potentially try to win, or if I have to counterpick something or like counterpick someone constantly, but I am risking all of those heroes if I lose the game. I'm free to utilize bans, comms, map votes in whatever way I want to try to make this challenge as doable as possible for myself, but most of it is going to be coming down to gameplay and my expertise of each of the heroes. If the only heroes that I have left in my hero pool or that I'm able to select from are banned, I can dodge the game, but of course that is not what we want, as it will be tanking most of our rank and we'll have to be climbing up basically 2 games worth for every time that a hero is banned and we're forced to dodge a game. We have to play Mercy. We will be doing support later, but for now, for today, we are going to be starting with tank. And with that said, let me prepare the wheel a little bit with the 3 potential misses. I'm doing it on tanks just because it's the role that I practice most often. So I'll hopefully be able to, like kind of play through any of the scuffness that we might find. And if it gets harder, my support is also pretty solid. And DPS just has a lot of heroes to pick from. So I'm going to be just adding the names to this wheel here. That's probably one of the things I should have done in prep, but I ended up taking all of them out. I ended up taking all of the names out while we did our coaching earlier. So Diva, Doomfist, Hazard, Winston, Wrecking Ball, Mauga, Orisa, Roadhog, Zarya, Domina, Junker Queen, Ramatra, Reinhardt, and Sigma. And then I'll be adding our 3 potential misses into this wheel. So we're going to have a pretty high chance of building up a hero pool for us to select from early in the game, but these 3 misses are going to be very, very deadly or very potentially dangerous for us a bit later. Since every time you're playing a Pokemon Nuzlocke, you have a chance to miss an encounter, I want to add a little bit of a random element when it comes to this challenge to make things a little bit harder. Even with my hero pool being completely up to RNG, I think that it'd be kind of fun to make it even just a little bit harder. What happens if I get 2 misses right now? GG. If I get one miss, if I get one out of, like, if I get one miss here, then I'll only play with one hero. I'll wait until I climb a rank. But with placements potentially going up quite a few ranks, I think that we're going to have a lot of opportunities to climb. And it looks like our first... Hold on now. Hold on now. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up. Come on. So I'm stuck with one hero. If I lose the game, the run is over then and there. And the one hero I get is my absolute best hero in all of Overwatch, Reinhardt. Though Reinhardt is definitely not my first pick when it comes to guaranteeing a win. Oh my. Oh my. So, we missed on one of our encounters. And we got Reinhardt as our one playable character. Reinhardt as our main starter for this challenge. I'm going to be equipping my Overwatch 1 default skin. So, let's see how it goes. And let's start the run. I'm a little bit nervous about the MMR of this account since I literally have no idea what it could be. And the why I haven't set a goal for a rank that we want to achieve is because I don't know what the MMR is. If the MMR is high, I will want to I'll want to push for champion. If it's not, then GM is fine. But I feel like it's so fitting. If my one hero that I could pick from is King's Row, or if the one hero that I can pick from is Reinhardt, I need to go King's Row. But I was thinking about this a little bit earlier. For this challenge, I think that it is integral for me to ban 2 tanks constantly. I think that I just need to ban 2 tanks, and when I'm playing Reinhardt, the 2 tanks that I want gone, I want out of the game, I want Orisa gone, I want Ramatra gone. In team play, I would not ban Ramatra. I would ban Mauga, probably, if I was forcing Reinhardt, but Ramatra is going to be a little bit harder to play around in ranked compared to team play, just because how Reinhardt would want to be playing into Ramatra is kind of very almost a flankier style. But with Orisa, Roadhog, Bastion, Band, those are going to be pretty good for us. Looks like we're starting out maybe in Diamond. I was going to hopefully try to keep it a surprise, but that's okay. I was hoping we'd be able to see afterwards. But that is a very good place to start. Reinhardt being my only hero. Okay. Well, okay. The most important parts of winning on Reinhardt and ranked that I've experienced, I'm bringing back all of my knowledge, all of my hundreds of hours on this hero. I need to know when to get active, and I need to make sure that I'm on full screen instead of borderless window. Borderless window adds input delay for any of my PC players. It adds some input delay, which makes actually playing a little bit harder, especially aiming. But if they are on like a Reinhardt mirror, it could be kind of hard with input delay to block shatters. So I want to make sure that I just get active onto their backline. I see that my team has Hanzo, Cassidy, and Mercy, and the enemy team has a Reinhardt. So we're starting off this challenge with the classic honorable Rein duel. The enemy team having Liang, Reinhardt, and Ana. I think I'm just going to be trying to get active on the backline after I see Sleep Dart out. That's going to be my main trigger that I'm sort of looking for and will allow me to step really aggressively. As their team sort of walks forward though, I could maybe be looking to pinch them, and I am able to block most of the healing and any support that the Reinhardt could get as they go through Hotel, body blocking them in and allowing my team to follow up. I want to be building my shield back, but I really don't want my Cassidy to die here. As the Widowmaker goes up into the skybox, I am able to hit the Fire Strike. I feel pretty good about that. I've been grinding a lot of ranked or Reinhardt
in my team scrims recently, so I'm hoping that my mechanics feel pretty good about them. I've been meaning to grind Ryan anyways. With Reinhardt on this left side, Hanzo taking that top left is something to note, but my Hanzo's able to take them down. I think I can just... I don't want to walk fully, but especially since they're coming close on ults like Nano. But I do block the sleep, which is going to be pretty important. I could walk more to try to get these kills, but yeah, I'm too scared. I don't want to be dying and throwing away the advantages and the kills that we have just for a few extra kills. But I was very tempted to pin in and try to get some kills. If I had a little bit more confidence or another hero enabled, I would be actually running. I'd want those kills. I know that they are close to their Earth Shatter, and they have their Nano Boost, as Reinhardt sort of flanks on that right side. An amazing Sonic coming out from my Hanzo, and Reinhardt stepping forward. Nano Boost is being used. They have their Earth Shatter at the ready. So I'm going to be playing a little bit more stacked towards my team, so I'm ready to block it if needed. Pin onto my Cassidy, and we are going to be trading out the Reinhardt with that. As their Sojourn uses their slide, I'll get the opportunity to walk towards them, and I think I'm going to be picking this perk instead of the Regeneration Shield. I think Regeneration Shield is really good if you ever have to play Reinhardt into a little bit more of a dynamic or like highly mobile comp, but since their team is fairly front to back standard, we're going to be... I think we can get a lot of value out of our stuns refilling our fire strikes, but able to play a passive, giving up some space to allow the kill onto the Reinhardt. Sojourn is going to be the last one remaining. I really don't want to let them get a chance to kill my Hanzo, and now with my Earth Shatter, the enemy team is boomed. Let's go. I know I'm usually in my ranks lessons I try to say PMA. In this challenge I really want to win. I want to win, especially with one hero at the start, and Reinhardt being that hero. I really don't want to lose. This is probably the hero that I feel confident I can perform best on in most games. If I get the chance to play them. The hero Loki kind of got outscaled in terms of value in Overwatch. But with their team sort of walking, I get completely outplayed by the Sigma. I thought I timed it right so the shield would be behind me, and I just need to make sure that I really live here. But I do not do that. Oh, that Earth Shatter whiff is actually like... Oh, uh-oh. That's really not good. I mean, it's like fine, because we have more opportunities to win the game, but I don't like giving them, the enemy team, chances to win. Them being able to push it on to second at all will make our attack significantly harder. If I'm able to get more value out of my shadows though, we're going to be in much better spot. Sigma on that left side, I could potentially try to clear them out for space. With my team getting back into this fight, I could look to just try to clear high ground. Want to get healed up a little bit before I look for any sort of big play. As I see their team in forward here, I can be looking to push forward a bit. It's only me and Flux. We're going to be pretty fine. Sigma falling low and Emre going down. I need to make sure that I live. Finding the kill onto the Sojourn, but I'm not quite able to take down the Mercy. We're gonna... Oh, wow. Alright, hold up. What do I need to do to win this game? Their Sojourn's finding value. I think I can be more aggressive on their Sigma. But unfortunately I just don't think I can touch, really. So we're going to be pushed up all the way back to third. I felt like I didn't even have that many chances to win on second. but I think that's fine as long as I just stay calm. Sojourn, overclock, nano boost. My shield goes down, my Cassidy goes down. It's in a rush use. I don't want to get my shatter blocked again. Double nade. Wait, Navilia, you're right. It's OP. I think that will be more than enough for us to win as long as our Cassidy gets some care here. Yeah, because I can just pin back really fast. I could probably be going a lot more aggressive on this third point, especially since the spawn room is like right there. No, Cassidy! Okay, we're good now, I think. It's a little bit difficult to find some of our value without a speed boost, but it looks like our Cassidy is really fragging. I think I can be holding up here and just trying to force out their shield as much as possible to get my shatter later. Nade coming out from Ana is something I want to be considering. Flux from their Sigma. I want to be buffering the rest of their team here. And we are able to hit a shatter. And survive after we take down the Sigma. I think really good play for us. Making it hard for the Ana to carry the Sigma considering they were on their back. It's going to make it much easier for us to win this point. We still have a fight to go though. We can't get too overconfident yet. As their team wants to be poking me out, I'm just going to be sacking a little bit towards my core. Blocking the Sigma rock, and I'm going to throw my Fire Strike into the wall as they pop their hands during my startup animation. We have a bunch of ults to win this. I think I just need to live and make sure that their Sigma's not able to do all that much. But we are able to get the kill and block the nade. Sojourn looking for the overclock. I missed my pin! And and I get slept. My phone is ringing, everything is going terribly. Everything is falling apart. Sigma's 1 HP. We are able to find the kill with the dragon. Mercy 1 goes down. Sleep. Ana falls in the pit. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was low-key. Probably the worst round ever. No, I didn't mean to spin the... Oh my god, everything's going wrong. I got Sigma if you guys wanted to know, but I'm not removing Sigma from the wheel since I didn't mean to close it. We are able to win that point though. Okay, or hold on third. We have a win condition on the board. Win con on the board. The entire run in the first game on the line. Oh my god, bro. Finding the one miss. I'm so glad we're on Kings. I'm so glad we're on Kings. I think that we just need to find good shatters. If I focus on getting my shatters off, I think we'll be in a pretty decent spot. I low-key hope Matt does not stay on Junkrat. If they do, I'm getting quirky. I think. To enable my team the best, I think that I need to just be taking attention in a lot of wacky places to allow more opportunities for my Junkrat to find value. It looks like we are going to be sticking this, so maybe I either could be trying to stack on my team and sort of enable my cast to shoot their gun a lot. Stop the enemy team. If they're on Domina, okay, that's going to be not bad for us. Domina falls fairly low. Uses their slow early. It's weird not having the shield bash perk already, but I can be making space. We were able to force an aid, but I think that the play that I really want to make here probably is just through clearing high grounds instead of actually like walking down their front line. Since if their Ashe Mercy is alone and able to be sitting very pretty on the high ground, we're going to be in a pretty rough spot. We are able to peel all of the attention away from the enemy team though.
And as their Ana walks back up to the high ground, we can potentially just be chasing them down. I think that they're below me. Now they're above me. And they waited out my sleep long enough. But we do find the exit frag onto the Mercy, which is going to be massive. Okay, all of that to get one opening for our team later. That's fine. With the Mercy down, we can be playing fairly aggressive on the front line, but I want to be pretty fast about it as we walk here. Cassie, Ashe, and Ana all pumping in damage. I have low shield, so I'm saving the rest of it to try and block whatever CDs their Ana throws at me. As the Dominic gets low, that's going to be my trigger to walk. Mercy 1 HP, we are going to be able to take them down, and we will be capping this first point. I think that maybe I could be looking to get a bit more aggressive and look for any extra stagger kills onto the enemy team. We are able to find the kill onto the Ana, which will make it very, very hard for them to fight up and early. But as we have 2 people on the point, we want to not push too far. I think I am going to be picking this one, or the Resolve, because I found it very hard to utilize any extra fire strikes that we would get last round. So Reinhardt walks forward, Mercy Valk gets popped. If their Reinhardt swings too wide, I have a free shatter on the back line on this corner. But I am just going to be able to use my corner swing knowledge to find the damage advantage onto them. Not quite able to block the sleep dart. I was close, not quite. But we find the kill onto the Ashe soon after. I know the Reinhardt's coming back pretty soon, so I'm not going to overextend. I'm just going to chill on this corner, I think. I could look to shatter up early. Ball, Wrecking Ball. Oh, W perk pick. I'm so glad I picked the Resolve. With Wrecking Ball, I'm actually going to low-key maybe... Oh, my Cassidy's aggro, which is fine, but I just need to care. Res perk gets used. I counter the Bob. I'm just going to let this guy keep killing things. But now that I don't have a shield, we can continue walking forward low-key and just like push into their spawn a bit. Sometimes to win the game, you just gotta let somebody else win the game. And that's fine by me, whatever wins. Oh, uh-oh. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I don't have shield left. There's a Wrecking Ball's down. If I find a stagger here, I think we win. It's gonna be a little bit harder to do so as they're all really far back. My Cassidy was still wants to be peeking through the front line. But if I control this right side area, don't get slept by the Ana, we can maybe be... Shatter, 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 shatter. Throw one, please! Nice! WWW. Nice. Wrecking Ball is the only one on the point. I'm gonna hope my team can hold that, so I can just be stuffing the spawn doors here. What the hell? Well, who'd they nano? I guess I just didn't want to walk out of spawn. Okay, awesome. That's a game one. That's the first game one. Okay, that was way harder than it should have been. I could have made it much easier to win that game. I think that we trolled a lot on our defense, but we started clutching up. We started playing a lot better later. I'm endorsing my Mercy and my cast since they were fragging. 41, goddamn. And let's see where we're starting with our rank right now. And we are predicted Platinum 1. So right in the middle of, or a little bit above where the like middle point or the midpoint. I think they're actually directly in the middle of the ranked ladder. Yeah, 4 on this side, 4 on that side. We are going to be right in the middle of the ranked ladder, climbing our way up to hopefully Grandmaster or Champion later. So, with that said, Reinhardt still is our only hero, so we need to be winning this game. I think I'd prefer Coliseo. Yes, wonderful. Coliseo is going to be pretty good for us and push in general because we are able to use our brawl-based ultimates on the point much more easily. Oh, but I am anxious. I am anxious. This is hard. It's so scary to be on one hero. It's so scary to be on one hero, bro. I need to be banning 2 tanks. I don't think there's any question about that. Are these the best tanks for Coliseo? Yeah, probably. A really good Winston player could be scary. But that's okay. I think we'll be okay with the Ram and Orisa bans. Must have never one-tricked before. I've one-tricked a lot, but like we are on one hero. The only hero we have available to us to play is Reinhardt right now. Ugh. What's your opinion about this, Biggest Hammer? Where did I get pinged? She's probably going to be a flex DPS, I'd imagine. Yes, okay, so this is a new account. The challenge is I'm going to be putting a bunch of... Do I have it copy pasted still? Yes. I'm going to be making like a about me thing in a moment, but for now, the challenge is if I lose a game on a hero, the run is dead. Every time I go up a rank, I'm going to spin a wheel to add one hero to my hero pool that I'm able to select. But until I have other heroes than Reinhardt, I'm forced to play Reinhardt. And looking at their team comp, that is not what we really want. Reinhardt can be rather hard here. But I think if I play it properly, we might be able to still find success. The Roadhog Zenyatta right side. They won't walk up. I think maybe I just need to get really freaky. No, just barely off on the Fire Strike. Their team composition is going to win the numbers exchange against me. It's going to win. It's going to be able to catch me out easily if I flank. It's too much damage for me to play for my shield. Oh no. So how do I win? Roadhog on the bottom right. Do I just int that guy? I think so. Roadhog getting low. I force him out, but I'm not able to do much afterwards. Soldier bottom left is something to consider. Roadhog walking me down, but inside my team's LOS, they will be forced fairly soon. Genji uses their deflect to live the Roadhog pressure. As their team is in a pretty decent spot, I can just be looking to walk, fire check on the Zen, and then I have my Shatter soon. Zen goes down. I just need to carry this Roadhog now. Every time that we get into an advantage state, I think if I just like block hooks for my team, it'd be pretty good spot. But I need to make sure that I have my hooks to block stuff, or have my shield to block the hooks. With their cat... Can I find that kill? I can be looking for my Earth Shatter soon, with my Genji in a pretty dangerous spot. I don't think I want a Shatter here, especially since they use their cat ult on me. I'm gonna be trying to live the best that I can. Kill one to the Detta. Oh my gosh, we get out, we get out. Oh, and we get more kills. I'm shattering that. I really don't want anyone to die here. I'm just gonna pin in on this end just because I really don't want them to trade anyone. Nice, nice, nice. Good work, good work. Okay, hold up. Poke up, pressure up, yes. I need to get I need to make it as hard for them to touch the point as possible. So Detta's in here. I could just swing on that, find 2 kills. My Zenyatta's alone on the cart. I can't do much to contest the high ground, but my DPS are on it. Roadhog and the right. Is it good to pin there? I think so. Nice, nice, nice. Huge staggers. Okay. Can't do that much until they walk within decent range. As they're on Bastion, my options are going to be a lot more limited, but my team's flank-based options are going to be a little bit better. So how do I find most value? I sit on the cart? No, I pin a lot, I think. Genji going down, Reaper falling low. I could probably be trying to... Whoa. I think with our Zen dying, we could maybe be looking for an exit trade, but if I can keep my Ana up, we all get close spawns, but I need to make sure that this guy does not get hooked. Nice. So then, them on Bastion, open space in the middle point. I think I could just... If I... After form, I could be pinning really aggressively. Or maybe that right side. If I see that soldier take right side again, and maybe looking to step. Huge play from my Reaper, and then Bastion looking to form. That's super fine. I'm not in any threat of getting hooked. And now that their form is over, I think I can get active. Can't get hooked though. Can't get hooked though. Nice sleep. I just need to back up and bait them into my team. Oh, not even close, baby. And my DPS frag out. I think that if I early shatter, we can be looking really good here. Their comp is so difficult for Reinhardt. I think if their cat started dragging around their hog, I would have so few options to actually win or have an impact on this game. But since they're... Whoa. I didn't think about that. Since they're still playing on the ground for now, I am able to do some things. Should I just shatter that? Thin Warrior gets a little closer and make it harder to react. But until then... I think I just take this guy out of their support LOS to try to kill him. No, Per does too much healing. That was a bad play. Oh, but we whole hog out. Amazing. Perfect. That's great. Off of Bastion onto Vendetta again. I think Shield Bash perk is going to be more needed now. If they were on Bastion, I was thinking about maybe the extra swing range, because after I hit a fire strike, if I'm able to just confirm target kills a little bit easier, that would be really nice. I got the Roadhog 1. We are able to take them down and find the trade, which I think is actually going to be pretty decent for us. Vendetta is still alive. We have a lot of ults coming up. The game hasn't really started yet, but I really don't want them to get any more cart push, because that would be very bad for us. We don't hold or maintain our close hold. Junker Queen now instead of Roadhog. That is scarier, I think. Reinhardt has a pretty decent matchup into Junker Queen, but them having a speed boost is going to be harder for me to deal with. Huge kill onto the cat. I think I can just pin and get really aggressive. The one thing about Queen over Roadhog is now they're going to have a little bit less damage for any of the big plays that I want to make. And if I'm just out of their Junker Queen's range, I can actually be going for a lot more backline hits instead of just playing through the front line the entire time. So I think I'm just going to push cart as long as I can, hopefully getting this checkpoint. We are successful in doing so. Not quite able to hit the fire strikes onto the soldier. Looking where my team is, I don't really want to be forcing anything. If their queen drops, I pin high ground. If they back up, I think I just hold this for a while. Wow, how the fuck? I thought this knife was on the ground. That is okay. That is super, super fine. I'm watching the kill cam just so I can see how close they are to Junker Queen ult. They're around 60, 70-ish. So now that we're going into the last 2 minutes of the game, I have two options. Do I save my Earth Shatter for when it's really important, or do I look to use it now and try to build it again later? I think with their comp, it might be a little inconsistent to build Shatters. I don't have that many viable swing targets. So maybe. I'm on. Uh-oh. We need... Oh, no. I'm so glad I held Shatter. Oh, I really am not a fan of how many ults we just used. And our Genji going down. If I'm able to... If I get checkpoint here, it might be worth. But they only use Coalescence. They have their cat ult. Yep. Junker Queen close. That's good news. That is good news. This guy's walking into the wall. He fucked up my fire strike. Awesome. W. Oh, that's the best thing. That's exactly what we want to see. That makes me grin ear to ear. This is Christmas Day and I'm unwrapping my first present. Our Dragon Blade used, but that's fine. I think I have the only ultimate on the field right now. They have Tactical Visor, which is okay. Me having the only ult on the field makes it so that I have control over this last fight. But with where we want to be playing, I am not a big fan of it. So I'm just going to try to hold this bottom right side area. Essentially look at this Junker Queen. I'm waiting for the time to tick down. I have time to let it tick down. I think this is going to be my opportunity to potentially go for my play. Helping my Genji with the Stata on left. 1 HP, 1 HP! Moria no fade. I can turn. No, 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 no. Oh my gosh. I think I just swing. I think I just swing. No shield. Nothing left. I put my soul on the cart. And it will reward me! Nice! Nice! We get a hero. Oh, we get a hero. That shatter was scary. I figured that my team was looking to swing. Oh, that could have been devastating. Oh, we have a buffer. We've earned our hero. Oh my gosh. If we didn't win on Reinhardt there, like the series just ends. Then and there. But now we get to spin the wheel. Surely it won't miss again. Surely it won't miss again. If I don't get a rank up off this, I was Plat 1 previously. If I'm above Plat 1, I can spin the wheel for as many ranks as we went up. Bang! We get 2! We get to spin the wheel twice. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Oh, okay. So we have Reinhardt taken out. Why twice? Because we've gone up 2 ranks. We went up to Diamond 5 and now Diamond 4. Though if this becomes kind of unbalanced, we are not going to be we can adjust it as it goes. This is the first run. Rules are subject to change just a little bit, just to flex a little bit. But main core, that will not change. If I lose a game on a hero, they're dead. I cannot play them. But as we spin the wheel, we get to add 2 heroes to our... Nice! Oh my god. I didn't have my... Oh my god. You guys didn't see it. Hold up. Can I... I'm dumb. I didn't have my... I wasn't showing my monitor. I'm sorry, gang. But we got Diva for our first spin. I went silent there for a minute because all of the misses were like right next, like it was going through all of the misses. But we get Diva added to our hero pool. Okay. Should I shuffle these? I don't think it changes like the statistics of it. I'll shuffle it. I'll hit it a few more times. Alright. Now spin the wheel. Oh wait, Diva. I need to take Diva out. Bang. So we get Diva added to our hero pool. And let's see who our second hero is. Domina. Okay, okay. So we get a bit of a cast here. We get Reinhardt, Diva, and Domina. Okay. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Gives us options. That gives us range. That gives us dive potential. And it gives us our starting hero Reinhardt. Okay. I think that we are good to go into our next game then. I'll probably just keep my monitor in view in case I ever tab out to the wheel again. Because that adrenaline, oh my god, that last game. No, bro. No, bro. When the queen didn't die on the shatter. Oh, I don't like any of these maps. Hollywood's decent for Diva. Watchpoint's decent for Diva. I think I'm going to be voting Watchpoint to help with our Diva pick ideally. We do get Hollywood. That's fine. So my hero pick here is, I think it just needs to be Diva. I don't want to risk Diva this early as a hero because this is our only dive tank. But oh, I think we could have gone Junkertown Reinhardt, or Junkertown Domina would have been a better play. Zarya and yeah, we can ban Zarya Domina, I think. We really just want to be banning 2 tanks constantly to make sure that our hero is not banned. If Diva's banned here, we are in a really scary spot. Okay, we do get our Zarya and our Domina banned through. If we were forced to play Reinhardt or Domina on Hollywood, I don't know how I'd go about that. I don't know how I'd win that. My rotations would need to be elite. But fortunately, we get a little bit of an easier hero for this specific map. On Diva. Okay. Oh, that's not ideal. But that's okay. I could make it work. We're not gonna have much healing this game. Especially with our Cassidy probably going to be taking up most of our Mercy's attention. How do I want to be playing this? I think I scout early. I think that scouting their team's composition early here is really important. So I can actually formulate a plan. I think I just need to bait myself and let my Cass, my Pharah Mercy cook for a while. Yeah, I think if I'm able to just sort of like scout their comp, I'll know for certain. We see a Diva, Hanzo, Juno. Juno's really scary, but also very vulnerable. We could potentially be trying to bait them into space to try and follow up on their backline a bit later. So I'm going to be controlling this right side area. I'm going to be peeling my Mizuki if they need. As the enemy team, or the enemy Diva walks forward, I'm going to be trying to step myself to take some pressure off of my team. Diva's 1 HP, I want them dead. I cannot get mech though, so as I get fairly low, I'm going to be chilling, but we are fortunate enough to get the D-mech on the Diva just like we wanted. So Hanzo's 1, we find that kill as well. I'm just going to be DMing the shooters for the enemy team, tickling their pylon a little bit to make sure that we will not be letting them heal for free. And I think we're going to be doing this. We're playing this fairly well. It's really scary without big healers, especially now that they're on Widow. Oh no. So now with Widowmaker, what Widowmaker forces me to do, I need to be consistent with my pressure while never getting demeched. Oh, W. I heard the Widow walking up towards that left side area, so I had the opportunity to sort of like walk towards them. As their Juno swings, I think that's going to be my next sort of like target that I want to see if I can blow up. Diva uses their missiles, Juno uses their ring. Widowmaker's back in the game, which is scary. As long as I'm denying this left side and this main space though, we're going to be okay for the most part. We get a chain off on Diva, but I'm not going to waste my boosters for that. And now that they have a Widowmaker, that's going to be the main threat that I really want to be marking as much as I possibly can. So I'm saving my boosters primarily to do that. Steve Bomb gets used and our Mizuki goes down. I want to see if I can care the damage dealers of the enemy team as much as possible. Dragon Blade getting active for our team, so I think maybe I can look to take a little bit of space off of it. As I get fairly low though, I'm going to try to DM their Widow as much as possible. The Widowmaker is still inside our space, and we are able to take them down. Okay, well, okay, things are looking good. I could Poco Bomb Don Ramatra. This will make our job significantly harder. They're able to take a lot more of an aggressive frontline trade against us to make space for their Widow and their Emre. So probably what I'm going to be doing is I have to gamble a little bit and give their Widowmaker a little bit of space so I could punish them for taking it later. So I'm going to be going back to playing on that left side area as their as our Allari looks for an ult. We are going to be able to get an eat from it because we're outside of the Allari's LOS. And the Widowmaker goes down shortly after. Okay. We're in a good spot. I think we're in a good spot. We aren't able to do too much with our bomb, and I'm still scared of random kills coming out from their Emre or their Widowmaker, since their Widowmaker just kind of makes it so anytime, at any moment, we could just kind of like, my team could just blow up. Oh! I'm low-key. I am the greediest player in the world. I am the greediest player in the world. But as my team falls low, what do I want to do? Another kill. Oh no, oh no. I wasn't zoning the Widowmaker. I find the Mega Health Pack. I know their Sombra's lurking somewhere. Widowmaker's towards their spawn room. I could be getting touch here, and with our Valkyrie, we have a pretty good chance of actually winning it. No nade on the Ana. Kill onto the Ana. I need to be ready to touch the point, so I'm ready to touch the point when we can. I'm just trying to bait out or end the Ramatra's ultimate. Whoa. Okay. And we hold. Okay, very close. Very close. Okay. W play, I think. Pushing up aggressively to try to trade out this kill on the Sombra and allow... Oh, it didn't even allow our team to stable. The Widowmaker just found kills. Our team fell over. We were able to clutch up afterwards, though. A really good Valk from my Mercy. Oh my god. Which will allow us to sustain on the point. I was really nervous that we weren't taking like the 3 seconds that we had on the point to give them to wait out their Ramatra form or their Ramatra ult, and instead just everybody kept playing into it. But that's okay. That is okay. We won in the end, and that's what matters. Not trying to nitpick or be rude. What was the reason for not using bomb? I didn't need it yet. I was going to use bomb. My end idea there, when I got really low on point, when the Ramatra was ulting, I was boostering up so that I'd be able to get to the high ground as I used my bomb. The momentum would carry me as Baby Diva, as I demech, and it would make it hard for the Ramatra to chase me, which would allow me a pretty free remech on that high ground. I hold on to bomb as a second life, not so much to actually win fights. But we're going to be sticking with the same comp. It is going to be a little bit harder on attack here. Especially with them on Mizuki and Moira. Going to be two heroes that really are good at ignoring our defense matrix. Since I'm not able to DM the heals from that Reaper, and Mizuki's able to walk up aggressively with chain, but I'm not quite able to punish them for it. Very, very close, and we did a lot of damage. But amazing kill onto the Reaper, I think will be allowing us to play this a bit more aggressively. We bait out the Ramatra form, Trace on this left side. I could continue to force her out as my Pharah is in a good spot. I just want to make sure that the Pharah is not able to get forced. I don't want to be hard stepping onto their Mizuki, but I do want to be pressuring them. Find the kill onto Ramatra, are going to be in a really good spot to win this game. with the Reaper and Moira, the only ones on the low ground. I'm going to be able to just sort of clean up the point. Ramattra is coming back pretty soon. And the Tracer close to Pulse Bomb, but it will not matter. So we start capping the objective. Barrage comes out, takes down the Ramattra. I don't think there's going to be a win con for their team, and we will be winning our 3rd game as well. All right, going on. We're getting out. We're getting out. I think for our placement, since we're probably going to be climbing ranks pretty fast, I'm going to implement a new restriction. I'm going to implement a bit of a new rule of we can only have up to 5 heroes, I think. If we only have 5, or we are only able to go up to 5 heroes in our placements, that would make things much better. Though we only get to spin the wheel once right now, which I think is going to be actually really good for pacing. Maybe we won't need it, because we will eventually just go on some loss streak, and like some heroes are just going to be like bang, bang, bang. They're like all going to be eradicated. And with the chance of missing going up, actually I think it's fine. I think it'll be okay. So with that in mind, we look to our wheel again to potentially get another hero in our pool as we climbed up to Diamond 3. So let's spin the wheel. Come on, big money. No whammy. No whammy whatsoever. Kind of a whammy, I won't lie. But that's okay. They're going to be good. They're going to be really good and helpful for us because we don't have to risk our Reinhardt right now. I think I'm going to be saving my Reinhardt a little bit for some of the higher ranks that we'll climb through because it's a more comfortable hero for me. So having a Brawl Tank option that isn't one of my better ones is going to be pretty good. I'm so good at Ramattra. I can get up to champ with Ramattra. But Reinhardt, I feel like I have a lot more consistent impact over games rather than just Ryan or just Ramattra. I think I will be picking Lijiang Tower and actually utilizing the Ramattra we just got. New Queen Street would be very bad for our hero pool, and I really hope we do not get new Queen Street. Busan isn't amazing either. With our heroes of Diva, Domina, Ramattra, and Reinhardt. For Busan, I think Domina might be our play. I feel like Domina could be a pretty good hero for us to ban, and since our team is already banning... Actually, whoa. That's a crazy shout on the Mauga. If they are on Mauga, we just... I don't know what I could do as Domina, I'm not gonna lie. So I think we're gonna try to lean into Domina as much as possible here, but this is not an ideal situation for our hero pool by any means at all. Because Busan has a lot of very open space on the map, Mecha Base is going to be a very interesting point in particular because Domina is going to struggle fighting a bit like... Domina just will get kind of like out-tempoed a lot of the time, especially as it looks like we have a Mercy, so it's unlikely that we're going to have a speed boost. I'm going to have to play very, very carefully with my positioning if I want to be finding consistent value over the course of the game. Domina's main limiting factors with the plays that she can make is her shield. She does not have that much actual HP or effective HP, and she has no movement options. Her only main form of survivability is going to be her barrier shield, which is on a 14-second cooldown. So we have very few windows to make big plays happen. So to counteract that, we want to be trying to find as much value over time as we can. With their Wu Yang and Winston walking forward, I'm going to be looking to potentially force this Winston early. Bubble gets used, but as my Kiriko goes down, things are going to be fairly difficult for us. Genji is 1 HP and we're able to take them down. Mercy reses our Kiriko, so we're going to be in a bit of a better spot. And I want to continue forcing out their Winston. So with them on Winston, they are also going to be, their value spikes are tied to a specific cooldown that is possible to force out. So I'm going to be able to use them a bit, my shield a bit more defensively into Winston to try to counteract their bubbles. If I'm ever able to force their bubble a little bit early, or their Winston into a bad spot, we can be maintaining our poke. Since bubble is going to be the main way that their team wants to be using or taking space, if we just keep shooting them and poking out their bubble and utilizing our shield to continue doing damage to their team, we're going to actually have a real win con that we can play for. Main concern now is angles. If they get good angles around us, there's only so much that my shield can actually do. But now that they swapped the Sigma, we are going to start feeling a little bit of the downsides of Domina as a hero. But an amazing dupe from our Echo is going to make it very possible to clear out the enemies inside of our space. And I think that we're going to be in a pretty good spot. So I'm actually picking the range of our M1 perk instead of the extra shields and health right now, because even if the extra shields and health would be good right now, I know that on the later 2 points we're really going to need that range, as it becomes incredibly open very quickly. As there's Sojourns on this right side, I'm tempted to shield that, but I think I'm going to greed it a little bit and see if I can shield on the front line instead a little bit later, doing damage to the Sigma shield as much as possible. But overclock is going to be a pretty valid reason for me to shield. I hear their Genji on point going under. But I think as I miss my ultimate, we're going to be in a bit of a rougher spot. Mercy getting very low, and my team going down. I think we will just be losing this fight. It definitely sucks. I could have played a bit more aggressively with my ultimate ability. If I got onto the backline or the enemy supports and used it instead of just trying to zone them basically, or like gamble that they would walk through the doorway, we would have found a lot more consistent value. It looks like our team wants to be using Kitsune Rush to just walk straight onto the point. Not my favorite plan ever. So I'm actually going to just be poking from this right side area. The one advantage that we have here is that I'm going to be able to kind of outrange them, but unfortunately as our Kiriko goes down, I need to be very safe with how I want to be playing. Big staggers all around for my team is going to be making this retake much harder. So maybe the play is for me to be aggressive with my walks instead of looking to slowly force space like I was planning. Genji on this top left area and Kiriko towards this main. We can just be looking to walk this a bit aggressively. I think it's going to be falling on me. Yes, that is correct. But finding a good slam onto their Genji, we can potentially be still winning this fight. Slow onto the backline, enabling our Echo Walk, and then canceling their Wu Yang dash. We will be finding the flip on the point while doing a bunch of damage to their team, cleaning up the Sigma, and winning this first round on Domina. Okay, if it's the big open drum map, I think we're going to be in a pretty decent spot. But if it's the downtown, it might be a bit harder. And it is the downtown, so we get a little bit unlucky on our roll. But that'll be okay, I believe, as we still have our win cons are just going to be a little bit harder, as if they swap to a bit more of a brawly direction, they might be able to run us down very quickly. So, with this in mind, I think that if I'm able to get above the point, that's going to be my general idea that I want to try to lean into to see if I can win this game. But Genji on right side, Sigma on main. Looks like they are going to be leaning into that sort of poke-based direction still. So as I see all of their teams sort of like grouped up together, I could be looking to try and pressure them out a bit. Unfortunately, their Sigma is going to walk towards the lane, help out the Genji, and my team will be falling shortly afterwards. I'm going to be using my shield to see if I can pressure out the Sojourn at all. Not quite able to find that kill, but we are still continuing to find damage on the people. Their Genji going 1 HP. I could throw a slow behind them to potentially see if I can win that kill or earn that kill, but as our Mercy goes down, I don't think this will be very possible for us. Sojourn finds another kill onto our Echo. I think that the better play for me to be trying to lean into might be to... Oh, so close. Just go left side and force point. I do have my Panopticon at the ready. So Genji's close. I want to be chasing that a little bit, but I think that it'll be fine. Maybe I could just force them to brawl a little bit more and use my barrier array. But as I get onto the point, my Kiriko goes down. Genji is kind of swagging on my team right now. But we do get the flip, which is going to be really good for us, I think. Sojourn 1 HP, Sigma is on the point. I'm going to be looking to walk a bit. Panopticon onto the Genji will be taking them down very quickly. Damage onto the Sojourn. I don't have real damage yet, so I'm going to be leaning towards my team. I can't stop the Mercy res, but I can maybe potentially be looking for kills later. Anti on the Sigma. I want to see if I can focus that. But I think it might be a little bit too much for us. Very okay. We found a lot of value in that fight and got a bunch of percentage just by walking to the point and sitting on it very prettily. But as our team staggers a little bit, things might be a little bit rough from here, as the enemy team still has control over the objective. And we're not able to actually win any percentage off of these fights that we're taking. If the enemy team walks really far forward, I could maybe just be looking to pressure out the Sigma a bit. Genji's very low, Sojourn's 1 HP on that high ground. Not quite able to find the kill onto that Sojourn though, and we will be in a really rough spot for this round. I don't have any way of touching the point, and since we staggered for majority of that round, we don't have that much control over this outcome. Maybe I could have walked main instead of right side. A duplicate or nano boost onto our Echo to find the touch. Our Tracer's coming back pretty shortly. I have my Panopticon soon. As our Kiriko goes down and our Echo goes down, it's just going to be up to our Tracer to stall for a little while longer, and then me to clutch up a massive pulse bomb, making it winnable for our team. Big! I think I saved my Tracer with that. But I just need to be living and poking out that Mercy. I think is going to be like our primary target if I see the opportunities to get onto them. Dash from the Genji. Find the kill on the Genji, Sigma on me, Sojourn looking to poke me. I go down soon, but it buys time for my team to get back into the fight. Lucio touches, Tracer wants a touch, Tracer gets a touch. Duplication on the field, looking for it on the Sigma. Finds on the Sigma, Sigma's 1 HP! Rockets use C9. Oh, sorry. Damn, that was really... I really want to win that. There was a way to win. Maybe if I played a little bit more aggressively on the Mercy. But it's just a little bit too hard for us. Oh, good suggestion, Saint. But that's okay. That was a harder point for us. We're going to be able to find a lot more value out of our poke here. We're going to be able to find a lot of value out of our poke here, though I'm a little bit worried about their Genji still finding good space and walks onto our backline. So maybe I start this left side and then sort of like walk out towards main a bit later. I do kind of like brawling a little bit. Huge stickies from my Echo. The enemy team with Sojourn is really scary. Sigma walking to the point. I'm gonna try to greed my shield just a little bit here, as I know my Kiriko is killing me. I think Mercy is the primary target we really want to be focusing on. As if I'm able to force out the Mercy, we're going to be doing... Effectively, we're going to be stopping a lot of their healing onto their shooters, as well as the potential to res if we do end up earning a kill a little bit later. But stunning their Kiriko so they're not able to get the... oh, I'm sorry, Echo. I got distracted. I was nervous about their Genji behind. But I kind of want to start backing up here a little bit because I do not actually have that much damage. Huge kill from our Tracer onto their Sojourn. I think if they start to walk a bit more aggressively, I can be looking for my shield here. I'm still going to be poking on this general angle. I don't want to be feeding rail too much. But we do find the push onto the Sigma to cancel hands. Sojourn is alone inside of our space. So I want to see if I can start walking at that. A big rock coming out from the Sigma is going to make it fairly dangerous for us. Damn. Big Panopticon, but with the Kitsune Rush damage, I think that it's going to be just too hard for us to find the kills. If I was able to hit that one extra shot, maybe we could have been able to take down at least their Genji. But Mercy healing is just going to be a little bit too much over the course of that fight for us to find any real kills. How do I win?
Perhaps still room for refinement.
To retake here is going to be a lot harder. I want to be playing to maximize the ultimates that my teammates might be using here, as we have our duplication on board and our Kitsune Rush. I could potentially just be looking to force out the Sigma, who's going to be a pretty big factor in stopping value out of either of our supports' ultimates. But as I get Flux, we're just going to be in a really bad spot here. My Echo going down is not too good for us either. So maybe I take right side. I think right side might be good. I think right side is going to make or put us in really good open space, I think. Their Sigma's holding it close. I could be pressuring it just a little bit and then looking to swing to break open this choke from the side rather than... Oh, Monica's using fly, but I can let's chase a bit more later. Crit damage onto the Sigma. And the Kitsune Rush for our team. Stop the res. Kill the Kyrian Mercy. Okay, we're good. We're in a good spot. That was awesome. Amazing rush. I think that we were able to frag out a bit mechanically as well to clean up some of those, like, the targets or the kills that were almost too far away from us. And we find a stagger onto the Sigma as well. I'm going to be holding the space aggressively to make it hard for them to res. So Mercy's getting pocketed. Dragon Blade gets used behind this. And we will be winning that 4th game as well. Okay. Still very scary. All of these games are so losable. If I wasn't able to just like identify what I need to do on each specific hero and find the value in the ideas to play for, I think we would just be losing these. I don't know if that game would be winnable on Ram. I'm kind of glad that we didn't. I like the poke direction that we used on that 3rd point. But with that in mind, we will be winning that next game and we will be climbing up to Diamond 1. I believe that is 2 heroes. So I had a suggestion in my Discords, but there was a suggestion that I really liked, that I think that I will be trying to implement. They asked, what about if I continue rolling for like hero selects, but I'm only allowed to have like 5 selectable heroes going into a game, and the rest are kind of put in like my quote-unquote box. So I think for at least this tank run, I am going to try to apply that idea where every game I load into, I can select 5 out of whatever heroes that we have maximum to go into our game with. Maybe in Grandmaster, we'll have something along like similar to like the Elite Four, where I'm only able to select 5 to climb through Grandmaster, see if I can get up to champ with them. But we'll see. We'll see. But with that in mind, we do get to spin our wheel twice, if I remember correctly. I actually don't know if I remember correctly, because hold on, was I Diamond 2 last time? Or was I Diamond 3? I think I was Diamond 3. D3 to D1? Okay, awesome, thank you. So we get to spin the wheel twice here as we promote it up to Diamond 2 and Diamond 1. But I'm only going to allow myself 5 heroes at a time to load into a game with. And we get Orisa for our next tank. Okay, that's W. Hey, was the account made prior to Overwatch 2? How do you have a freshie without being banned? What? This is a new account. I didn't think freshies were... Are they all, like, banned? I actually would not... I would not know. I just made an account. This is an Overwatch 2 account. It was made probably like 2 weeks ago. And Sigma will be our next hero. Okay. W. I think our hero pool is looking pretty good here. So, let me just write down our hero pool, or write down my hero pool so I remember it. I haven't removed Domina. Good comms, Nev. Anyone else I missed? No. Okay. So right now we have Reinhardt, Diva, Domina, Orisa, Sigma. Yes, okay. So that is our 5 heroes for now, and then if we get anything else, we can adjust our box slightly, or the heroes that we are able to load into a game and pick between. So with that said, I think that probably I'm only going to play this one last game to get halfway through our placements, and then the second time that I bring this up on stream is going to be second time that I do this on stream, I'm going to be looking to complete our placements. I think halfway or 5 is a good look, it is circuit. It is just circuit, huh? But I am getting a little bit tired. I've been streaming for about 10-ish hours, I think. So, for now, I think that on Circuit Royale, we have the options to pick between Sigma, Orisa, Domina, Reinhardt, Diva, and Ramatra. I forgot about Ramatra. Well, since I didn't write Ramatra down, I'm going to say that they're not in our box. They're not in our 5 that we can pick between. So I'm going to be leaning into Domina yet again here. I think on Circuit Royale, Sigma is the best pick here. But I'm hoping that because Sigma has a lot more general applications than Domina, and is very bannable, I'm going to lean into Domina here to see if I'm able to save some of our stronger tanks for some of the higher ranks. Let me write that down, actually. Alright. But with Domina being the hero that we want to lean into, well, with Circuit Royale, she's going to actually do a good... She's going to be fairly strong here, especially with Sigma Ban and Ramatra being the two heroes that are going to be pretty dominant if left available in the tank pool. I'm a little bit worried about Amalga, especially since it looks like we're going to be leaning into a bit of a lower heal-based comp. We're going to have a Wu Ying Alari, which is not terrible for healing, but it's definitely no BAP Juno or anything along those lines. So I'm going to be pretty safe and playing around my shield quite a bit, as it might be a little bit harder for me to regenerate some of my health, or like my base health or my shields, through my team alone. So with my team's position, I'm going to scout their comp. Wrecking Ball. Oh, wow, that's scary. They have a really scary comp for me, I feel, as the Wrecking Ball is going to be able to pressure out my backline quite a bit, and there's not too much that I can actually do about it. So I'm going to be just trying to zone out the shooters and any follow-up that the Wrecking Ball could have as time goes on, instead of actually looking at them directly. That's my idea initially, but it's going to be pretty difficult to execute sometimes, especially with these sort of lower heals, or lower amount of heals. As the Sojourn gets low, Tracer walks towards me. I'm going to be using my shield as I know that their shooters are about to swing again. Wrecking Ball is behind, so I'm going to be respecting that, giving up some space and looking for a boop on them. I'm honestly not too sure how it didn't stun, but with the Wrecking Ball out, I can be looking for an aggressive step here. Finding a lot of damage onto Juno and taking her out will be putting us in a pretty decent spot. I don't think I'm able to stop the res if they go for it. As Wrecking Ball peels me, I can just be looking for my shield to stabilize a little bit more. Ball going behind and then looking to push a bit more. I really want to see if I can find that kill, though unfortunately I do not think that will be in the cards for us. Reaper's taking a lot of attention. Wrecking Ball goes in, and now that their cycle is done, I can be walking forward a little bit more. But Mercy uses their Valkyrie. Wrecking Ball is close. I have my Panopticon very soon, but I think that I might actually be trying to use it to stop the follow-up on some sort of good ball hit or ball slam. But as my team gets fairly low, I really want to see if I can hold this general area. But I will not see a good opportunity to really use it. Overclock use is going to be pretty good for us, as we don't have a speed boost though. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get the touch on the point. I think it'll be mainly left up to our Reaper, but as they go down, I think that they will take our hopes of touching the point with them. I have my ultimate if we get there, but getting there is the hard part. As Sojourn gets close, I hear the ball slam, which will be a good trigger to walk forward with my shield, zone off the rest of the backline, and take space, as I know that the Wrecking Ball is going to have a harder time looking at me. Wrecking Ball is behind. I get a good slam or push onto them, which will make it hard for them to live their kite out of our team space. I'm going to be putting a shield on the cart, trying to get it behind the Sojourn, but that was a whiff. And then cleaning up the Tracer shortly afterwards. The Wrecking Ball main, we force their shields really early, which is going to cut a lot of their uptime kind of out. It's going to be really hard for the Wrecking Ball to do stuff to our team comp without their shields enabled. But as their team sort of starts to walk, damn, I just blow up. And their ball is going to make somehow a bunch of space, but ultimates use, oh my gosh, 4 ultimates used from my team will make up for my mistake, and we will be winning this fight, but I don't know if we're gonna be winning the war. I think my play is I want to find a good Panopticon onto their Juno or their Sojourn to take them down really easily in the mid-fight here, ideally. With their Sojourn using their slide, I could be looking for a bit of an aggressive shield. Mercy's 1 HP. We can take them down. Sojourn and Tracer is still very close. Let's see if I can catch out that Tracer just a little bit. Fortunately, not quite able to find the kill there, but with us getting our wall stun perk, it's going to make it much harder for their Sojourn to ever go for any sort of like slide plays past our shields or into us. But it doesn't matter if I whiff. Oh my gosh, I've been holding on to my ultimate for a while, so maybe I can be using it a bit more aggressively as their ball goes in. So next time I see their ball turn used, I think that my step is going to involve my ultimate to slow them down, especially since I do think that they have their Valkyrie coming up very shortly. But as the Wrecking Ball has a very good hit onto us and is able to force my shield out a little bit with their minefield, it's going to be harder for me to find the value that we need to here. Sojourn getting very low, but as the team turns around to help break her, we will make space, but not too much of it. As our team goes down to the Tracer left in our backline, things are starting to look really rough for us in this game. Their Sojourn Mercy is a bit too much for us to handle to find kills on our own, and it's hard for us to turn around against such a highly mobile hero like Wrecking Ball. But maybe I could be positioning a little bit more towards my team instead of trying to zone out their backline as much, which will allow me to have higher uptime and deny the bigger threats potentially. It's an idea that I'm having because what we're doing right now does not seem to be working. Our Wing gets fairly low, but as I'm not able to do too much from this left side area, I'm looking to step main instead. Mercy Valkyrie gets used. Tracer uses their pulse bomb onto the floor. W for us, but as I get very low myself, I want to make sure that I try to chill the best that I can. Sojourn slow gets used on our Wing, and now I can be looking to step up forward a little bit. Still not able to do too much to the Wrecking Ball, but we are able to find that kill. Their Sojourn's just getting so much care, it's going to be really hard for us to ever find a kill onto them, so we just need to try to be maximizing our uptime and being as threatening as possible without using too many of our resources. So I think I'm just going to be holding my choke here, shooting the Wrecking Ball, and especially now that they are on Junkrat, it's going to be very, very, very important for us to be super, super safe and scarce with our shield usage because they're going to be able to break it so incredibly easily. Wrecking Ball uses Minefield on the card, so I'm just going to go back to sort of holding the space as my team figures out how to deal with that. As their team looks to bait out my shield, my team turns around for the Wrecking Ball. Things are going to get a little bit harder for us, but maybe I can be using my ultimate kind of as a pseudo shield to buy more time for my team to deal with what's behind us. Wrecking Ball does go down, and I'm able to get another shield up to stop their team from really playing. So I know their Sojourn wants to be going this right side. I'm going to be leaning over here, but their Sojourn back on main. I could be chilling a bit more, playing inside of my pylon all of us. But they're on Doomfist now. The world gets a little bit harder. Doomfist uses their ult, and I can find a lot of damage onto the enemy's Sojourn, but unfortunately it will not be enough to take them down before they find the kill onto my Reaper. We are able to chunk their Mercy quite a bit though, and potentially finding a kill onto their Junkrat, just not quite getting there. We are down our Reaper, so that's a lot of damage that we're lacking. I'm going to be giving up some space, especially as they swapped to Doomfist, who's going to be able to provide a lot more frontline pressure for their team. So I want to just be super, super careful and super chill here. I'm a little nervous about where my team is positioned, so I'm just going to be playing on main instead of backing up through the high ground, kind of like I wanted, because I felt like I had to get active in the fight early, or my team was staged to get active and go for a play in a few seconds, which I would have been completely unable to support if I was playing a little bit too far back. But we will be holding on third point there, which will be putting us in a pretty good spot to hopefully be able to win this game still on Domina. I could swap to another hero, but I don't want to be risking another one unless we absolutely need to. So it's going to be pretty rare for me to try and switch, even if I get counter swapped or something. I think the only times I'm going to be kind of swapping is if I really, really feel like I need to win a game or I can win a game. If I'm like right next to a new hero unlock or something. Since while things are going really well right now, especially as we start climbing into some of the higher ranks, and if we start pushing for champion, we're going to be in a very difficult position, and we're going to be losing quite a few heroes rather quickly as we get a little bit higher in our ranks. So I'm nervous for that, and I think that building up a little bit of a buffer, if possible, is going to be something that we will be really happy with. But for now, I think that this run is going pretty well. It was a little bit rough at the start. I was really scared for those 2 games where we needed to play and win on Reinhardt into some really difficult scenarios and compositions, but I think that's very fine. I think that's good that we had a bit of a rough start, but we were able to bring it back. Because if the game or things continue to get a little bit rough, then I'd be nervous about going further into the series. But I mean, the start of a Nuzlocke when you have the fewest options available is usually just so difficult. But with the Wrecking Ball on main, we can just be looking to chill, walk forward a decent bit. Mei uses their block very early. I'm going to be shielding to help out my Reaper. Doing 1 HP, swings a little bit too wide into our team's LOS, and we'll be able to take her down. Mei's getting fairly low. As long as the Wrecking Ball isn't able to boot me into their team like an insane amount, I think we're going to be pretty chill. On its 1 HP, a Reaper finds another amazing kill onto their backline. Sojourn's super close, which we are able to take down. Ball 1 HP, and we can just continue finding these staggers. I think that things are going really well, and maybe the enemy team is starting to get a little bit more sloppy or tilted, especially as our Reaper finds a bunch of value with their big plays. I could be going for a bit of an aggressive play here, especially as I know their Ana is very close, and we are able to take that out. Our Lari being alone on the point makes me very nervous in case the Wrecking Ball wants to attack them, but my Reaper sort of sees that as well, and will be backing up to help out our Lari just in case things go wrong. But as I swap to Doomfist, I think things are going to be much better for us, since we actually have a real target that we can be playing for consistently, or playing through consistently. As their Sojourn gets hit by our Panopticon, the rest of their team will shortly fall. Reaper is the last one remaining on the second point, and we will take them down to push on to third. I think 5 minutes or 6 minutes on the clock here. We're going to be in a very good position to actually just win this game and finish off our first session for the challenge in a very good way. Though, we'll make sure we don't get too overconfident, because that is going to be a devastating loss if we lose. Doomfist uses our block early, and as we get that extra kill, I think we're going to be in a pretty decent... or we have a pretty decent opportunity to just like push up here. I could be pushing up even more, but as we only have to get the cart to the yellow box, there's not too much incentive to really push up until I see my Reaper getting very aggressive on that forward angle. Arisa uses our gold and continues to walk at me, which makes it very hard for us to sustain, but as our Wing and Alari do everything that they can to keep me alive, we will be surviving that, and then taking down the Arisa shortly after, and then winning our 5th game, starting off this challenge series with a nice 5-0, 30-4 to end that run. And I think we're going to be in a really good spot for the rest of this challenge. I was very nervous at the start with the Rhine games being so stressful and so kind of like nail biting as they were. but it seems like we were able to get a bit easier games a bit later. The last Omni game on Busan was was a little bit scary, especially on that first and second point. But I think that we're going to be ending this session for today in a really good spot, climbing up to Masters 5, so we are able to select our final tank for today. We're going to be able to spin the wheel one more time. We currently have every tank available. We've not lost a hero yet. Between Reinhardt, Diva, Domina, Orisa, Sigma, and Ramatra, we still have quite a few heroes yet to unlock. I think as we just entered Masters, I want to make it a little bit harder for us to get some heroes, at least for the next little bit. So I'm going to add one more miss to the board. Shuffle it up a little bit. And then we will spin our wheel. So we have our hero pool for the last, or for our next session, which I'll announce on a Discord. But, whoa. And we land on Zarya for our final hero added to our pool. Climbing up to Masters 5 today, going from Plat 1, or around Plat 1 to Masters 5, and we've unlocked about half of the tank pool. We're going to be in a very good position as we continue the rest of this challenge. It's going to be harder to build our hero pool from now on because the misses take more of the wheel. Oh, this doesn't count. I didn't mean to spin it. But as the misses take up more and more of the wheel, it's going to be harder and harder for us to actually gain heroes. So this challenge is a little bit more backwards, like difficulty stacked, but I hope y'all will stay tuned for that. So for my YouTube video audience, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you next time. Bang. And then editor is going to end it right there, and it's going to be freaking awesome. Okay, but for my, sorry, I bonked my mic. For my stream chat that's still sticking around, thank you guys so much. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm going to be looking for my YouTube stream audience. I'm going to be ending stream here, and for my Twitch stream audience, I'm going to be looking for someone to raid. Ideally, a bit more of a chill educational YouTuber, if anyone is online. If not, then I'm just going to be raiding one of my friends, who also who've been putting in work, making good content. But we'll see who's live. But for my YouTube audience, thank you guys for watching, and